Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel after a while, and that is because I've been recording a NextJs course which I just released the other day. You can check it out. So today we're going to be building this Pomodoro timer, and it is a productivity tool. So we have the Pomodoro, which is 25 minutes. We have the short break, which is 5 minutes. We have the long break, which is 15 minutes. Now when you click on the start button right here, it's going to start this counter, which is going to start diminishing this circle slowly by slowly, as you can see right here. And then when you get to a certain point, the color is going to change. And then when you get to less than 20%, the color is also going to change, just to give you some visual notification that the timer is about to run out. And then when the timer runs out, it is going to automatically switch into the next mode, depending on where you currently are. Now, if you don't like the times here, you can go into the settings right here and you can change up the timers for you. So if you want, for example, to go into 45 minutes for the Pomodoro and 1 minute for the short break, and then let's say 20 minutes for the long break, you can save that and then see this. Now the Pomodoro is 45 minutes, the short break is 1 minute, and the long break is 20 minutes. So let's go ahead and begin building this out. And I'm going to open up my command prompt right here, and then I'm going to cd into my desktop. And then inside my desktop, I have another folder that is called projects. And then inside projects, I'm going to say pnpx create next app. And I'm going to use a template repository that I created, and it contains shadcn prettier, which helps us to format Tailwind CSS classes. And then it also has Tailwind CSS installed. So let's use the template. So I'm going to say -- example, and then pass in the string, or rather pass in the link to the repository. So https://github.com/my username, and you can have this in small letters, it's still okay. So my username, and then the repository is called next15-starter. And then before you execute this, let's give it a name. So I'm going to call it Pomodoro-timer. And then I'm going to let this execute. And then once it finishes, we're going to take a look at this template, and then we're going to begin building our application. So once it finishes running, you can see that it creates a folder for us that is called Pomodoro timer, which is where our NextJs application lives. So I can go ahead and say code Pomodoro timer, Pomodoro-timer, and this is going to open up an instance of VS Code into this folder, as you can see right here. So I can safely close this, close it, and there we go. So this is our application. And like I said, we used a template which I created when NextJs updated to version 15. So some of these files, such as the ESLint RC-JSON, I don't think they currently exist with 15.2, but as it is currently, our application is going to work, because what happens in the ESLint JSON file is basically this. And now you'll notice that this is just a bit different from how the ESLint JSON file looks like when you create a NextJs application from scratch, because I have added in the next/bubble. Now the reason why I added this in is because it was giving me some compilation errors when I was building out my application, and adding this inside the extends fixed it. So now let's go ahead and do this. Ctrl J to open up our terminal, and then I can go ahead and say pnpm dev, which is going to open up our dev server on localhost 3000. Now as this is opening up, I want to mention something. Inside here we have the prettier RC file, and this file just uses the prettier plugin Tailwind CSS as a plugin, which helps us to format Tailwind CSS classes. Now if you check the package.json file, which is right here, you will notice that we have the prettier plugin Tailwind CSS right there. So you have to install it. But once again, if you use the template, then this is already installed for you. And the other thing that I want to mention is Lucid React right here, because I've already initialized shadcn in our application right here. So Lucid React is already installed. And the reason why we have Lucid React installed is because if you check the components.json file, the style that I used for shadcn is called New York. Now, if you use the default style, then you'll have Radix UI instead of Lucid React. So just take note of that. And all this, you can get them on the documentation website. So if you want to learn about shadcn, simply Google shadcn if you want to learn about the prettier plugin tailoring CSS, simply Google prettier plugin tailoring CSS. Now let's go ahead and open up our browser right here on localhost 3000, and let's see what we have as our default application, because I also changed it up just a bit. And there we go. So this is our template, and by this you can tell all I did was just change up the homepage and add in a bit of explanation about why I created this template. And if you want to learn about Shadcyan, this is the link right here. If you want the prettier plugin for tailoring CSS, this is the link right here, and then it gives some other explanation as well. So as always, let's go ahead into our app folder and into our page.js, and then we can begin to build our application. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this entire div all the way to the bottom. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn a div with a class name equals to, because I want to build up the UI first. So it's going to have a class of flex, min, height, screen. I can type it, and then flex column, then item dash center. Oh my god, center, and then justify dash center, and then a bg of hashtag 1e 1e 2e, and then it's going to have text white. And then inside this div we're going to have an h1 of class names margin bottom of 6 and text dash 2xl and font dash semi bold, and then on large screens the text is going to be 4xl, and then this h1 is simply going to say Pomodoro, so Pomodoro. Now we can go ahead and save that, and this is what we're going to have on the screen once it reloads. There we go. So we simply have our Pomodoro. Now because it's going to be easy, I'm going to place this to the right so that I can place my code editor to the left, and then we can build side by side. So below this h1 we're going to have another div with class names of flex, items as center, space on the y-axis, or sorry, on the x-axis of 4, and then rounded dash full. And I need to spell this correctly, so center. And then we're going to have a bg here of hashtag 2c 2c 3b, and then we're going to have a padding all round of 2, padding all round of 2, so that inside this div we're going to create our modes toggle, so simply the Pomodoro, short break, and the long break. So let's go ahead and actually do that right away because it's very simple. So we can create an array here called mods. So const mods is equal to Pomodoro, and then the next one is going to be short break, and then long break. And then inside this div now we can map over our mods, so you can say mods.map because it is now an array. And then we're going to say that for every mod that we're going to get back, which is going to be one of these three, so we're going to say that we're going to return a button here, a button with the key equals to the mod, and then on click we're going to have an on click function, but for now I can't type. For now it's simply just going to remain empty. Let's just have it as empty. It should be okay working like that. Okay, it gives an error, so let me pass in an empty string. And then this button is going to have a bit of class names here which are going to be dynamic. Now because we have not yet added our state values, let's not add in the class names as of now. Let's just have it as an empty string. And then inside the button, the text for the button is simply going to say the mod. Now if I save that, then we should be able to see something on the screen, and we get an issue here that says on click event string type. We can ignore that for now, but what we need to do now is, because we're using on click, then we need to transform this into a client component by saying use client on the top. Now in order to go ahead and create the dynamic part of the class names here, let's go ahead and add in our state values. And so we're going to have quite a number of state values, so I'm just going to create all of them right now because a lot of our UI depends on the state values. So we're going to say this. I'm going to say const active mode and set active mode is equal to use state, and you can just say enter when you say this drop down so that you can import it automatically from React. And by default this is going to say Pomodoro. Now this is going to be the default mode, so when we load up the application this should be highlighted, and this is actually the state value that the class names here depend on. So let's go ahead and create the rest of them. So const time left and set time left, which should be self-explanatory, and this one is going to say 25 times 60. And so the reason why we have it multiplied by 60 right here is because we want to convert the minutes into seconds, because JavaScript evaluates time in seconds, so that we can subtract 1 second every time, and then it can tick down the timer. And then the next one you need is the is running. So const is running and set is running is equal to useState, and by default is going to be false. And then const show settings, which is going to be our settings toggle, and set show settings is equal to useState, and once again by default it is going to be false. And then we're going to have const durations and set durations. This is going to be equal to useState, and by default it's going to be an object. And so inside this object we're going to have the Pomodoro, what am I typing? Pomodoro, which is going to be 25 by 60 to convert it into seconds. And then we're going to have the short break, which is going to be 5 times 60. And then we're going to have the long break as well, which is going to be 15 multiplied by 60. And then the reason why I've not placed this inside strings is because if I do, then I have Prettier installed and it's simply just going to format it so that it doesn't have strings. So this is okay because it's one word and this is 2 words, so you can place it inside strings. Now I can save that and our app should still have this error, but now we can go ahead and fix it. And the way we fix it is by passing in an inline function here, and I'm going to say set active mode into the mode that we are currently on, so that when we click on this it's going to toggle the mode. And then for the class names here, we can go ahead and pass in our brackets and then our backticks, and then you can give in some classes here. So it's going to have classes of rounded dash full, padding on the x of 4, padding on the y of 2, text dash small, font dash medium, and then transition. And then on large screen the text is going to be large. And then now we're going to pass in our $ curly brackets, and inside here we want to check whether the active mode is equal to the current mode that we're on. Now you can, from our state values, you can see that the active mode can either be Pomodoro or the short break or the long break. And the reason that we know that is because of this function right here. We are saying that whenever we click on either of these buttons, then the mode should change into whatever button that we click on, which is also going to change the active mode. So when the active mode matches the mode, which means that, for example, if we click on the Pomodoro, then we want to have some class names to apply. So what we're going to do is this. We're going to add a question mark here and say that if it is true, then the background for that button should be, and it is hashtag ff6b6b, and then text dash black. And then if it is not true, then we're going to have text gray dash 400, and then on hover we're going to have text dash white. Now we can go ahead and save that, and now this should update. And there we go. So our Pomodoro is now coming together, looking a bit nicer. So next, let's go ahead and create our circle, which is going to be our kind of countdown timer. So we're going to go below this div, and then what we're going to do is create another div, and this div is going to have a couple of class names. So it's going to have a class name here of relative. So we're going to say this is relative, margin top of 12, flex, items center, justify center. And then on large screens, we're going to give it a margin top of 20. And then on large screens, we're going to scale it up to 125 so that it looks a bit bigger. And if you were to take a look at this on a larger screens, you'll notice that it also looks just a bit bigger. And it looks a bit smaller just to scale it down for mobile screens. And so inside this div, what we're going to do is we're going to create an SVG. And then this SVG is going to have a width of 260 and a height of 260. And then we're going to create its view box here. We're going to say 0 space 0 and then 100 100. And then inside this SVG, we're going to create our first circle. So a circle here, it is self-closing. And then I'm going to give it some width here on the x-axis of 50, and then on the y-axis of 50 as well. and then a radius here is going to be 45, and then the stroke, so the color of the circle, is going to be hashtag 2C3B, and then we're going to say that the stroke width, the width of the stroke is going to be 6, and then the fill here, the fill is going to be, I can't type, is going to be, oh my god, okay, none. The fill is going to be none. So we can save that, and then let's see what we're going to have on the screen. And there we go. So this is our circle, and right below this we're going to create our second circle. So we're going to create a circle here. Once again, it is self-closing, and spell it correctly. And then on the x-axis is going to be 50, so cx is going to be 50. On the y-axis, once again, is going to be 50, so that it is exactly the same as this. And then the radius is going to be 45, and then the stroke here, oops, the stroke is going to be a certain color which you don't yet have. And then the stroke width is also going to be 6, like so, so that when it is counting down, it's going to leave this faint outline to show you that this is the time that has passed. And then the fill is going to be none. Now there are other properties that we're going to be adding inside here, and the properties are the stroke dash array, so dash array, and this is going to be 283, and this I just tested it out to see how the best that it would look. And then the stroke dash offset is also going to be 283, and then the stroke dash offset is going to be 283, so 283 multiplied by, and then our parentheses, 1 minus progress. Now where is progress coming from? We are going to get it. So what you can do is just take this on the next line, and then this on the next line, and then disable this so that you don't get any errors. And then below the stroke dash offset, we're going to say the stroke line cap. So the stroke line cap here is going to be round, meaning when it is counting down, we want the end of it to be rounded. And then once we have that, we're going to be adding a bit more attributes to the circle, but these attributes are coming from Framer Motion, which is the motion library, or rather the animation library that we're going to be using. So since we have not yet installed Framer Motion, then let's just go ahead and save that, and we're going to add in the properties later once we have installed it. So it has an issue here, so let's disable this also. Okay, so for the stroke color here, we're going to create a function which is going to detect the current position of the stroke, and then if it's like more than 50%, it's going to show a certain color, and then if it is less than 50, it's going to show another color, and then if it is less than 20, another color. So we're going to be calling a function inside here. So because we have not yet created it, and this is stroke, I missed the R, so because we have not yet created that function, we can just leave it empty. And if you want to see how it works, if you have red inside here, then this should now turn to red, I mean the outer line color. So let's just leave it as empty for now. And then what we need to do is below the SVG, we're going to go ahead and create a div here with a class name of absolute, and then text dash 5XL, and then font dash bold. And then inside here, we're going to show our time. So for now, we can just say 25 minutes, like so. So 25 full colon, like so. Now we're going to go below this div right here. And then below this div, we're going to have a button. So we're going to have a button. And did we install the shadcn button? Components, we don't have the shadcn button. So let's just continue. So the button here is going to have an on click. And the on click is going to be calling an inline function that is going to say set is running to the opposite of is running. So basically our state value on top. So is running is either true or false. So we are saying that if it is true, then set it to false. And if it is false, then set it to true. And that is going to be our start stop button. So this button is going to have some class names here. So class name is equal to margin top of 8, rounded dash full, bg dash, and it's going to be a hashtag ff6b6b, and then padding on the x is going to be 2, padding on the y is going to be padding padding on the y is going to be 2, padding on the x is going to be 6, and then we're going to say font dash semi bold, and then text dash, oh my god, I can't type, so text dash black. On large screens the margin top is going to be 20, and then on large screens we're going to scale it up once again to 125. Now I do realize that I can scale them up just using the, what am I typing inside here? Okay, so I was saying that I do realize that I can scale up the buttons just using the font size. Where's the font size inside here? I didn't even give it a font size, but I opted to do it as a scale because I just thought that it looks a bit better in my opinion. But once again, this is just my opinion and I might be wrong. So inside this button, what we're going to do is we're going to check for whether is running is true. So if is running is true, then the text that you want to display on the button is going to say pause. And then if it is false, then we're going to say start. And then we can go ahead and save that, and let's see what we have on the screen. So it should have our button, and there we go. Now below the button, we need to go ahead and create a component here that is called dialog. Now dialog is going to be coming from TsbSankara. So let's go ahead and install this component. So Ctrl J to open up a terminal. You can add a second terminal right here, and then you can say pnpx TsbSankara add dialog, and then we can go ahead and install that. And then as it is installing, we can build out this component. So the dialog here is going to have an open prop here, and the open prop is going to be equal to show settings, which is one of our state values. And then on open change is going to call set show settings. So basically it creates a toggle. And then inside the dialog, we're going to have the dialog trigger, which is going to be the button that we click on to open up the dialog. And inside the dialog trigger, we're going to give it an as child prop so that its properties can go into the button. And then for the as child, we're going to give this also a class name, and we're going to say margin top of 4, and then on large screens margin top of 10. And then inside here, we're going to go ahead and add in a button from TsbSankara, which I do realize we should have installed. So let this finish installing, and then we can also install the button, but we can continue to build it out nevertheless. So this button is going to have a class name here, and it's going to say bg transparent, and then on hover, we're going to say bg dash hashtag 2c2c3b. And then on large screens, we're going to scale it up to 150 so that it is a larger button, because this is our settings icon. So inside the button, you can just render settings icon, and you should have access to Lucid React, which is where the icon is coming from, and I didn't auto import it. So right here, just say Control spacebar and enter to auto import it from Lucid React. And there we go. So you can import this from Lucid React, and you should have access to this if you clone the repository or if you install TsbSankara using the New York style. So right on the bottom, you have the settings icon, and then below the dialog trigger, we now want to go ahead and create the dialog content. So dialog content, and you know what, I just noticed that I've also not imported this. So right on the dialog, Control spacebar, and oh, this has not finished yet. Okay, let's wait for this to finish. Okay, so this is finished. So let's go ahead and start auto importing this. So right here, Control spacebar, and then make sure that you import the one that is coming from components UI dialog, because this is the one that you have in your components folder right here that has been created. So once again, on the dialog trigger, Control spacebar, and then enter. And then on the button, we don't yet have the button. So let's go into the dialog content, Control spacebar, and once again, make sure that you import the one that is coming from components UI dialog. Now inside the dialog content, we're going to give this a class name here, and this is going to say rounded dash large, and then it's going to have a border, and the border is going to be of a hashtag. Let me see the color, so 41415E, and then the background here is going to be hashtag 2c2c3b, and this should be hashtag, not at. And then we're going to have a padding all round of 6, and then text dash white. Now the dialog here is going to be the settings model that pops up. So once we finish building this out, we are going to be able to test it out. So inside the dialog content, and you know what, let's Ctrl J to open up our terminal, and then let's also install the button here. And we need to also install the label because of our inputs, and then the input because of our inputs. So let's install the button, label, and input as well. And then as we continue to build this out, inside the dialog content, we're going to have a dialog title. So dialog title, once again from components UI dialog, and the dialog title is going to have a class name here is equal to margin bottom of 4, and then text-xl and font-semi-bold. And the dialog title is simply just going to say settings. Now let's go ahead and actually save that. But before we save it, let's import the button right here. So on the button, right at the end, control spacebar, and then enter to import it. And then let's go ahead and save that so that we can test out whether our dialog is actually working. And then what you can do is just wait for this to load in. So there is our settings icon right there, and you can see that it has a nice little hover effect because of this right here. Now if we go ahead and click it, it should open up our dialog. So let's click it, and there we go. So that is our settings dialog. Now on large screens it looks like this, looks just a bit better, but I think we need to add some bit of padding on the x-axis. So what we can do is we can wrap the entire dialog here inside a div with padding on the x-axis of 6, and then save it, and this should push inwards, and it doesn't push inwards. So let's remove this div and this closing div, and then let's just work with it as it is. Let's just build out the UI. And so what we're going to do is right below the dialog title, we're going to render out a component that we're going to create that is called settings, and then we're going to close the dialog content, and then we're going to have that. But then right after the dialog content, or that after the dialog component, we're going to have an audio which is going to play when the Pomodoro timer finishes. So inside here, what we can just do is we can just render out the audio element. And then for the audio element, we're going to be using the use ref hook. So the ref here is going to be equal to the audio ref, which we're going to create. And then the source is going to be equal to /alarm, I can't type today, .wav file. And then we're going to say preload is equal to auto, so that it preloads, and then it's just simply going to play the audio from this right here. So let's go ahead and create this audio ref before we forget. So right on top right, we can go below this, we can say const audio ref is equal to use ref, so the use ref hook, and then enter to auto import it right there. And then the use ref hook, we're going to initialize it to, what am I typing? We're going to initialize this to now, like so. And then before we save it and break our application, Control B to open up your sidebar, and then inside the components folder, but not inside the UI. So inside the components folder, just create a new file called settings.jsx, and then enter. And then inside here we can say export default function settings, like so. And then we can just return here a div that says settings, and then you can save that. And then back inside our page.js, we can go to the bottom right on the settings here, at the end of it, control spacebar, and then enter to import it from your components folder. Once again, make sure it is from your component settings. And then now we can save that, and you can test out our UI, and we should see settings right there. So everything is currently working as we expect it to work. So next, what we're going to do is we want to go ahead and add the functionality for this entire page before we can go into the settings. So let's go ahead and add the functionality bit by bit. And the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to create our countdown timer for this. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go below the modes right here, and below the modes we're going to say use effect. And then for the use effect, we need to import this, control spacebar, and then enter to import it from React. And then we're going to have our callback function here with a dependency array called isRunning. So isRunning, so running. So basically we're saying that whenever the isRunning is changing, so this, whenever it changes, then we want the use effect to also change. And that basically means that when it is set to true, because when it is set to true, then we know that this is running. So inside the use effect, we're going to say this, we're going to say let interval, so create a variable here called interval, and then we're going to say if isRunning is true. So if isRunning, then the interval is equal to or that is going to be equal to set interval, which is a function. So set interval which is a function that we're going to use to create our countdown timer. And then we're going to add a function here, and then we're going to say set time left into the previous value. And then we're going to say right here, add another bracket, and we're going to say that if the previous value is greater than 0, and if this is true, then we simply want to subtract 1 from it. So previous value minus 1. And then if it is not less than 0, then we simply want to return 0 so that we don't count into the negative. And then we can close that down. And then right here, we're going to say that we want this function to run every second, which is 1000 milliseconds. So the function for the set interval right there. And then once we do that, we're going to have an else statement here where we're going to say clear interval. So clear interval, and then we just want to clear the interval variable so that we don't have an infinitely running function. So once we do that, then we also need to clear up the use effect. So right below this, we're going to say return, and we're going to be returning clear interval. So clear interval, what am I typing? Clear interval, and then pass in the interval once again. So that should be okay. And let's go ahead and save that. So once we do that, then the next function that we're going to create is going to be another use effect. So use effect, add in our callback function. So add in the callback function right here. And then this is going to be dependent on the time left. So time left. And inside here, we're simply going to say this. We're going to say set time left. And then we're going to pass in durations. And then inside durations, we're going to pass in the active mode. And so what does this mean? Well, durations here is an array, and it is dependent on the current active mode, because the active mode can either be the Pomodoro or the short break or the long break. So what we're simply saying here is that we set the time to the duration that is in the active mode. So if the mode is Pomodoro, then set the timer to this. If the mode is the short break, to this, and long break, set the timer to this. Now once we do that, then we're going to create another use effect. You can see we have quite a number of use effects, and this is going to be dependent on the time left. And actually, I've made a mistake somewhere. This is not the time left. This should be dependent on the active mode as well as the durations. So durations. And then what you need to do is, after this, then you need to say set is running to false. So what this does basically is it resets the timer. So set the timer. Set the timer when the mode changes. So basically, when you change the mode, then the timer should reset and everything should look nice on the screen. And then now for the use effect right here, what we want to do is we want to switch the current mode that we are on once the timer runs out, so that you don't have to switch it manually. So what we're going to do is we're going to say that if the time left is equal to 0, then we're going to say audio ref dot current dot play, meaning play the current audio because the timer has run out. And then we're going to say set timeout. So set timeout, and then we're going to pass in our function here. Then we're going to say switch. I can't spell today. So switch mode, like so. Now switch mode is going to run every second, and switch mode is a function that we don't yet have. So let's go ahead and create that function. So we're going to say const switch mode is equal to an arrow function, like so. And then we're going to say this, that we're going to say const current index is equal to the modes dot index of the active mode. So we want to get the active mode, and then we're going to say that the const next index is equal to the current index plus 1 modulus the mods.length. So mods.length, and this needs to be in parentheses so that it evaluates properly. And then once we do that, then we're going to say set active mode into the mods, and then pass in next index as an array. So basically check the current mode that we are on, and this should say set active mode. So check the current mode that we're on, and then if we're on the Pomodoro, then pass in the next index, which is the short break. And then if we're on the short break, then pass in the next index, which is the long break. Fantastic. Once we do that, let's go ahead and calculate our progress. So for the progress, we're going to say this: const total time is equal to the durations, and then pass in the active mode, like so, active mode. And then we're going to say const progress is equal to, pass in your brackets, and we're going to say time left divided by the total time, and then multiply this by 100, so that the progress is going to be a percentage. Fantastic. Now once we do that, we can go ahead and enable this part right here and this part. So we can enable those two parts, but then we still don't have the color. So before we save that, let's go ahead and create the color. So for the color, we're going to say this: we're going to create a function here. So const color is equal to an arrow function, and we're going to say that if the progress, which we have just gotten right here above, is greater than 50, then the color that we want to return is going to be hashtag ff6b6b, which is our pinkish color right there. And then if the progress is less than, or greater than 25, then the color that we want to return is going to be an OK LCH kind of color. And this is a new color standard from CSS. You can go ahead and read about it. And the value, the first value here is going to be 0.769, and the next one is going to be 0.188, and then 70.08. And then once the value is less than 25, then you simply want to go ahead and return another color which is similar to this. Let me copy that, paste it here, and then the values are going to be just a bit different, where we're going to say that this is going to be 0.505, and then 0.213, and then 27.518. And I just got this from just a bit of trial and error, really. Fantastic. So now that we have the color, then we can go ahead and pass in the color on the stroke here. So you can go ahead and pass in the color like so. And let's save it just to make sure that we don't have anything weird on the screen, because we've written quite a bit. And look at that. Fantastic. And I think this should be working. So if we press on, oh, you know what? It's not working because we have not created the timer yet, or that we have not passed in the timer. So where we had coded the 25, where did we had code it? It was somewhere here. What I need to do is pass in the time left. The time left. And then now it should be 25. And then look at that. So you can see that there's an issue there because it is evaluating the time in what's it called, in seconds instead of minutes. So if I start that, then it counts down, right? So what we need to do is we need to format this time into a time that is readable by human beings, you know, because who wants to do this kind of math anyway? So what we're going to do here is, instead of just rendering the state value, we're going to render a function that is called format time, and then pass in the time left. So let's go ahead and create this function. So right here on the bottom, we're going to go ahead and say this. We're going to say const format time is equal to, and we're going to pass in the seconds, and then we're going to say this: const minutes is equal to math.flow, and then we're going to pass in the seconds divided by 60, so that that returns it into minutes. And then we're going to say this, that const seconds is equal to seconds modulus 60, that we actually get the number of seconds remaining. And then what we're going to now return is, we're going to return a timer here, and we're going to pass in backticks so that we can add in our $ curly brackets. So we're going to say that we want to return the number of minutes, and then we're going to return the $ once again, the number of seconds. And if the, and what they call this, I can't call this seconds because this is already seconds, so this needs to be, let's just call it that. And then we're going to say that the number of seconds here, if this is less than 10 and it evaluates to true, then we want to add a 0 before it, and then otherwise we just want to return nothing. And then finally we're now just going to render the seconds like so. So actually let's remove these spaces because the timer shouldn't have the spaces, and that should be okay. So let's go ahead and save that, and now this time should be formatted properly. There we go. So 24 minutes and 51 seconds, and then you can start it, and it counts down very nice. And on the short break, you can start this and it should also count down. And then on the long break, you can see that every time that we are switching the mode, then the timer updates and it starts again. So looking very nice. So now the next thing that we need to do is we need to work on our animation here, which is going to make this count down. So therefore what we're going to do is this: Ctrl J to open up our terminal, and then we're going to say pnpm add prema-motion, which is our animation library. And then as that is installing, we can begin to use it. So right where we have our second circle, so this one right here, the way that we use frame-a-motion is we need to go ahead and use the element that is called motion from frame-a-motion. So we're going to say motion dot circle, and this is coming from frame-a-motion, so we need to actually import it once it finishes installing. And we have added in the stroke color, we've added in the dash array and dash offset. But then now, in order to animate this, we need to pass in some other properties here from frame-a-motion. So we're going to pass in the initial, meaning the initial animation, where does it start from? And this is coming from the stroke dash offset, and the stroke dash offset is 283. So basically it's starting from right here at the beginning. And then we're going to go ahead and say that we want to animate. And what do we want to animate? Well, we want to animate the stroke dash offset. Stroke dash offset. And this once again is 283. So 283. And this was all from testing minus, passing the brackets, progress divided by 100. And then outside of this, multiply this by 283. And then once you do that, then the transition that we want to have is going to be an ease transition, which is going to be linear, and then pass in the duration here of 1. So basically this transition should run every second, because we know that the timer is going to be running down every second. Now I think we should be able to save that, but we need to import motion. So right here, Control spacebar, and it's not giving me the value for motion. So let's go ahead and just import it manually. So right here we can say import motion from, oh my god, from frame-a-motion, like so. And then now we should be able to save that. And once it reloads, let's just manually reload it, because it's been having some issue to reload automatically. There we go. So that now let's use the short break, because the short break is a bit lesser on the minute, so we should be able to see it immediately. We have two issues. What's the issue? Okay, we don't have any issues, so I think that was just an error. So let's go ahead and say on the short break, let's say start, and we should be able to see this animating downwards. Let's just wait a moment. Okay, so the circle is not animating. Let me figure out why it is not doing that. So I've reloaded the application, and it was giving me that error that says this should be stroke dash array with a small letter. Let's try it out. Let's just save that and then reload it. And see how it animated in. So I think now it should work. So let's say start, and you should be able to see it counting down. And I'm actually leaning closer. I think it's counting down, but this time is just too much. But you can see it right there. So let's try the short break here, and we should be able to see it. Let's see. And there we go. So you can see that now our circle is actually counting down depending on the current time. So just to show you how the colors are going to come in, I'm going to reduce this to 1 minute, the short break to 1 minute, so that you can just see. I'm just going to fast forward it over the 1 minute so that you can see how the color is going to change. So let's reload that, and then let's go to the short break. So short break, and then start that out, and then see you in a minute, because I'm going to fast forward this part. And now that we're less than 25%, now the color changes to red. So fantastic. So you can see that that is how the timer is going to be going. Now when it reaches 1 second, we're going to get an error. So 2, 1, and there we go. So we get an error, and you can see that it auto switches to the next mode. So our functionality is working very nicely. So the error that we get here is because the element has no supported sources. Now what that means is that it is trying to play the audio. Where's our audio ref? Where's the audio ref? Right here. So the time left is equal to 0. So it's trying to play this, but it's not getting it. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead and check it out in the repository, or you can go ahead and download your own audio file. But in the repository, inside the assets folder, you should be able to get, where is it? Inside the public folder, you should be able to get the audio.wav file inside here. So I'm just going to get it and then drag and drop it inside here. So this is our alarm sound right here. And if you play it, then this is what you're going to hear. And a very simple alarm that is now going to play when the timer finishes. So you can just reload that, and now our page should now be working as expected, so that now we can begin to work on our settings page so that we can update our settings for our Pomodoro. So what we're going to do is, before we jump into the settings page, then the settings here, the settings component rather, is going to be taking in some properties. So the first one is going to be the modes, because we want access to the modes. And actually, you know what? We don't need access to the modes. We actually don't need that, but we need the durations. And this is equal to the durations. And then we need set durations being equal to set durations. And then we're going to have an on close here. So on close. So basically when we close the dialog, then this is going to call an inline function that is going to say set show settings. Can't type set show settings into false, so just to close it. Now we can save that, and then we can control click to go into the settings file directly. So inside the settings file, we're going to have some bit of functionality also. So right away we can go ahead and the structure here, we can get the durations, we can get set durations, and we can get on close as well. And then once we do that, we can go ahead and create our state values. What am I doing? It should be inside here. So we can go ahead and create our state values here. We can say const new durations, and set new durations is equal to useState, and this is going to be equal to a function, and this function is going to be as follows. So we're going to say object.entries. So basically we know that durations is an object, so we want to get each of those entries in that object, and this is from entries, not entries, so from entries, and then pass in object.entries, and then we're going to pass in durations, and then inside durations here we're going to map over the durations, and then inside the durations, once again, when you map over it, we want to go ahead and get the mode, and that is an array, the mode, and then the seconds. What have I typed? So mode and then seconds. And then outside of this right here, we want to say that we want to get the mode, the seconds divided by 60. And then once we have that, then we're going to say const errors and set errors is equal to useState, and it's just going to be an empty object like so. And then we're going to create a function here called handle change. So const handle change, and this function is going to be as follows. We're going to pass in the mode, and we're going to get the value as well, and we're going to say this, that const minutes is equal to a number, and then pass in the value which is coming from one of our arguments, and then we're going to say set errors into the previous errors, so prev errors like so, and then we're going to pass in an object where we're going to say prev errors, meaning if there are any previous errors, then pass them in, and then we're going to get the mode in an array like so, and then we're going to get the mode, and the mode we're going to say that the minutes is less than or equal to 0, and if this is true, then the error that we want to show is duration must be greater than 0. And then if the minutes is already greater than 0, then we just want to render out an empty string. And then once we do that, then you can say set new durations, into the previous durations, and then we're going to go ahead and pass in this. We're going to say that this is going to be an object. We're going to spread out the duration, the previous durations like so, and then once again we're going to get the mode, and for the mode we're going to pass in the minutes. So basically getting the mode that we're currently on and then passing the minutes that we have updated it to. Okay, now once we do that, then we're going to go ahead and create another function. So right below this, we're going to create another function called handle save. So const handle save is going to be an arrow function once again, and then we're going to say this, that if the object dot values contains an error dot sum, and then we're going to pass in the error, and this would be double parentheses, so error like so. Then we want to get the error, oh my god, ARROR, or we want to get the object dot values and then pass in the new durations dot sum, then pass in the v, which is just, you know, I'm just calling it v, you can call it any other thing, and then here we're going to say that the v is less than or equal to 0. And is that correct? I'm not seeing any error, so that should be okay. Now once we do that, then we're going to go right after this. It should be this second one, and then we're going to go ahead and say this, return. So basically just break out of it. I knew there was an error. So let me see where the error is. I know what, let me just type this out again because it seems to have confused me also. So let's say this once again. So if object dot values pass in the errors, maybe so pass in the errors dot sum, and then we get the error here, then we're going to say return the error, or we're going to return object dot values pass in new durations dot sum, and then pass in v. We're going to say v is less than 0, less than or equal to 0. And then once we do that, okay, so I think I added in wait, I'm still doing something wrong here. Let me see. So if it is that, then it should be here. It should be after the if, so return. There we go. Fantastic. Now once we return, then we want to update our new duration. So we're going to say set durations. Then once again, we're going to do the same thing. So object dot from entries, then pass in object dot entries, and then we're going to say new durations dot map, and then we're going to pass in the mode, comma, minutes, and that is inside square brackets. So make sure that you get it right for the syntax. And then inside here, we're going to return once again square brackets. We're going to return the mode, and then the minutes multiplied by 60, because we have our function that is formatting it properly. Now once we do that, then right here we're going to call our onClose function. So onClose, meaning we want to now close the dialog because we have updated our function, our timer really, and then we have also clicked the handle save function. Now once we do that, then we can begin to build out our UI, and our UI is going to be as follows. We're going to say object dot entries, and then we're going to pass in new durations dot map. And you know what, when I was building this out, it looked quite nice, but then trying to show this on screen, I don't know, it feels a bit overkill to always use object dot entries, but I think it works. So if you have another solution, then please leave it down in the comments. So dot map, and then when you map over it, then we're going to pass in the mode and then the value like so, and then inside here we're going to return a div with a key equal to mode, and then mode, not mode x, and then it's going to have a class name margin bottom of 4. Then close it out, and then inside this div we're going to return the label component from ./UI label, and then the class name here is going to be capitalize, and then the text is just going to say the mode, and then below the label we're going to have an input here, and the input is going to be a type of number. The minimum value is going to be 1. The value is going to be equal to the value which we are getting from here, and then on change, we're going to say that on change pass in our event there, and then we're going to say handle change, which is the function that we just created above, and then we're going to pass in the mode, and then e.target.value. Okay, so what that basically means is, and you know what, let's just build the function first of all, or build the UI, and then you're going to see how it's going to be, because now we're not going to be building 3 inputs, we just need 1. Okay, so let's pass in the class name here, and the margin top is going to be 1, the width is going to be full, rounded, border gray dash 600, and then bg dash, and this is going to say hashtag 282a36, and then padding all round of 2, and text dash white. Fantastic. And then we can close that out, and then below the input we're going to say that if the errors, and then below the input we're going to say that if errors exist on the current mode that we're on, then if this is true, then what we want to do is return a paragraph here with class name margin top of 1, text dash small, text red dash 500, and the text is going to say errors, and then pass in the current mode that we're on. Fantastic. Now we can save that, and then now look at what we have on the UI right here. So it should now update, so let's just give it a minute. So client-side exception has occurred. Do we have anything in the console? Nothing. Okay, it reloaded. Okay, fantastic. So now if you click on the settings, then you should have, so use state is not defined. Glad that is the only error. So right here, control spacebar and then enter, and we should not have anything else. So save that. So once again, let's test out the settings and input. Oh my god. Okay, so right here on the label, control spacebar, or label is already defined, so input, control spacebar from /UI input, and then once again let it reload, and let's see what we have on the screen right here. And there we go. So you can see that we have only built 1 input, but we have 3 of them right there. So not a number. Why is this showing? Okay, so this should be ampersand, double ampersand, not asterisk. There we go. So we've only typed out 1 input and 1 label, but you can see 3 inputs for each of the modes. That is because we are rendering the input depending on the modes that we have. So if I were to go ahead and add another mode here, and I didn't test this out, but it should work. So long break, and I can say exercise, for example. So exercise. If I save that, then it should update our UI inside here as well as on the toggles. So let's see right here, we can see that now we have exercise. Okay, and we don't have a value for exercise, that's why it's showing this. But then now in the settings, we should also have the value for exercise, but it doesn't update, so that doesn't work as I expected it. But you can get the gist right here, that because of all this that we're doing on top, now we can go ahead and render out 1 input and 1 label instead of having 3 inputs and then handling the value for each one of them, which can become quite a bit cumbersome sometimes. So therefore what we're going to do is, below this div, we're going to go ahead and create a button here, the button, and then close it out. And the button is simply going to say save. Now this button is going to have an on click. So on click is going to call the handle save function, handle save, and then it's going to have some class names here which are going to be dynamic, so curly brackets and then backticks, and then we're going to say margin top of 4, width of full, rounded, padding on the x of 4, padding on the y of 2, font semi-bold, and then we're going to say $ curly brackets, and we want to check that if the object.values has any errors. So if there are any errors, then we want it to be styled out a different way. So we're going to say .sum, and then we're going to get the error inside here, and then just simply return the error. And then we're going to say that if this evaluates to true, then the classes that is going to have are as follows. So we're going to say cursor not allowed, so cursor dash not dash allowed, and then I'm going to say bg gray dash 500. And then if it evaluates to false, then we're going to say the following: the classes are going to be bg dash hashtag ff6b6b, which is our pinkish color, and then text dash black. like so, and that should be okay. And then we're also going to give it a disabled here. So disabled is going to be equal to object dot values, and then pass in the errors dot sum, get the error, and what am I doing wrong? This should be double brackets, so error, and then pass in the error like so, and that should be okay. Now I can go ahead and save that, and of course I have Prettier, so it's going to format it for me very nicely. But then now, once it reloads, we should now be able to see our button working correctly, and we can change up the timer. So if we set this to 45, set the short break to 50, long break to, let's say, 120, let's save that. And now we have the Pomodoro to 45, short break to 50, long break to 120 minutes. Now I just realized something back inside the page. I didn't change this, so let's change it back to 5 minutes as default. And so there we go. So our Pomodoro is working, the short break is working, the long break is working, the start button is working, the stop button is also working, our settings are also working, and this is how it looks on a larger screen. I think it just looks better because we have just scaled it up without having to change the font sizes. So very, very nice. Now just to test it out, let's set this back to 1 minute, and then see you in a minute because I want to test out whether the audio is working. So see you in a minute because I'm just going to fast forward it once again. So now we should be able to hear the alarm sound. And there we go. I hope you heard it because I set the desktop audio to be audible. But yeah, that is going to be the end of this project. And if you want the code, just go into my repository and into my GitHub profile, and you should have a repository that is called Pomodoro, and you're going to have access to the code that we have written inside here. And of course the code in my GitHub is a bit documented. It has some portions where I left or I have in comments, so that it's going to be easy to follow along. There we go. So I have in comments inside here for you. So if you're having trouble, then simply go into my repository. The link is going to be in the description. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you did, then leave a like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well if you're not already, and I will see you in the next one. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another video, and today we are going to be doing the tip calculator challenge from Frontend Mentor. So if you go into frontendmentor.io/challenges, you can come to this search input and you can search for tip calculator app, and this is the challenge that we're going to be doing. So simply open it up and then go into the download assets tab right here, and then you can download the starter files, and it's going to download this zip folder for you, which you can simply go ahead and extract, and it's going to extract into this folder. So what I want to do is I want to simply delete this, and then I'm going to open up my terminal because we're going to be building this using NextJs, and I'm going to cd into my desktop and then into a folder that is called projects. And then inside projects, I want to go ahead and create a new NextJS application, but I want to use a template that I created specifically for NextJS. So if you go into my GitHub profile, the repository is called next15-starter, and it is a public template. So you can use this to canvas code whenever you want to begin a new project. And the gist about this template repository is that it has the dependencies that I usually use for almost all the applications that I build. So for example, it has a .prettierrc file, which incorporates the Prettier plugin dependency, which is basically used to just format Tailwind CSS classes. And then if you go ahead and check the package.json file, you will find that there are a few dependencies installed here, so such as class variance authority, we have CLSX, we have Lucid React, and all these three are coming from shardcn. Now shardcn is also another thing that is installed in this repository, and shardcn is basically a component library. So you can use it to install components into your application, just to beautify your application and to easen up the styling process. And so that is basically the gist of this template repository. So we are going to use it. So simply go ahead and back into your terminal. You can say pnpx. So I want to use pnpx. So pnpx create-next-app, and you can use npx or ban or yarn depending on the one that you're comfortable with. And then I'm going to say --example, and then I'm going to open up my double quotes here and pass in the link to the template repository. So https://github.com/my name, and then the repository is called next15-starter, and then the name of application is going to be tip-calculator. And then this can run, and as it is running, I want to talk about the code editor that we're going to use. Now, you don't have to use it, but it is just simply something that I've been trying out and I've really enjoyed it. So the code editor that I'm going to use in this project is called Z. So simply if you go ahead into z.dev, you can read more about it, but it is a new code editor as far as I can tell, but it is very fast. That is what I like about it. And it behaves kind of like VS Code, but it doesn't have all the functionality yet because it's new on the market. And so what they do is they're constantly releasing updates for it. So you can go ahead and download it if you want. It is only available for macOS and Linux currently, but you can go ahead and build the Windows. They have in the docs, they have instructions on how you can build it for Windows. But like I said, you don't have to use this. Okay, so for example, if you're watching this on Windows and you want to build this application, you can simply go ahead and use the code editor that you are comfortable with. But I already have Z installed, so that is what I'm going to use. Now this has finished running, so I'm simply going to say Z tip-calculator. That is going to open up an instance of my code editor into the newly created NextJs application right there. So let it open up. And there we go. So this is Z. Looks very, very nice. And you can use commands that you usually use in VS Code. So for example, Control-J is going to open up your terminal. Control-P is going to open up the command palette. Rather, not the command palette really, but you can search for files using Control-P. And then Control-Shift-P is going to open up the command palette. So basically, if you're used to using VS Code, then most likely the commands that you use in the VS Code are also going to work inside here. Now, because we're building the tip calculator, actually the first thing that we need to do is copy our files. So I can now close my terminal, and then I can go back into the tip calculator right here. And what I'm going to do is simply this. I'm going to grab the design and the images, drag and drop them into the public folder. And then I'm going to grab the index.html, the preview, the readmes except the git ignore, and then drag and drop them inside here. And is that the correct path? Should be inside the application right there. Did it copy? Okay, replace. Okay, there we go. And then for the git ignore, I want to open this up because we want to do a bit of copying and pasting. So let me select all this, just copy it. And then now inside the git ignore, inside our application right here, I'm going to go ahead into the bottom, and you can simply dismiss this, or you can install it if you want. I feel like installing this, so let me just say yes, install. It's probably going to add something like syntax highlighting or something like that. Yeah, I think that's better. And then on the bottom of this, just paste in the previous git ignore, and you can leave everything as it is, but it is safe to remove this part right here, because when you canvas a new NextJs application, those files are already ignored right there. So now you can save that, and then Control-J to open up your terminal. And inside our application, if you take a look at how our application looks like by opening the preview, you can see that we are going to be working with a few components. So I want to go ahead and install some components from shardcn, such as the label, the inputs, and the buttons. And those are basically the components that we are going to need. So pnpx shardcn add label, input, okay, spell label correctly, input, and button. Now, if you've never used shardcn before, that's okay. You can simply go ahead into the shardcn website and read more about it, it is basically a component library. So it's very easy to install. And like I said, with this repository, with the template repository, TsbSankara is already installed. So we can close this, and then now we can close our terminal as well. And then what we're going to do is inside our app folder, we're going to go into the page.js file, and we're going to remove everything inside here. So basically remove that, and then we're going to return a div because we want to build out the UI first. This div is going to have a class name here, and the class name is going to be flex min height screen flex dash column items dash center, okay, center justify dash center, and bg till dash 100. And actually, let me zoom in. I just realized for the purposes of the video, and I wish they would also zoom in, like I wish that when I zoomed in this, it would also zoom in the sidebar like it does in VS Code, but I guess that is one of the functionalities that they are also going to incorporate soon. So we can safely close the sidebar because I don't think we are going to be using anything else inside here. But we can now continue building this out. And did I run the application? Okay, this was installing. So let's say pnpm dev, which is going to open up our dev server on localhost 3000. And then as that is opening up, we can continue to build out our application. And just to mention it once again, what we are building is the preview.png. So basically this, we are just building up the homepage, the UI first, and then we're going to incorporate the functionality. So if you don't see me referencing this file too much, don't worry about it because I built up the UI beforehand and I also added in the functionality. So I'm building it from memory, but if you're watching the video, you can pause the video to check how your application looks like. So inside here, we're going to have an image, and this image is going to have a source of, and let's see actually where is it. It should be inside the public folder, inside the images, and then the logo. So we are going /images/logo.svg, and then right on the image here, you can say control spacebar, and then make sure that you select this one that is coming from next image so that it auto imports the image for you. Now this image is going to have an alt attribute called splitter because that is the name of the application. The width is going to be 400. Height is going to be 400, and it's going to have some class names here. So margin bottom of 10, and then width of 20, and then object dash cover so that it looks nice. And then below this image, we're going to have a div, and inside this div, we're going to have another div with some class names. So this div is going to have a class name here, and the class name is going to be grid width dash full, max width dash 4xl, grid dash columns dash 1, and then give it a gap of 6, and then rounded dash 2xl, give it a bg of white, padding all round of 6, text neutral dash 900, and then shadow dash large, and then on medium screens we're going to say grid dash columns dash 2. And something else that I feel is worth mentioning is this: we are using Tailwind CSS for the styling. And so if you've never worked with Tailwind CSS, I think these classes are simple enough where they're easy to understand. For example, if I say grid, then you know that we are using display grid. Width dash full is full width, so 100 viewport widths. Max width of 4xl. So right here is where it might just be a bit tricky because this is dependent on your settings. So if I hover over this, you can see that 4xl with the Tailwind CSS specifications is 56 rem or 896 pixels. But you can change this up in your Tailwind config file. So Tailwind CSS is quite easy to learn. But once again, if you don't want to use Tailwind CSS and you want to use CSS, or rather you want to use your own CSS file, then you can simply go ahead into the globals.css file right here, and then remove all this and then just type in your CSS. It's still okay. Now inside this div, we're going to have another div with the class name here of space dash y dash 6, and then inside this div we're going to have our label, which is coming from TsbSankara. So make sure that you import art components UI label, so this one right here, and this label is going to have an HTML4 of bill. So this is going to be the bill, and then it's going to have a class name here of margin bottom of 2, inline dash block, inline block text till 800. And another thing that I feel I should mention is that this application is not going to be a one-to-one replica of the challenge from front-end meta, because what I feel is usually the purpose of these challenges is to incorporate the functionality, but the UI is all going to depend on you. So even if you want to change up the colors or the widths or whatever, then you can simply go ahead and change them. So the label here is going to have a text that says bill, and then inside this label, rather below it, we are going to have an input, which is once again coming from add components UI input. And by the way, all these are built into Z, so I have not installed any extensions. So even if I hover over these classes, such as the training CSS classes, there's no extension that I've installed. It's simply built into Z. So the input here is going to have a class name. Sorry, let's start with the ID. So it's going to have an ID of bill so that it references the label. And then the type of this is going to be number. The placeholder is going to be $0. And then the value for this is going to be coming from a state value that we're going to create, which is called bill. And then the onChange for this, onChange is going to be calling our synthetic event of E, where we're going to say set bill. So set bill into e.target.value, so that whenever the user types inside the input, then it's also going to update our state value. And then this is going to have a class name here. So class name of order till -100, bg till -50, not 500, text till 800. And then on focus, so on focus, it's going to have a ring of 2. Focus is a full colon, then ring -2. And then on focus, the ring is going to be till -200. And then on large screens, we want to increase the height of the input to 10 so that it's just a bit larger. And then on large screens, the text is also going to be large. Now we can save this, but our application is going to crash. So let's not do that. Instead, let's go to the top and let's mark this file as use client, because we want to add some state values using the use state hook. So right here, we can go ahead and add the bill. So const bill and set bill is equal to use state, and by default, it's going to be 0. And you know what? Let's not give it 0. Let's just give it an empty string. Now we can go ahead and save that. And when we save that, okay, took a while to save, then we can open up our application on localhost 3000. We can reload this, and we can safely close this as well, and this one too. Now let's just wait for this to reload, and we will be able to see the outline of our application. Okay, so use state is not defined because I forgot to import it. So right here, control spacebar, and then say enter, which is going to auto import it. Save it again, and now we should see our application right there. Fantastic. Now I'm going to place this to the right and this to the left, so that when we make changes in our code editor, then we're simply going to be able to see the changes immediately without having to switch the screens. So take this right there. Okay. Now something that I realized I did not do, because this spacing is a bit weird. So that means that the label and the input, I'm going to cut this out and place them inside an article, so that now when I save it, then it's going to be spaced properly. And then I'm going to go below this article and add another article. And then this article is going to have the same structure. So it's going to have a label. HTML4 is going to be equal to the tip, and the class name here, the class names are going to be similar to the labels, or rather the label that we already built on top. So basically this, copy and paste it here. And then the text for this is going to say select tip. So select tip, and then the percentage sign. So select tip percentage. And then below the label, we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have some class names here. So class name is equal to grid-columns-3, and I give it a gap of 2. So this is going to be our button grid. Then close it out. And then inside this div, we're going to map over some elements. So we're simply going to write them out. So we know that it should be an array, so that we can use the map method. So one of the tips is going to be 5%, and then 10%, and then 15%, and then 25%, and then 50%. And then you can say dot map, and then for every value that you get back, meaning one of these values, then you want to go ahead and render out a button. So an arrow function here, and then you can write an implicit return. We're going to render out a button, once again coming from components UI button. And the button here is going to have a key of value. And then when you click on this button, we're going to be calling a function here. And this function is going to say set tip. So set tip into the value. So one of these that we click on. And then you can close this, and this button is going to have some class names here. And the class names are going to be dynamic. So add in your curly brackets, and then your what's it called, your backticks, and then $ curly brackets again, where we're going to say that when the tip is equal to the value, when this is true, then the button is going to have a BG of ~400. And then when it is false, and what am I doing here needs a closing quotation, yes. And then when it is false, then it's going to have a BG ~800. And then outside of this, we're going to say that on hover, then the BG is going to be ~600. Just like that. And then inside here, we're going to pass in the value. So one of the values that we get back, and then add in a percentage sign. Now we can save that, but it's going to break. So let's not do that yet. Instead, let's go back to the top. Let's create our second state value. So const tip and set tip is equal to use state, and by default it's going to be 0. Now we can save that, and our application is going to reload, and there we go. So basically these buttons are what we have created right here. And now when you click on them, then it should update the tip value, and you can see that we are adding a check here. We are checking whether the tip is equal to the value of the button that we click on, and then we are applying this style right here. That's why you can see that the active button is just a bit lighter. So that's already looking very, very nice. So now we're going to go below this right here. We're going to have an input. So input with an ID of tip, and then it's going to have a type of number, then the placeholder. So placeholder is equal to custom. So it's going to be a custom input for the tip. The value is going to be custom tip. So custom tip, which we don't have yet. And then on change, we're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to call our synthetic event of E, and then add in our function right here. We're going to say set custom tip into e.target.value. So depending on what we type in, and then we're going to say set tip into e.target.value, just like that. And then let's remember to close out the input right there. And then the input here is going to have the same class names as this one. So you can just simply copy this because it's easier, and then just paste them here. And then we can save that, but don't save it yet because we don't have our state values. So we're going to go back to the top. We're going to say const custom tip. So custom tip set custom tip is equal to use state, and by default it's going to be an empty string. Now we can save that, and now we should see the custom input right there. Fantastic. Now we're going to go below this article. We're going to have another article with the same structure. So label, first of all, a label is going to have an HTML4 of people, and then the class name, we can just copy the class names from the top, but they are little, so we can type them out. So margin bottom of 2, inline block text till 800, and then the text is going to say number of people. And then below this label, we're going to have an input with a type of number, and then it's going to have an ID of people. Then the placeholder is going to be 0, and then on change, sorry, the value first of all, so the value is going to be people, and then on change, we're going to go ahead and say set people into e.target.value, and make sure that you get the E event right here. And then we can give it some class names with, let's copy these class names because these are quite a bit. and it's basically the same class name. So right here, paste it in, and then close out the input. Looking nice. Now let's go ahead and create the state value. So once again, back on the top, we're going to go ahead and say const people set people is equal to useState. By default is going to be an empty string. Now once we do that, then we can go all the way to the bottom. We can go outside of this article, and then outside of this div, we're going to go ahead and create another div with class names here of flex dash column, justify dash between, rounded dash xl, bg till dash 800, padding all round of 6, and then text till dash 400. Close that out, and then inside here we're going to have another div with the class names here of space dash y dash 6. Close it out, and then inside this div we're going to have an article, and this article is going to have some class names here of flex items dash center, justify dash between, and then inside this article we're going to have a paragraph here with class name text dash large, font dash semi-bold, and then text dash white. Close it out, and then this paragraph is going to say tip amount. So tip amount, like so. And then inside this paragraph we're going to have a span, like so. This span is going to have a class name of block text extra small, so XS, and then text till dash 400, and then this span is going to say /, so / person, meaning per person. Now we can save that so that we see what we are building out, and there we go. So this is basically what we have built out, and now we're going to do the same thing. So we can simply copy this article, copy, and then paste it down one more time, and then this is now going to go ahead and say total, and this is going to remain to say per person, so total per person. So if I save that, we should now have total per person. Now another thing that we should add, which I have not added, is right below this paragraph that says tip amount, we're going to go ahead and have another paragraph with class names here of text dash 3xl, and then font dash bold, and then we can close that out, and then this is going to say $, and then open up your curly brackets, tip amount dot to fixed, so that we get it to 2 decimal places. So pass in 2, like so. Now we don't have this yet, so actually wait, do we have that as a state value? No, we don't. So we need to calculate it. So if you save your application right now, it's going to break, so don't do that yet. And then below this paragraph we're going to have something similar, so a paragraph with class name, class names, text dash 3xl, font dash bold. Close it out, and then we can go ahead and say $, open up your curly brackets, and then this is going to say total per person dot to fixed, so that we get it to the nearest 2 decimal places, like so. Now below the article and below the div, we're going to have a button here. The button is going to have a class name of margin top of 6, and make sure that it is the button the capital B if you're using shadcn. If you're not using shadcn, then you can go ahead and build out your own custom button. So margin top of 2 with dash full, bg till dash 700, and then on hover bg till dash 600. And did we import this right here, control spacebar? I think we did. Okay, and then when you click on this button, so on click, we're going to call a function that is called handle reset, which we don't have yet. So don't save it again, because it's going to break application, and the text for the button is going to say reset in capital letters. Now we can begin to add in our functionality. So basically back on the top right here, we can go below our state values, and then we can go ahead and calculate the tip amount. So const tip amount is equal to, we're going to be checking whether the bill and the people exist, meaning if the bill state value is not an empty string and the people state value is also not an empty string, and then when this evaluates to true, then we're going to open up our brackets, and then we're going to say get the bill and multiply it by, and then open up another set of brackets. We want to get the tip amount divided by 100, so that we get it in percentage form, and then outside of this we want to divide by the people. So just some basic mathematics, and then if if one of this evaluates to false, or rather if this expression right here evaluates to false, then we simply want to return 0. And what's the issue? What's the issue here? What's the issue? Oh, okay. It needs to be outside of this, divided by people, and then or 0. So semi, or rather full colon, and then 0, and then const total per person is equal to, we want to check again if the bill as well as the people state value has been populated. If that is true, we want to get the bill divided by the number of people, and then add in the tip amount which I've just calculated above. And then if the expression is false, then we just want to return 0. And then we want to create our function to handle reset. So const handle reset is equal to an inline function, or an arrow function. Why do we keep saying inline even in previous videos? So we want to simply reset our state value. So set bill back to an empty string, and then set tip back to 0, and then set custom tip back to an empty string, and then set people back to an empty string. Now you can save that, and now we should be able to preview our application. So you can see what we built. Very nice. And this is how it looks like on large screens, because we added the grid somewhere. We added the grid. Where did we add grid? I can't even find it, but we added grid, as you can tell. Now if we try to change this value, so if you say the bill is like 500, then you can select a custom tip of 5%, and then you can say that the number of people is maybe 3, and look at that. So we already get the tip amount, we get the total that every person should pay, so that it reaches the bill of 500 as well as get the 5% tip. And if you don't want to give a 5% tip, maybe a 10% tip, just select it and it updates the value. If you select 15%, it updates the value. And then if you want to say, maybe you want to give a 75% tip, so you add a custom tip 75, and it calculates that as well for you. So I think that is the entire functionality of the application. Perhaps we should just change the title. So Control B to open up your layout.js file, and then inside here you can simply go ahead and say front end mentor challenge, and then at the beginning of this you can say tip calculator app, and then add a pipe there. Then you can select this text, select it, and then copy it and paste it inside the description as well. So save that. And oh, you know what, I just realized the font is wrong. The font is wrong. I just realized. That's it. Yeah, the font is wrong. I don't know what font they use. They should use something like Space Grotesque, or Grotesque, according to what I've just seen. Let's check the style guide. What font? So Space Mono. Okay, so let's go ahead into our layout. So inside the app, inside the layout, okay. Let's go ahead and we can remove this because we're not using this font. And then we can remove this as well. So what we need to do is we need to go ahead and get the Space Mono font. So let's go ahead and import space. Is it called space_mono from next-font-google? And then right here we're going to say const font is equal to space_mono. I don't know whether that font exists on Google, or not really on Google, but like on this package that NextJs has. So space mono, does it really? It should. I mean, we're going to find out anyway, so let's just use it. So space_mono, and then open up an object here, and then we're going to say that the subsets that we're going to use, so subsets, we're going to pass in inside an array here, Latin, and then outside of this we're going to pass in the weights, and we want to use the weights of 400 and 600. And then once we do that, then now we can go ahead right here, and actually we can remove, yeah, we should be able to remove this without any issues, so that we can now say $ curly brackets font dot class name. and then let's save that. Let's see whether our application crashes. Okay, so that font, wait a minute, missing weight for space. Also, it doesn't have the 600 weight, so let's use 700. And then reload the application. Missing weight, 400 and 700. I mean, those are the weights that I have, right? Weights, subsets weights. What error is this? Available weights, 400 and 700. That's what I have inside here, right? Let's do this. Let me select that. Let's change this to space underscore grotesque. This one. Oops, don't mistype it, so that we can use the 400 and 600. I think that one has it. Let me see, perhaps if I change the font, then this error should go away. Okay, there we go. So I guess let's use this font. I mean, like I said, the UI doesn't really matter that much as long as you can get the functionality, but of course, once again, the UI does matter, so you can disregard what I just said. The UI does matter. If you can make it to look good, very nice, but if you understand the functionality and then you can put it together with the UI, then you're in a much better position. So that is going to be the end. If you want access to the code that we've just written, simply go into my GitHub profile, and in my GitHub profile you can open up the repositories tab right here, and you should be able to find tip calculator app. So this one right here, you can open it up, and then when you open it up, you're going to have access to the code that I've written inside the app folder and inside the page.js. So now let's go ahead and submit this. So let's copy this link, open up front-end meta, let's say submit solution, and then inside here, the solution title is going to be mobile fast tip calculator app, and then the repository URL, we have just copied it, and then we need to deploy this. Let me open up Netlify. So app.netlify/sites should be okay. Or user not found, back to home. Okay, there we go. And then inside here, we can say add new site, import an existing project from GitHub. And then inside here, you can search for tip calculator. Enter. What? No repository is found. Tip. Let's search for tip. There we go. So we can get this one. And wait. What did I select? Tip calculator. Okay, that's the correct one. And then we don't have any environment variables, so we don't need to do that. So deploy. And then as that is deploying, so deploying. There we go. Now we can go into site configuration. We can change the site name. So change site name, change this into whatever you want. I'm going to change it into TsbSankara/tip-calculator so that I can remember it. So tip calculator, like so, save it. And then let's just wait for it to deploy. And there we go. So now we can open this up and we should be able to see our application. Fantastic. Now we're going to copy this link and paste it here as the live site URL. And wait a minute, did you actually test this for mobile? Oh, we should have tested it. We should have. Okay, let me reduce the font size a bit. I think it's a bit too large for me now. I think this should still be visible in the video. A bit too small. Now let's do this. We don't have, let's add some what's it called, let's have some padding on the x-axis of 4, padding on the x. Save it. Does that push inwards? Yeah, that's better. So basically some padding on the x. Okay, fantastic. So you can add that in, but then once again the repository is already deployed. Now we can go ahead and say in NextJs right there, and then we can go right to the bottom and say submit solution. And just like that, we have finished the challenge. So I think in the next video, there's another challenge that I want to go ahead and do. I think it's called the mortgage calculator. Yeah, this one right here. So in the next front-end method challenge, then this is the application that we are going to build, and I hope you're excited about it, because I will see you in the next one. If you enjoyed the video, leave a like and subscribe as well. Bye bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the channel. And today we're going to be building this quiz app using the Open Trivia database. So this is the demo of the application. We're going to have a landing page here where you can select a category from a drop-down list, and then depending on whatever category that you're going to select and whatever difficulty, then you can click on the Start Quiz button and you'll get questions depending on that particular difficulty. And then once you answer with a correct question or with the correct answer, then the answer glows green. And if you give a wrong answer, I don't know why I did not make it glow red, but we should be able to do that in the video. And if not, then I'm going to leave that up to you. But then you're going to get 10 questions. And all this is also powered by Framer Motion. So we're going to have Framer Motion for the animations. And you can see that in the end, once we finish all those 10 questions, then we can give the score of the person. And then once again, and then if you want to play again, you can simply click on the play again button, and then you can select another category, and then you can select a difficulty, and then you can start the quiz again. So we're going to be using the Open Trivia database, which is free. And if you just go into opentdb.com, you can go into the API right here. And then this is how they have structured the API. So you can select the number of questions, you can select a category, which is basically also what we have in our application. You can select a difficulty, you can select either multiple choice questions or true and false questions. And then when you click on generate API URL, then it gives you something like this. So if you were to open this on a new page, then you would see that this is what you're getting back from the API. So looks very nice, and this is basically what we're going to be building, but of course with the ability to select types of questions that you want as well as the difficulty. So let's go ahead and begin building it out. And first things first, I'm going to open up my terminal, and then I'm going to cd into my desktop and then into a folder that is called projects. And then inside projects, I'm going to go ahead and say pnpx create next app -- example. And the reason I'm adding example here is because I want to use a template, or rather a template repository that I created, which has the dependencies that I usually use in my applications. So the link is https://github.com/sancthomas/next15-starter. And then for the name of our application, I'm just going to call it trivia app-yt. And then I'm going to let this execute, and then we can begin. So once that is finished, I'm simply going to say code trivia-app-yt, which is going to open up an instance of VS Code into the newly created NextJs application. And then we can close this. And then you can make that full screen. And you can see right here that we have the default NextJs application, but I've made some modifications. If you check the package.json file, you'll notice that we have some dependencies here which have come because in this template, I have installed shadcn. That's why you have Lucid React as our icon library. And if you go ahead and check the components.json file, this is the configuration for Lucid React, for shadcn, not Lucid React. So if you go ahead and take a look at this, these are the configurations, or rather the choices that I made for shadcn when I initialized shadcn. And then anything else? The only other thing that has changed is the page.js. And let's just go ahead and Ctrl-J to open up our terminal. And then I can say pnpm dev once this loads in. So pnpm dev, so that it opens up the dev server on localhost 3000. And then you're going to be able to see this template in action. I mean, it doesn't really show anything apart from this UI, but this UI is just simply for explanation as to why I chose to go ahead and use shadcn and what and everything else in this template. So you can go ahead and read it if you want. Let's just make sure to open it up on localhost 3000. So localhost 3000, and actually it should be here. Yes, we can just reload this, and it's going to mess up with the application just a bit. And I just noticed that I forgot to mention something. So if you want access to the repository or to the code that we're going to write, simply go into GitHub, into my GitHub profile right here, and then the repository is called trivia-app. So simply look for this repository in my GitHub profile, and you're going to get the code that we're going to write in this application. So let's go ahead and we can close that, and we can, this should be open because we want to go ahead and get this link for our endpoint. And then there we go. So our template has now loaded in. You can see I give an explanation as to why I chose these dependencies, but then go ahead and read about it if you want. But the first thing that we're going to do is simply just build out the UI of our application. So as always, I'm going to go ahead into my page.js. I'm just going to select everything and I'm going to say RFC. Now RFC is coming from an extension that I have. Of course, let's rename that to home. It's coming from an extension. So if you go into your extension tabs right here, then you'll notice that I have an extension here called ES7 Plus React Redux and React Native Snippets. So it gives some shorthand properties that we can do so that we don't have to keep on typing this boilerplate. And then I know that we are going to have state in this application, so I'm going to mark this file as use client. And then once I mark that as use client, I want to say Ctrl-J to open up the terminal once again, because I want to install some components from shardcn. So we're going to go ahead and say pnpx shardcn add, and we want to add the card, the button, the input, label, and the select. So this is just to go ahead and help us to build out our UI. And then we're going to say the following. Right here, we're going to go ahead and create our state value. So I'm going to say const categories, and set categories is going to be equal to use state, and by default it's just going to be an empty array because that is what we're getting back from the API. We get back an array from the API. And then const category singular and set category is equal to use state, and by default is going to be 9. So why is it 9? Because if you check the API, the way that it selects categories, look at this part right here, it selects categories using number values. So I think the first category has an ID of 9, and then 10, and then 11, I think, and so on and so forth. So right here, I think this is a better example because you can see it better. So that's why I have initialized this to 9. And then we're going to say const difficulty, and set difficulty is equal to use state, and by default it's going to be the easy difficulty. Make this into double quotes. And then next we're going to say const quiz started. So quiz started, and set quiz started. Set quiz started is equal to, so started is equal to use state, and by default it's going to be false because when we load in the application, then obviously we're not doing any trivia, so we want to load in the form first of all. And then const questions and set questions is equal to use state, and by default it's going to be an empty array because from the API we're going to fill in this part. Now what we're going to do therefore is now fetch our data. So we're going to use the use effect hook. So imported from React, and I just noticed I did not import use state. So right at the end of any use state here, just Ctrl spacebar and then enter, and it's going to auto import it. So use effect pass in our callback function right there, and then an empty dependency array so that it only runs on the initial render. And then we're going to create our function to get the categories. So const get categories is equal to an asynchronous function, async can type, and we're going to say const res is equal to await fetch, and we're going to be fetching from https://opentdb.com/API_tag category.php. That should be the correct endpoint for the categories. And then const data is equal to await res.json, and then we're going to say set categories into the data.trivia_categories. Now, once again, where is the trivia categories coming from? Well, it's just coming from the API. And let me see if I can get it. And you know what? We don't really do that. Let's just open this link. So copy and open it on a new page. And you'll notice that for the categories, the endpoint that we're hitting is this one right here. But then we get back trivia underscore categories as an array. And then we want to get back each of these categories so that we can set them to the user to select one. And then now once we do that, then we need to go ahead and call the get categories function right there. Fantastic. Now, once we do that, before we can continue building our UI, we need to go ahead and create the function that is going to start the trivia app. So I'm going to say const start trivia is equal to an asynchronous function. And then inside here, we're going to say const res is equal to await. And we're going to be fetching this. Now look at this. This is going to be backticks. But then let's go back into what we had inside here. So copy this and then paste it inside here. But we're going to substitute a bit of things because we need this to be dynamic depending on what the user selects. So this is going to be coming from OpenTDB API. Amount is going to be equal to 10 because we want 10 questions as the maximum. The category is going to be equal to the $ category so that it selects what we have in our application. So this is also going to be determined by the user. We're going to give the user the option to select from a drop down, and then from that is going to populate this state value. And then the difficulty here is going to be equal to the $difficulty once again, so that the user can control the difficulty that they want. And then the type of questions here, we don't want true or false questions, we want multiple choice questions. And that should be okay. So that now below this, we can go ahead and say that const data is equal to await res.json. And then we can say set questions into the data.results. Once again, if you were to open this link on a new page, so basically this, you'll notice that we're getting back a results array. So that's why we're saying data.results, so that we can get the results array and then therefore populate our set questions, which is right here, which was an empty array to begin with. And then once we do that, then we can say set quiz started to true. So basically change this, where is it? So change this to true so that now we can show UI depending on the current state. Now for our return, we're going to be returning a very simple thing inside here. We're going to go ahead and return questions. Now questions is a component that we don't yet have. So let's go ahead and create it. So inside the components folder here, which has been created when we installed the shardcn components. So inside the components folder, just create a new file here called questions.jsx. And then you can do RFC once again, and then enter, and then change that to a capital Q. So that now you can go into page.js right here, control spacebar, and then enter to auto import the component. And then the questions component is going to have some props. So it's going to take in the questions prop, which is going to be equal to the questions state value, which has been populated right here. And then it's also going to take in the set quiz started. So set quiz started prop is equal to the set quiz started function, like so. So this is going to help us to toggle once we finish the questions. So it's going to help us to toggle back to the beginning so that we can select a new round of questions. Now, what we need to do therefore is just create our form. So our form is going to be as follows. So we're going to say that if quiz started is false, so quiz started. So if no quiz started, meaning if it is false, then we want to go ahead and return our form to select the questions. So we're going to go ahead and return here a div, and this div is going to be as follows. It's going to have a class name here of flex, mean height of screen, flex column, items center, and then justify center, font type, and then rounded dash large, and then border, and then padding all round of 6. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div with a class of rounded dash 2xl and border and padding on the x, or sorry, padding all round of 6. And then once we do that, then we're going to have an h1 with a class of margin bottom of 4, text dash center, text dash 4XL and then font dash bold. Now for the H1, we can just say trivia app. So trivia app like so. And we can save that just to see what we have on the UI. So right here, we can reload that and then let's see. And so there we go. So we have our trivia app right there. Now this is the H1, but we want to go ahead and build out the inputs as well as the labels. So what we're going to do is below the H1, we're going to create a div here with a class of width dash full and then max width dash medium and then space on the y-axis of 4 to separate out every element inside. And then we're going to return a div here, and then inside this div we're going to have a label, and then this label is going to say select category, so. And then below the label we're going to render out a select, and this select is going to have a value of category, and then on value change. So when you change the value of the select, then we want to call our set category function, meaning for the select, which is going to be a drop down list, whenever we click on one item inside the select, then it should update the current category, which is set to 9. So it should update to the value of the category that we select, and the value here is the category basically. Now inside this select, we're going to have the select trigger, which is going to be the button that causes this select to show the drop down list. And what I've done there is control spacebar and then enter to auto import it. So it is auto imported right there. And I just noticed that we need to also auto import the select, so right there. And then on the label, control spacebar and then import it from components UI label. And then select trigger here is going to have a class name of width dash 450 pixels like so that it is wide enough. And then inside the select trigger, we're going to have the select value. So select value, once again, make sure that you select the one that is coming from components UI select. And then the select value is going to have a placeholder that says select category. And then it is a self-closing component. And then below the select trigger, we're going to go ahead and create the select content. And then once again, control spacebar and then use the one that is coming from components UI. And then inside the select content, then we're going to map over our categories. So we're going to say categories.map. And then for every category that we get back, then we just want to go ahead and return here a select item. Control spacebar and probably spell it correctly first. So select item and then use that one. It's going to have a key here of category.id. And then the value is going to be category.id, so that we can get the number value of the category instead of the name of the category, because using the number value, that's how we can fetch data from the API. And then now inside the select item, we're simply going to say category.name, so display the name of the category. Now let's save that. Let's see what you have on the screen. We can reload this. So it says here select value is not defined. So select value here, control spacebar and then use the correct import, and then it should now reload. And there we go. So we have the category, and then once it fetches in the data, you can see that now it loads in the category. And then when you click on this, it gives you a nice looking drop down right there. Fantastic. Now we need to go ahead and create the other category, or the other select for the difficulty. So what we're going to do is below this div, we're going to create another div. This div is going to have a label here that says select difficulty. And then below this label, we're going to have a select once again. So select, the value is going to be the difficulty. And then on value change, we're going to call set difficulty. And then once you do that, we're going to have a select trigger once again. The select trigger is going to have a class name of width-full. And then inside the select trigger, we're going to call select value. And select value here, the placeholder is going to be select difficulty. And then it is self-closing. And then below the select trigger, we're going to say select content. And I need to spell that correctly, so content. And then inside select content, we're going to call select item. and the value for this is going to be easy, and then the text is going to say easy, and then just copy and then paste it down 2 more times. So this is going to be medium, and then the value is going to be medium, and make sure that it is small, because if it is capital, it's probably going to mess up with your API call. And then this is hard, and then this is also hard. And then finally, we're going to go below this div, and below this div, we're going to render out a button component from shardcn. So enter to auto import it. On click for the button, we're going to call start trivia, like so, and then the variant is going to be outline for the button, and then the text is just simply going to say start quiz. I can't even spell quiz, so start quiz, like so. So that now I can save that, and then we should have something in our application once it loads in. Okay, so there we go. Now, something that I didn't mention in the demo is that I used Next themes. So I used Next themes in order to create a dark mode for the application. So let's go ahead and install that as well. So just use NextJs shardcn, so we can use this one. And let's go ahead and install it. So I'm using pnpm, so pnpm add. And by the way, if you're using the template repository and you don't want to use pnpm, make sure that you delete the pnpm log file and then install node modules again using your package manager of choice. Because if you don't delete this and use a different package manager such as npm, it's going to cause a conflict in your application. So Control J to open up the terminal. Let's say pnpm add next-themes, which is going to install next themes for us. And then we need to go ahead and create this themes provider. So you can go ahead and copy this, and then inside components theme provider. So inside components, new file, themes-provider.jsx, and then just paste that in. And then because it is JavaScript and it is not TypeScript, we're going to have this error. So we can remove everything up to here, and then we need to remove actually nothing else. So save that. And then what we need to do is wrap the theme provider inside our layout. So let's just go ahead and copy this because it is basically the same thing. So copy, and then inside the layout, we're going to paste it in right here. So for the children, paste it in, and then Control spacebar here to import it, and make sure that you import this one, the one that we've just created. So from components theme provider, and then on the HTML here, we're going to add in an attribute here that is called suppress hydration warning, and set this to false, or rather set this to true. I mean, because it is true, you don't even need to have this, because I mean it is true by default, but you know, you can have it, you can not have it, it doesn't really matter, and it works all the same. So suppress hydration warning, and it's right here. And then in order to use it, then we need to go ahead and create this toggle. So if we just go into the code tab right here, we can simply copy this, and then once again inside our components, we can create a new file and call it mod toggle.jsx, and then just paste it in, and you'll notice that it is using a component from shardcn. So let's go ahead and install this component. It is called drop down menu. So pnpx shardcn add drop down dash menu, and then once that installs, then we'll be able to use this in our application. Fantastic. So it has finished. Now if we save this, we can go into the layout, and then inside the layout, I think I should be able to render it inside here. So mod toggle, I can't remember how I rendered it inside the application originally, but make sure that you import this. So right there, and then save that. Let's see how our application looks like. So you can close this page, and there we go. So once we do that, you can see that now the colors change, and it says, okay, it was still loading in. There we go. So once the colors change, see how now it looks kind of really sleek, very nice looking. But now I want this to be positioned absolute, because I don't want it to be relative to the document. So what I'm going to do is just Control spacebar right here, and then on the drop down menu, I'm not sure, but I should be able to add class names here. Let's see, class name absolute left 4 top dash 4. Save that, and I think we should be able to, once it loads in, hopefully. Okay, that doesn't work. So what if I remove these class names and then let's select this entire drop down and then cut it out, and then let's create a div with the class name of absolute and top -4 and left -4. Sorry, it should not be left -4, it should be right 4, that it goes to the right. So paste that in and let's see, that should be it. Okay, there we go. So that now it is here. And the good thing about this is that it gives you a nice drop down, so you can select the light theme, the dark theme, or the system theme. So if you select the light theme, then this is how it looks like, and then for the dark theme, then this is how it looks like. But you'll notice that we need to add a bit more styles for the light theme because we don't want it to look like this. So adding dark mode to your application is quite a pain if I do say so myself, because you have to add classes for the dark theme and then the light theme. So you know what, let's do the dark theme first, and then we're going to do the light theme because I think it's just going to be easier for us. But then now look at this, we are getting the category, right? We can get the category, and look how nice this select now looks. And then we can also get the difficulty. So if I press on start quiz, we should see questions somewhere. There we go. Because we are saying, where is it? Inside our page.jsx, we are saying that if there's no start quiz, if it is false, then we want to render out the form to select our questions. And then if it is true, well, then we want to render out our questions component. So let's begin to build out our questions component therefore. So for our questions, we're going to go ahead and install Framer Motion. So npm add framer-motion, which is an animation library. And this file is also going to be a client component. So use client on the top. And then we're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to say import motion from, and this should be 1n. So motion from framer-motion. And then we're also going to import the button and the use state, but we can do auto imports for that. So let's go ahead and create our state values. So we're going to say that first of all, we need to actually get the props. So we can get the questions prop, and then we can get the set quiz started. So, and then you can go ahead and do this. We can say const current question. So current question and set current question is equal to use state, and by default is going to be 0, and then const score and set score is going to be equal to use state, and by default is going to be 0, and then const selected answer, so selected answer, and set, oh my god, I can't type, and set selected answer is going to be equal to use state, and by default is going to be null, and then const show correct answer, so show correct answer, and set show correct answer is going to be equal to use state, and by default is going to be false as well. Now we need to go ahead and, you know what, let's build out the UI first of all. I think that's going to be better. So we want to go ahead and build the end screen first of all, the end screen that has the play again button. So we're going to say that if the current question is greater than or equal to the questions dot length. Now remember that the questions is coming from right here, which is populated when we get our questions, and we know that the questions length is 10. So we're saying that if the current question exceeds 10, then we know that we have come to the end of the trivia. So we're going to say this return, and we're going to go ahead and return a div here with the class name flex main height screen, and then flex dash column, and then item dash center, and then justify dash center, and then padding all around of 6, and then text dash center as well. And then inside this div, we're going to have an h2 with class name of margin bottom 4, text dash 4xl, font dash bold, and then the text is just going to say the end. So, and then below the h2, we're going to have a paragraph with class name of margin bottom of 12, so paragraph margin bottom of 12, and then text dash 6xl, and then the paragraph is going to say you scored, and then we're going to calculate the score divided by the questions dot length like so. And then below the paragraph, we're going to have a button here. The button is going to have a variant of secondary, and then the on click for the button is going to be calling an inline function here called set quiz started back to false. Remember that it is a boolean, and then the text is going to say play again. Fantastic. Now this is the end screen button, so let's actually build the UI for our question. So here we're going to be returning motion.div. Now motion is coming from framer motion, so that we can add some attributes inside here to animate the div. And actually, you know what, we don't need the motion here, because this div is just going to have some class names here. Class name is equal to mxAuto, and then flex min height dash screen, flex dash column, items dash center, justify dash center, then padding on round of 6, and then text white. And then inside this div, we're going to have an h2 with a margin bottom of 20, and then text dash center, and text dash XL, and then font dash bold, and then on large screens, text dash 4XL. And then the h2 text is going to be the following. It's going to go ahead and render out the questions, which is the array, and then we want to select the current question from the array, and then get back the dot question from the API. So what is happening is we are getting back this part, so the dot question. So we're getting the questions, getting the current question, for example, if it is this one, and then getting the question property from here. So that is what is happening inside here. And then let's see, we should be able to save that and be able to see something on the screen. So that's okay. So let's go ahead and say start quiz. Okay, it hadn't reloaded, so let's reload that. Okay, let's try it again. So start quiz, and use state is not defined, of course. So right here, control spacebar, and then enter to auto import it, and then you can remove. Probably we're going to use this somewhere in this file, but if not, we should be able to remove it at the end. And then let's also right here on the button, control spacebar, enter, and then is there anything else? Nothing. So let's save that. Once again, let's reload our application to be on the safe side, and then let's see. So start quiz, and there we go. So see how this is quite difficult to read? I did this on purpose because I want to show you the solution. So the questions from the API are not properly formatted, as you can see right there. So the way that we fix that is we can cut this out from inside here, and then you can add an attribute on the h2, and you can say dangerously set inner HTML, and then set this into double curly brackets, and then underscore HTML, and then you can now pass in the question and remove the extra curly bracket right there. So that now if I save that, you can see that nothing is rendered inside the h2, but now the question is going to be formatted properly. Now this is our question. Now we just need to go ahead and display the answers. Now for the answers, we're going to go below the h2. We're going to create a div with a class of grid and grid columns -2, and then gap on the x-axis of 16, and then gap on the y-axis of 8. And then inside here, we're going to go ahead and say this. We are going to add in an array here, and we're going to spread the questions. So dot questions, and then spell it correctly. So questions, and then pass in the current question. And then once we do that, then we should be able to do current question dot incorrect underscore answers, and the incorrect answers are coming from the API. So right here, where is it? Right here. So this is only a true or false questions, but if I turn this into multiple, then we should be able to see it properly. So there we go. So we're getting the incorrect answers. So we want to show them as choices. So incorrect underscore answers, comma, and then want to also get the questions, then pass in the current question dot correct underscore answer. So correct underscore answer, which is only one, as you can see right here. And then once we do that, we're going to go ahead and say that we want to sort them. Now, why do we want to sort them? Because the sort method right here is going to jumble them up so that you don't have the correct answer always on like a choice A. Because in this case, what you've done here is basically this. We have set all the first three answers to be incorrect, and then the fourth answer is always going to be correct. So we are using sort here so that it jumbles up the questions, the answers, so that you don't have the correct answer on one point exactly. And then we're going to say dot sort, and then we're going to say dot map. And then for every answer that we get back, we also want to get back the index of the answer. And then now we can go ahead and return here, and we're going to return a button. The button, and then the button is going to have a key of index. So the key of index, and then on click for the button, is going to call an inline function here. Oops, what am I doing? So it's going to call an inline function called handle answer, which we are going to create. And then the text for this button, once again, we're going to do dangerously set inner HTML is equal to, and then double curly brackets, and then we're going to say underscore underscore HTML, and then set it to the answer that we're getting back from here. Now, if I save that, then you should be able to see the answers once this reloads. And there we go. So we're getting back answers right there. Fantastic. But then now we want to go ahead and style out these answers in some kind of way. And did we create the handle answer function? So our application isn't broken. Interesting. But just to be on the safe side, let's go ahead and actually create the handle answer. And you know what? Before we create the handle answer, let's style out this button because it is quite convoluted. So this is going to have some class names here, which are going to be dynamic. So passing a curly brackets and then the backticks. So it's going to have a class of rounded, border, and then on large screens, the padding on the X is going to be 20. And then on large screens, the padding on the Y is going to be 12. And then on large screens, the text is going to be 4XL. And then we're going to add our $ curly brackets here and say that when the selected answer is going to be equal to the answer, meaning if you've clicked the correct answer. So if it evaluates to true, then we want the BG to be dash, let's see, what did I do? I do 0A, 0A, 0A. And then if it is false, and is that correct? Should be here. And if it is false, then the BG should be, once again, hashtag 0A, 0A, 0A. Then on hover, the BG should be hashtag 0A, 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 but with an opacity of 60%. Now let's see. Did I do that correctly? I think probably this is where I made the issue. I made the mistake, but let's see. Now, once we do this, then we want to go ahead and add another $ curly bracket. And we're going to say that when show correct answer evaluates to true, and then answer is also triple equals to the questions, then questions of the current question, so current question dot correct underscore answer, when this evaluates to true, then you want the button to have a BG of emerald -500, and then otherwise it's not going to have any class names. So let's see, that should be okay. That closes right there. And then let's see, you can save that. The button should update with the answers. Okay, fantastic. So now we just need to style out the text. So the text here should probably be like text white. So text white, and there we go. Fantastic. Now the button should have a variant, and the reason why it is important it has a variant in this case is because of the dark mode toggle. So the variant here is going to be equal to, and this should be also dynamic, where we're going to say that when the selected answer is equal to, what am I doing? This is $ curly brackets. So selected answer is triple equal to the answer. When this is true, then the variant that you want is emerald, which we don't have, but we're going to create. Otherwise, the variant is going to be secondary. And then we also want to check. So once again, $ curly brackets. We want to do a similar check to this, and this should be questions. So we want to do a similar check to this up to here. So copy that and paste it inside here. So when show correct answer and the answer is equal to questions of current questions dot correct answer, when that is true, then the variant here should be emerald. So emerald. Otherwise, the variant should be the ghost variant. So let's go ahead and create this emerald variant. So simply control and then click on the button, which should open it up like so. And then right here, we're going to add a variant called emerald. And the emerald is going to have a BG emerald -500. Basically that. Save that. And then let's go back into our questions. And then now let's go ahead and create our handle answer function. So for the handle answer, we're going to go back to the top. We're going to go right before the if statement. And we're going to say const handle answer is equal to, we're going to pass in the answer as an argument. And then we're going to say that if the answer is equal to the questions and then we want to get the current question and get the correct underscore answer of the question. So if those two match, then we're going to say set score into the score plus 1. So increase the score by 1, and then we're going to say set, and this should be here, so right here, set selected answer can type into the answer, and then set show correct answer to true. Fantastic. And then once we do that, then we're going to call our set timeout function. So set timeout, pass in a callback function here, and then we're going to say set selected answer to null. Basically, when you click on the correct answer, then you want this timeout to function, this set timeout function to run, so that it refreshes the questions and then takes you into the next question. So set select answer to null, and then set show, what am I typing? Set show correct answer, and set this to false once again, so that it doesn't show the correct answer on the next question, and then set current question into the current question plus 1. So basically move it into the next question, and then you want this function to run every second, which is 1000 milliseconds in JavaScript. Now I can go ahead and save that, and then let's test out the application. So let it reload, and that should be it. So let's go ahead and click on one. Okay, let's hard reload it. It seemed that it hadn't reloaded. So once again, it takes us back to this page, start quiz, and which language is spoken in Switzerland. You can see that now we should be able to select this. Okay, I can't select it. Why can't I select it? So on click handle answer, we should pass in the answer. That's why we should pass in the answer. I think that's it. Save that. Let's go ahead and try it once again. So if I click on this, there we go. So you can see that now when you click on the right question, it gives you a nice glowing green button. So which country, not including Japan, has the most people of Japanese descent? I don't know. South Korea. Why can't I click? Seems to be having an issue. Let's reload this. Let's reload that. So I don't know that. Okay, I think something is wrong. Let's check the console. Perhaps it can give us some insight. I don't know why it's not clicking as I expected to. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, this means that this sounds like a Danish name, right? Danish, Czech Republic, Moldova, Wales. So I noticed something. When you click on a wrong answer, it doesn't take you into the next question until you find the correct answer. So that's what's happening inside here. And the UI is quite small on mobile, but So let me see what I did wrong, because there's something that there's somewhere I have gone wrong. Oh, you know what? Oh my god, how did I miss that? It's right here. This should be outside of the if. It should be outside of the if statement. So save that. I missed that one. Okay. So now we should be able to select any question. There we go. So now if you select the wrong answer, then it gives you the correct one and then moves on to the next question. Fantastic. Very, very, very nice. Okay, so you scored 9 out of 10. Did that evaluate wrongly? Start quiz. So that is, I should get 0, 0. Just make sure that it is evaluating correctly. So that is 1 correct. So I should get 1 out of 10. Okay, so it was evaluating correctly. Fantastic. Looking nice. Now, let's go ahead and deal with the light mode version. So the light mode version looks quite a bit not good, right? So therefore, what we're going to do is this. We are going to go ahead and say that we're going to jump into our globals.css, and then we're going to go to the bottom, and then we're going to say that this should apply on dark screens, and then by default we should have bg neutral, or let me just say BG white. I think probably BG white, and then on dark screens, then BG neutral, and then this should be on dark screens, but then by default, then the text should be neutral dash 900. So that should handle most of it, because now it is going to reload. And there we go. So we have the text. So we have our light theme right here, but then you'll notice that we need to handle these buttons as well. So we're going to go right on the button, and is that it? Nope, that should be on the questions.jsx. And then right here, we're going to say that the text here is going to be neutral. It's already text neutral. And not why is this part? We added text white here. So let's just move the text white from there. That should handle the heading to show the question. Okay. And let's see. So this is the question. Probably I can change this up just a bit. But do I want to do that? Let's go into the end screen so that we can see what you have on the end screen. That should be the final question. There we go. Okay, so the end screen is looking okay. And see how it is very nice to have the variant. So it is just showing the variant of ghost. And if I change this into a dark theme, then the variant of ghost shows up once again. So it's very nice to have the variants, because I think they are, what's it called? They are automatically suited for a dark mode and light mode. So play again. So this is how the homepage looks like. And this is okay. We can start quiz. And I think just to match up with the homepage, let's make these buttons to be transparent. So let's see. So we have text white here. I think we should be able to remove the text white, and the button should still remain the same. Okay, it doesn't. So we're going to say this, that it's going to have text neutral dash 800, but on dark screens, then text white. So now this should be text neutral 800, so it should be invisible, or that it should be just barely visible. And then we need to go ahead and change up the where is it? I think this. So this should only apply on dark mode, and then this right here should only apply on dark mode, and then this should only apply on dark mode as well. So dark hover BG. Save that. Let's see how our buttons look like. There we go. Okay, but then now we can have some hover here. So you can have, like, let's say BG neutral dash 100. And then right here, that's BG neutral 100. And then this one, BG neutral dash 100 again. If selected answer is this is true, you know what? Just notice something. This, I think this should be BG emerald dash 500, because if selected answer is true, then you want the green button to show. And then if it is not true, then BG neutral 100, and then on dark screens it's that one, then on dark hover. And then for this one, we're going to say that on hover, BG neutral dash 200. Save that, and then let's see. There we go. Much better. I think that's better. So Central City. Oh, and I just noticed a mistake. This should be left. Just notice something. So now if you select the wrong answer, it lights up as green. So let's just take this back to what it was. So BG dash hashtag 0A0A0A. I think that's what it was. That's what it was. I think so. So now, oh my god, this should be on dark mode. See why it's so difficult to build for dark mode. And this should be BG dash neutral dash 200. And then once again, let's see. So select that. Okay, yeah. Now everything is looking very, very, very nice. And so with that, I think we are done with our trivia application. But I want to add in one more thing. So I want to show the current question that we're on out of the number of questions that we have. So what I'm going to do therefore is right above the H2, I'm going to have a paragraph here that says current question, so current question, and then / the questions.length, so that now it should show a certain number out of 10 because we are only getting 10 questions the way I've built it. And this should say current question +1, so that it gets the correct question number. And there we go. Fantastic. So I think that is going to be the end. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you learned something new. And if you did, please leave a like on the video and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another video. And today we're going to be building a currency converter, as you can see on the screen. So it is a nice looking application, a small application, but it is loaded with functionality because we're going to be using two APIs in this application. So the first one is called the exchange rate API, and that is the one that we're going to be using to get our conversions for the currencies. And the second one is called the flag CDN, which is going to help us to get these flag icons that we're going to have in our select dropdown right here. And then actually we're using three of them because the third one is called IP API, which gets the geographical location of the user, so that when the application loads in, it automatically detects the country of that person and then sets it into one of the inputs, as you can see right here. So the currency converter works as follows, very simple. So you can enter a value here, and then when you click on convert, then it is going to convert that value into the currency that you have selected. And then you can swap the values here, but there's somewhere that I messed up, such that when you click on the swap button here, it doesn't give the correct value that is converted. So if you happen to see where I messed up in the video, then please do leave it in the comments below, because I will really appreciate to know where I went wrong. And of course, you can go ahead and check the repository. The repository is inside my GitHub profile. So if you go into my GitHub profile right here and then search for currency-converter, then that is the code that we're going to be writing in this video. So right away, let's go ahead and create our application. So CMD to open up my terminal, and then CD into my desktop, and then into a folder that is called projects on my desktop. And then I'm going to say pnpx create-next-app, and then --example, because I want to use a template that I created which has most of the dependencies that I usually use for any application that I build. So https://sancthomas/next15-starter, that is the template. I should zoom in. And then the name of our application is called currency-converter-yt. And then I'm going to let this execute, and then once it finishes, we are going to continue. So once this finishes running, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say code currency-converter-yt, which is going to open up an instance of Visual Studio Code into this folder. And then we can begin to type away. And there we go. So right away, let's say Ctrl-J to open up the terminal. And then we can say pnpm dev, which is going to open up our dev server on localhost 3000. So I've switched over into my Ubuntu OS because I was having some issues with Windows. And what I've done is I've just run my server again, so that now if you go ahead and open up localhost 3000, then you should be able to see this on the screen. Now, the next thing that we need to do is we need to go ahead and get our API key from the API that we're going to be using. Now, the API is called exchange rate API. So if we just go ahead and Google exchange rate API, then this is the one that we're looking for. So I'm just going to zoom in so that you get the correct icon as well as the correct link. So you can just open this up. It will take you into their website, and then you can just go ahead and click on get free key, which will prompt you to sign up. And then it is going to take you into a dashboard where they are going to provide you with your API key. So I already have an account, so I'm just going to sign in quickly. And once I sign up, you can see that my API key is provided right here. So this is the page that you're going to be redirected to once you sign up. So just go ahead and copy your API key right here. And then we can go ahead and back inside our workspace. We're going to create a new file called .env.local. And inside this file, we're going to say the following. We're going to say in capital letters, so next_public_exchange_rate underscore rate underscore API underscore key. So next public exchange rate API key, set it equal to the API key, which should be your API key, which you have just copied. Now I'm going to go ahead and save that. Now I should mention this, that if you try to use this API key, it's not going to work for you, because I'm going to rotate it so that it doesn't surpass the monthly quota, which is 1500 requests. So that should be okay. And right on the bottom, you can see here that it gives us an example request. So if I just click this to open it up, then you can see that this is what we're going to be getting. So we want to go ahead and get the conversion rates right here. And then this is what we're going to be using in our application. So right away, let's go ahead and begin to do that. And the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to jump back into our application. And then inside our application, we're going to go ahead and create a new folder here called components. And then inside components, we're going to create a new file called currency converter. So currency converter.jsx. And then inside here, I can just say RFC, which is coming from an extension that I have, and it's not working. So, okay, there we go. So RFC, like so. And this extension is called ES7 Plus React Redux and React Native Snippets. So you can go ahead and search for this extension. You can install it, and it will allow you to do shorthand properties such as that, so that you don't have to keep on typing out this code every single time. So just rename this into capital, so currency converter, and then you can save that. And then back inside our app folder, and then inside the page.js, we're simply going to remove everything inside this div. So right on the bottom, really, I didn't select it. So remove everything inside this div. We're going to return a div, and then we're going to render out the currency converter. So currency converter, which is coming from add components / currency converter. Now, above this, we're going to have another component which I've not yet created, but this component is going to be responsible for the dark mode toggle. So for now, this is going to be just as it is, because we just want to see what it is rendering to the screen. And if I save it and reload it, you can see that now we just have currency converter on the screen. Now, because it's going to be easier, let's go ahead and implement our dark mode toggle right away, because we don't want to wait until the end so that we can begin to type out our styles to match the theme. So let's just go ahead and do that right away. And the way that we're going to do it is we're going to go into shardcn, and you know what, let me just remember, it should be shardcn next themes, and right here I zoomed in. So NextJs, nope, dark mode, is it this one? See, dark mode, there we go. So next theme, if you go into shardcn UI, you can search for next themes, and it's going to take you into this page. So you want to go ahead and install this and then implement our dark mode toggle, because this way is going to be easier. So back inside our application, Ctrl-J to open up our terminal. Let's add a second terminal here, and then we're going to say npm add next-themes. And then as this is installing, we're going to go ahead and copy this. So copy, and then we need to place it inside the components theme provider. I mean, the placement doesn't really matter as long as you can reference the file correctly. So copy that, and then back inside components, let's create a new file called theme-provider.jsx. Now we're using JSX, that's why I'm not giving this an extension of TSX. Paste it inside here, and then because this is TypeScript, we can remove this part safely, and it's going to work. So save that, and then we need to go ahead and wrap the theme provider inside our layout. So I'm just going to copy this, and then inside our layout.js file, I'm going to paste it inside here, paste it in, and then we need to go ahead and control spacebar right here so that we can import it from components theme provider. Now make sure that you import the one that you've created, so this one right here, instead of the one from next themes. So import it from components theme provider, and then on the HTML here, we're going to add an attribute here called suppress hydration warning, and this will help us so that we don't get some annoying errors about hydration because of the dark mode toggle. So make sure that you add this in. And then next, we need to actually create the toggle itself. So I'm going to go into the code tab right here, and then I'm going to copy this, and then save our layout.js file, of course. And then back inside the components, I'm going to create a new file called mod.toggle.jsx. So mod.toggle.jsx, and then just paste in whatever we had. But then notice how we need this component from shardcn. So we're going to go ahead and install it. So Ctrl-J once again to open up your terminal, and then we're going to say pnpx shardcn add drop down dash menu. So now I don't know whether I mentioned this in the beginning of the video, But if you used the template repository like I did when we were creating the application, then you should already have shardcn installed. However, if you did not use the repository, the template repository, then what you can do is simply go into shardcn and then just look for installation right here, and then NextJs, because we're building in NextJs or whatever technology that you're using, and then just simply follow the steps to initialize shardcn. It is as simple as this first step and then this second step to add whatever component you want. So in this case, we have added the drop down menu instead of the button. So it's quite simple to use, and I felt it is worth mentioning that. Now let's go ahead and save this, and then back inside our page.js, we're going to render it right on top of this. So mode toggle, like so. Save that, and then now if we check our application, we should have our toggle somewhere. So it says button. Oh, it needs the button. So Control J once again, and then pnpx shardcn add button, and then that is going to install the button component from shardcn. And there we go. So now we can save it, and we should be able to see our toggle right there. Now it looks a bit weird because of the styling that is applied. So let's go ahead and fix that. And the way that we're going to do it is we're going to jump inside our globals.css file. We're going to go to the bottom, and then we're going to change up distance just a bit. So we're going to say that bg neutral -50, this is going to be on light mode screens. So bg neutral 50, text neutral -900. And then on dark mode, we're going to have bg neutral -900. And then on dark mode, then the text is going to be white. Now, if we save that, then now it should apply light mode. And then now we can click on our button right here to toggle, and we can toggle the dark mode as well. So now it's looking much better. And then just to fix this a bit, I need this to go to the right. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump back into our mode toggle, and then we're going to select everything inside this drop down, and then we're going to return a div, and this div is going to have a class name here of fixed, and then right 4 to take it to the right, and then give it a top of 4 to push it downwards just a bit. And then now we can paste in our drop down menu, and we can save that, and then now this should appear right there. So now our toggle is on the right, looking much better. And so now let's begin to build out our currency converter. So what we're going to do therefore is the following. We're going to close all of these files down. So close all, and then we can jump into the currency converter, and we can close down the sidebar. Now we are going to be adding some state inside this file. So we need this to be marked as use client, because we're going to be using some React hooks. Now inside here, we can go ahead and import the use effect and the use state hook. So use state hook. And then what we need is we need a component from shardcn that is called toaster. So let's go ahead and do that. And toaster is basically just to show notifications. So pnpx shardcn add toaster, what's it called? Not toaster really, but sonar. That's what it's called. And then as that is installing, we need to jump inside our layout.js file. And then right above the children, we can go ahead and render out the toaster component. And we need this to finish installing. So control spacebar, and then import it from sonar. So import it from toaster from toaster from sonar. Save that, and then now we can continue to build this out. So we're going to import the toast, which is the method from the toaster from sonar. And let's actually just go ahead and install all the components that we're going to need, really, because we need quite a few of them. So once again, Control J to open up your terminal, and then we can say pnpx shardcn, so shardcn add, and we want to add the card, we want to add the input, we want to add the select, and I think that's all of them. And then now as they are installing, we can jump back inside here, and then we can continue importing the components that we need. So we need the card, so import card, card content, card description, we need card header, card title, and these are all coming from /UI/card, because we're in the same folder. And then we need the input, so import input and control spacebar, and then oops, that's the wrong one, so control spacebar, and make sure that you select the one that is coming from /UI input. And then we need the select, so once again, make sure that you select the one that is coming from /UI select. And then we need the select content, so select content, we need select item, we need select trigger, and then we need to select a value. And then below this, we need to import the button, which is coming from ./UI button. And then we need the image, so we import image from next image. And then we're going to use an arrow here, so import arrow left. So arrow left from Lucid React. And once you install shadcn using the New York style, then you should have access to Lucid React. If not, just simply go ahead and open up your terminal, and then you can say npm install or pnpm add Lucid React. Simple as that. And then once we do that, then we're going to be fetching from a URL here. So const URL is equal to, and then this is going to be inside backticks because we're going to be adding a variable. Now the URL is going to be coming from the exchange rate, which is this that we opened up. So simply copy this, paste it inside here, but then we need to substitute our API key so that it is not visible on the front end. And what we're going to do is just add $, and then curly brackets, and then you can say process.env. And then inside our env local file, you can simply copy this and then paste it here because it is much faster to do that. And then that is the link, or rather the endpoint that we're going to be hitting. Now let's go ahead and set up our state values. So we're going to say const currencies and set currencies is equal to useState, and by default it's going to be an empty array. And then we're going to say const from, so which currency are you converting from, and set from is equal to useState, and by default it's going to be an empty string. And then next is going to be to, so const to and set to is equal to useState. By default it's going to be USD because we always want to have something that we can convert to, so this is kind of like a fallback. And then const amount and set amount, and then this is the amount that you want to convert, so useState by default is going to be 0. And then const converted amount and set converted amount, which should be self-explanatory. This is going to be equal to useState, and by default it's going to be null. And then const loading and set loading is equal to useState. By default it is going to be false. Now we can go ahead and fetch our data. So we're going to say the following: const fetch currencies is equal to an asynchronous function. And then inside here we're going to say we're going to add a try catch block first of all, so try catch block. And then on the part of the error, we're going to say this toast.error, so show an error toast, which is this method that we imported right here. So toast.error, and then inside here we're going to say error getting exchange rates, and then we're going to add a comma, and then our curly brackets, we're going to add a description to the error, which is going to say error.message, which is going to be just a bit more descriptive message. And then back inside our try block, we're going to say const response is equal to await axios.get, and you want to pass in the URL which you have on top. Now we don't have Axios, so let's go ahead and install it. So Ctrl-J to open up your terminal, and then pnpm add Axios, and then enter to install. And then as it is installing, we need to go ahead and import Axios. So right on top right here, we can say import Axios from Axios, like so. And then we can go ahead and continue building out our try block. So below the try block, we're going to say const currency list. So currency list is equal to, and let me show you something. So we want to get the conversion rates because all this information up here is pretty much useless to us, but the conversion rates are the ones that are useful. But if you take a look at this, the conversion rates is actually an object. So we need to first transform this into an array, and then we need to get this text for the currencies. And then once you get the text for the currencies, then we can display them on the UI. So how do we do that? Very simple. We can simply say object, because we're getting back an object, dot keys, so that it gets the keys of the objects, because objects are key value pairs. So object dot keys, and then we're going to pass in the response. Now the response is coming from the API dot data, because we're using Axios, so we need to get the data. And then we need to pass in the conversion rates, so conversion underscore rates, and the conversion rates are this right here. So that is going to transform it into an array, so that now we can say set currencies, which is our state value on top. Remember, we initialize it to an empty array. So set currencies into the currency list. So currency list, because now it is an array, so that it can now be populated inside here, which means that now it has populated our state value. Now once we do that, then we need to go ahead and call our function. So use effect like so, and then pass in a callback function here with an empty dependency array so that it only runs on the initial render, and then we're going to call fetch currencies. Fantastic. Now once we have that, then let's begin to build out our UI. So we're going to return a div here with a class name of padding all round of 6, and then padding y of 20, and you know this should be padding on the x because we're adding padding on the y here. And then inside this div, we're going to have a card with class name here of mxAuto, and then max width dash for xl, padding all round of 6, and shadow dash none. And then inside this card, we're going to have a card header, and the card header is going to have a card title, and the card title is going to have a class name here of text dash center, and then text dash xl, and then font dash bold. And then this is simply just going to say currency converter. So currency converter, can't even spell it. So that if I save that, then we should be able to see something on the screen. Currency converter once it reloads. And there we go. And just because it's going to be easy, I'm going to place this to the right so that we can place our code editor to the left like so. And then now we can build side by side. So currency converter, and then below the card header, we're going to go ahead and return the card content. So card content, and the card content is going to have a div inside here with a class name of flex dash column, and then a gap of 3. And then inside this div, we're going to have an input, and the input is going to be a type of number. The value of the input is going to be amount, which is one of our state values. And then when we change the amount, so on change, we're going to access the synthetic event of e, where we're going to say set amount into e.target.value, meaning set amount into whatever we type in, and then the placeholder is going to be 1. So basically 1 is going to be the minimum, and this should be set amount without the e. And then below the input, we're going to have another div with a class name of flex, and then justify dash between, and then give it a gap of 3. And then inside this, we're going to have a select, and the value of the select is going to be the from, so the from currency, and then on value change, and these are props that exist on the select component, and the select component is coming from shadcn. So if you want to learn more about this, then simply go and read about the select component from shadcn. This is going to be equal to set from, close it out, and then it's going to have a select trigger. So select trigger, close it out, and then inside the select trigger is going to be an image of a flag. Now, for now, we don't have the image yet. So let's just add a comment here. So image of flag, that should be it. And then still within the select trigger, we're going to have the select value. So select value. And then inside here, we're going to be checking for the from currency, or if the from currency does not exist, if the user has not selected anything, then we simply want to go ahead and return select currency. And let's go ahead and save that. Let's see what we have. And there we go. So we have our input right here. So we can change the input. And oops, I can't change the input. What's the issue? Reading value, e.target.value. Value is equal to amount on change e set amount. Oh, sorry. Set amount into e.target.value. That's what I was missing. Save that, and then let's try it again. So we can now change the input. We can change the input value, and then this is going to be the from, and then this is our drop down select, which is currently not working, but we're going to fix that in a few. Now below the select trigger, we're going to have the select content. So select content, and then inside here we want to check whether the currencies dot length is greater than 0, and then if this evaluates to true, then we can map over our currencies. And why are we checking for this? Because sometimes the return inside here can run before the function to go to the API endpoint has finished running. So sometimes you can get an error. So it is prudent that you check for this and that you have a fallback. And the fallback in this case, we're simply going to go ahead and return a card description. And the card description is going to say loading ... Simply like that. And then inside our true statement inside here, we're simply going to say currencies .map, and then for every currency that we get back, so currency, we're going to go ahead and return here a select item. The select item is going to have a key of currency because the currencies are unique, and then the value is going to be currency. And then we can close this out, and then just like on top, we're going to have an image here of the flag, and then outside of this, we're going to render out some text here that says the currency. Now we need to go ahead and get the images next, but let's save it. Let's see what we have on the screen. And there we go. So that is our select dropdown, looking very, very nice. So that means that we can select a currency here, and it should populate our select right there. We can go ahead and click the dropdown again, select another currency, and it populates our select. And then if we check the light mode, then it automatically shows the light mode version because we're using shared CN components, which are dark mode and light mode compatible. So very nice, very easy, very, very nice. Now, next what we need to do is let's actually go ahead and build out the image so that we can go ahead and get the image from another API that we're going to be using. So right here, we're going to return the image component. And the image, the source for this image is going to be from a function called getFlagURL. So getFlagURL, and then we're going to pass in the from, because the from right here contains the currency which we are getting back from the API, as you can see. And the API that we're going to be using to get the flags simply goes ahead and checks the from value and then gets the corresponding flag. So it's going to be very, very simple. And let's go ahead and give it an alt here. The alt is going to be from. So which currency are you converting it from? The width for this is going to be 80. The height is going to be 80. And then we're going to give it some class names here. So we're going to say class name, margin right of 2, inline block, and then give it a size of 6, and then object dash contain so that it shows the entire flag. And then on the bottom, we're going to do something similar. And you know what? Let's just copy this image. So copy and then paste it here. And then now the get flag from, this is going to be equal to the currency. And then the alt here is going to show the currency. And then the width is going to be 80, height 80, and then the stars are going to remain the same. So before we save that and get an error, let's go ahead and define this function. So right on top, let's go below this. We're going to go ahead and define a function here called getFlagURL. So const getFlagURL is equal to, and we're going to be passing in the currency. And then we're going to return here. We're going to return here https://flagcdn.com. So flagcdn.com. You can type flagcdn.com /w40 / curly brackets currency. So get the current currency dot slice. So slice it again, then get the first 2 letters of the currency, and then dot to lowercase like so. And then at the end of this, attach the .png version of the flag. Now, flag CDN is as follows. If we go ahead and Google it, so flag CDN. If you open this up, the way that you can get a flag, so C usage, the way that you can get a flag is, let me go ahead and find it. So you can go ahead and hit their API and then define the dimensions of the flag that you want, and then attach the currency. In this case, we're attaching the currency, but you can attach the country code, and then the .png at the end returns the flag in PNG format. So that is basically what we have done. We have basically taken this, substituted it with our values. And now let's see, let me go ahead and save that, because now we should be able to see the currency flag. So we get an error here. What is the error? It says not configured. So we need to add this inside our next config.js. So copy this, and then let's open up next config. So right on the bottom right here, we can go ahead and add in images, remote patterns. So remote patterns, then add in an array of objects. So host name is going to be this that I copied, and then the protocol. So oh my god, I can't type. So https, save that, and then it should now restart our server. And then as it is restarting, we can reload this and then squeeze it back down, and then let's just wait for it. So we're still getting the same error. Get flag URL, we are still getting it. So hostname flag CDN is not configured. Wait, hostname flagcdn.com. HTTPS. You know what? Let me remove this. Let me add an asterisk here so that it allows flags from anywhere, images from anywhere really. And then let's reload that. And what? It's still giving the same error. Am I doing something wrong? Okay, so you know what? I was the one with the error because I mistyped this. This should be images. Typing too fast for my own good. So now this should be okay. We can change it back into flagcdn.com. If I can just type this correctly, so flagcdn, and then save that, and then now you should restart the server. Yes. And then now we can go ahead and reload this, and we should be able to see the flags. And okay, so we are getting an image, so something is working. And if we click the drop down, ooh, my computer is starting to lag. Let's see, click the drop down. Okay, so the drop down is not working, which means that the select is not working. And if the select is not working, it means that our get request is not working. So where is the get request? Is right here. Let's see. Let's try to reload that. Not seeing any errors here. So response.data conversion underscore rates. Okay. That seems okay. Let's open up our console. Let's see what we have. The console. So it's not getting the image. It's not getting the image. 404 not found. Let me try something. Let's just copy this. Copy that. And then let's remove the .2 lowercase. Let's get the, which flag can we get? The Kenyan flag KE should be correct. Okay, so that is working. This is working. Okay, so let's just paste it back inside here, and then let's just substitute it because we need the flag CDN, and then inside here we need the currency. So $currency dot slice, we need the first two letters, so 0 up to 2. And then because we're getting back the currencies in capital letters, then we need to say .2 lowercase. So .2 lowercase. Then this should be a function .png. So now let's save that again. Let's try it out. Reload. Okay, so it seems like I'm probably thinking it's maybe the function that is having trouble running. Our get request right here. So fetch currencies. Fetch currencies. So let's just backtrack a bit. Is this actually working? Is this working? So copy, paste it here, and then let's get the API key. So this one, and then let's paste it inside here up to there. Paste it in, enter. Okay, so that is working, but is it getting the correct value? So let's go ahead and say console.log, and then console log this. So console log the process.env.that, save it. Let's see what we have. Okay, so it's getting the correct thing. So up to here is correct. And then we're getting the currencies. Const response is equal to that. Axios.get URL, which is this one. The currency list, we're converting the currencies to an array because it was showing up. So toast.error, so in case there's an error. And then we're calling fetch currencies. So fetch currencies is this function. And then for the flag URL, we're getting this from flag CDN. I don't understand why it's not working. I do not understand. Okay, so you know what I do when such a thing occurs is that I just continue building it out, because sometimes I usually find the answer ahead. So let's just continue building it out, and then we're going to figure it out. So let's go back inside here, and then we're going to go below the select, and below the select we're going to have a button here, a button which on click, when you click on this button, is going to call a function called swap currencies. And then the variant for this button is going to be an outline. which is coming from shardcn. And then inside this button, we're going to render out the arrow left, which we already imported. And the arrow left is going to have a class name here of size-6. And then the text is just simply going to say swap. Now let's go ahead and create this function, which is very, very simple. So right below the flag URL, so we're going to say const swap currencies is equal to an arrow function like so. So we're simply going to say set from to. So set the from currency to the to currency, and then set to from. So simply like that. And that's the entire function. Save that. And then let's go ahead below the button. So below the button, we're going to have another select which is similar to this. So I think it's even easier if you just copy it. So let's just copy this select, copy. And then below the button, we're going to paste in the select. And the select for this one is going to be as follows. The value is going to be 2. The on value change really is going to be set 2. This is going to be 2. The alt is going to be 2. The value here, so select value here is going to be 2. And then this is going to say select currency, just like that. And then currencies.length here, that should be okay. Get value, we're still getting the value of the currency, fantastic. And then if there's no currency, then we're simply returning loading. So that's okay. And then now we're going to go below the select, and then below this first div of the select, we're going to return a button here. And when you click on this button, so on click, it's going to call a function here called convert currency. And then convert currency is going to have a variant here of default. So default. And then we're going to say that if loading is true, then the text of the button, so if loading is true, then the text of the button should say converting ... And then if it is not loading, then the button text should say convert. Now let's go ahead and create this function next. So we're going to go right below this. We're going to say const convert currency is equal to an inline function, or an arrow function. Why do I keep saying inline? And the convert currency actually is going to be an asynchronous function. And then inside here, we're going to say the following. We're going to check if there is an amount. So if there is no amount, if no amount or the amount is less than or equal to 0, then we simply want to break out of it and return. And then we're going to say set loading to true. So we want our loading state to be active. And then we're going to add our try catch block as follows. Now, because it's easier, we're going to say the following. On the error, we're going to say toast.error. Toast.error, we're going to say error typing. So error converting currency. And then we're going to add a description here, which is going to say error.message. So it gives a more descriptive message. And then we're going to have a finally block here, which is going to say set loading to false. And then now on the try block, we're going to say the following. Const response is equal to await axios.get, and then we want to pass in the URL, and then const rate, so we want to get the rate is equal to response.data.conversion_rates, so conversion, I saw it, _rates, and then we want to pass in as an array 2 so that it gets the correct value. And then we're going to say set converted amount into the amount times the rate dot to fixed, and then pass in 2 decimal places. So we want to return a maximum of 2 decimal places. Now once we do that, we should be able to test out our convert currency, but our function is not working inside here. So actually let this load in so that it updates the UI. There we go. So now, oh, look at that, look at that, look at that. So there's something wrong with our from currency. Oh, you know what? It just clicked. It just clicked. The reason why you can see the to currency is probably because we have the to here already set. So if I were to set this into Kenya shillings, then this should also show the flag. Don't embarrass me. Come on. There we go. So okay. So this is something that we're going to fix. We're actually going to fix it using another API. So it can just remain blank for now. It can remain as if it's not working. But now if we click the drop down, we should be able to see the other currencies as well. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. And there are flags such as this one that are not loading, but this one is probably because of my internet. But there are others on the bottom which don't have images corresponding to them. So just scroll to the bottom. There we go. So these ones right here don't have images corresponding to them. I checked them out in the API, and we're going to give a fallback for them, but not right now. So let's just continue building out our application. Now below the button, we're going to go below our button right here. Below the button, we want to check whether converted amount exists. And we know that converted amount only exists if you have clicked the convert button. So only if it exists, then we want to return a card description here. So card description with a class name of margin top of 12, text dash center, text dash 4XL, font dash normal, and then text neutral dash, oh my god, neutral dash 800, and then on dark mode text dash white, and wait a minute, this is redundant, right? Didn't we do that in our globals.css? Text neutral 900. Okay, set it to 900, so probably it's not redundant. Okay, so inside here we're going to turn a span here, and the span is going to have a class name of text dash 6XL, and then font bold, and then the span is going to say amount. So amount, and then outside of the span, outside of the closing, we're going to enter out from, and then equals to, and then we're going to have another span, and then this span is going to have a class name of text dash 6XL, and then font dash bold, and then the span text is going to say converted amount. So converted amount, and then outside of this span, the text is going to say 2. Now if I save that, it should be formatted much better. So we're saying from, or rather the amount. So we are converting the amount here. We're simply rendering the from amount, and we're also rendering out the amount that we type in, and then we're rendering out the converted amount that it comes to from the API. Now we should be able to save that, and then now we should be able to, probably should test this out. I think we should be able to test it out right now. So let's see, let's test it out. So let's just say 5, and then, okay, my computer is freezing. Then convert it, the button should now say converting, and there we go. So 5 is equal to 5. Now I think this is where I messed it up, because if I swap this, we should be able to swap it. So now the USD should come here, and then this should come here, and then if I click convert again, it should convert correctly. So 5 USD should be like not a number. Oh my god. Okay, let's fix our application. Sometimes I hate this. Okay, so as we're still figuring out why this is not working, because I can't seem to find the issue, let's go ahead and fix our tool right here. So we want to fix this so that we can actually show like a flag here. Now the way that we're going to do that is we're going to create a function here, which is going to be going into another API so that we can detect the location of the user. So we're going to create a function here called detect user currency, and that this is going to be an asynchronous function where we're going to say this. We're going to have a try catch block once again, and then on the error we're going to say toast.error, and then we're going to say error detecting user location, and then we're going to have a description here that says error.message. And then once we do that, we're going to have a finally block, and the finally block is just simply going to say set loading to false, so that it stops our loading animation. And then on the try block, we're going to say const response is equal to await axios.get, and then we're going to pass in https ipapi.co/json/. Now you can go ahead and open this up on your web browser to see the kind of return that you're going to be getting, but I don't want to do it because it shows a lot more data. So it shows even the IP as well as your location, so I don't want to do that. And then below this, we're going to say set from, so set the from currency into the response.data.currency, or set it to USD, which is our fallback. So USD. And let's see, is that actually correct? Set from, yes, set from. So set it to the current currency, or that set it to the currency that you get from this, because when you open this up, you notice that there is a key for currency. So we are setting either it's going to be the currency that you're getting from the IP API, or if there's no currency, then the fallback is going to be US dollar. Now let's see. Once we do that, we need to call this function. So right below the fetch currencies in our use effect, we're going to call detect user currency, like so. And then we're going to go ahead and save that. And then now it should be able to detect the currency. So let's reload it. And there we go. Now it detects my current currency, and it should also detect the currency that you're using. So looking very nice. So now if I try to convert 50, so 50 Kenya shillings into USD is like, I don't know, 0 point something, but it doesn't convert exactly as I want. So let me try this. If I swap it and then convert, we're getting not a number. Oh, it's working now. Wait, what? Okay, why is it working? It wasn't working a few moments ago. Now it's working. Or perhaps it is because of the currency. It wasn't detecting the currency, maybe. Interesting. Because I didn't run into this error when I was building it out. But anyway, we seem to have overcome it. So let's just be happy and continue. So yeah, would you look at that? So 50 USD is, look how weak the Kenyan shilling is. And let's see, is there anything else that we need to do? Let me see. Let's check our state values. Usually if there's one grayed out, it means there's something that we've not done. So all the state values are there. We have used everything inside here. And let's see. Oh, just remember something. The flag URL. So I mentioned earlier that there are some currencies that don't have the flag. So what we're going to do is we're going to render out special flags for them. So if you go into the repository, which will be linked in the description, then you can go into the app folder, and then inside the app folder, you're going to find the page.js right here. And then you can open up, actually it's not the app folder, it should be the components folder, and then currency converter. And then if you go ahead and find the function that gets the currencies, or that gets the flags right here, you can see that we are rendering out special flags for those specific countries that don't have the flag on flag CDN. So what I'm going to do is simply just copy this part for the special flags, copy, and then right on top right here, I'm going to paste them in. So I've added a comment here that for the XAF flag, which is the Central African Republic, then it renders this flag. For this one, it renders this flag, and so on and so forth. So this is basically only the ones that don't have flags. And then for the rest of them that have flags, then we're rendering that. So that now, first of all, let's go back into application and confirm that there are no flags for them. So all the way to the bottom. And right there, you can see that they don't have a flag. But now if we save that, now we can check back again once it reloads. So let's reload it to be on the safe side. And then grab this, open, and then let's go to the bottom. And we should see, still not rendering out. I think there's an issue. I'm really beginning to think it's probably an issue with my internet, because it wasn't giving me this error when I was building it out. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. But with that, I think we have done everything. I actually think we have done everything. Now, before we finish, let's go ahead and add a use effect right on the bottom. And let me actually make this a bit better. So let's grab this convert currency. Let's place it right below the get flag URL. And then after the swap currencies, we're going to add a use effect here. And the use effect is going to have the following. We're going to go ahead inside here. We want to check if the from value exists. So if there's a from value and there's a to value and the amount is also greater than 0. So if all these evaluate to true, then we want to call the function called convert currency. Oh my god, what's that? Convert currency, which is the function that we created to convert the currency right. Where is it? right here. So convert currency, and wait a minute, am I using this anywhere? Oh, that's why it wasn't working. So it wasn't my internet, but let's just hold on that, because we're already doing this. So convert currency, and then we want to have a dependency array here of from and to. So basically these two. Now what this use effect does is it checks whether the from value exists and whether the to value exists, and then it checks whether amount is greater than 0, because that means that there is some input that has taken place. And if that is true, then we want to convert the amount that is already in the input. So that's why you have this use effect inside here. Now the special flags here, the way that we need to use them is we're going to cut this out, and then we're going to return, and let me place that on another line. So return special flags, and then inside special flags we're going to pass in, inside square brackets, we're going to pass in the currency, so that it gets the correct currency, so that it renders the correct flag. And then if that is true or false, then we want to go ahead and render out our original flag like so, and now the semicolon should be there. Save that, and that should be okay. Now we can reload our application, and oops, oh, so I was using currencies from not currencies really, but flags from other domains, so we need to add them as well. And just because it's going to be easier, let me change this back into an asterisk so that it allows every other domain. And then now we can reload that and then test it out again. Okay, so let's try it out. So let's try converting 100. This is 100 Kenya shillings or whatever. That should convert, and it's still not showing the correct value. So it's still not converting correctly. So if you see where I went wrong in the video, then please leave it down in the comments, because it's also going to help with engagement of the video, but as well it's going to help me to learn something. But then if we swap this out, then convert again, there we go. Oh, and that was another purpose of the use effect. See how in the use effect, the use effect that we just added, so instead of having to click on the convert button every time that you click on the swap button, then it automatically does it for you. So that's very, very nice. Now let's see, I wanted to do something. Oh, I was checking the flags. Yes, let's check the flags first of all to make sure that they are all correct. And there we go. So this is still not working for some reason, but you can see how now they are showing the correct flags. So that's looking much better. And then now the final thing, let's jump into our layout. Let's go ahead and change the title right here. So for the title for this, we're just going to say currency converter, and then the description is going to say as follows. Simply going to say currency converter using the exchange rate API, Axios, Tailwind CSS, ShardCN, and NextJs. Now go ahead and save that. And to end the video, I just want to mention it once again, that if you want access to the code that you have written, simply go into my GitHub profile. So into my GitHub profile, the repository is called currency converter. So simply search for this and you're going to have access to the code. But with that, we have now come to the end of the video. I hope you enjoyed it and you learned something new. And if you did, please leave a like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well if you're not already, and you can share it out with your friends as well. And I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello everyone and welcome back to another video. And today we're going to be doing this challenge from Frontend Mentor. It is called Browser Extension Manager UI. So if you go into frontendmentor.io/challenges, you can simply scroll a bit. It is the current latest challenge on their website. And then you can go ahead and open up this card. And then right here, you're going to have a download button if you have not started this challenge yet. And then it's going to download the zip file for you. But as you can see, mine says submit solution because I already downloaded the zip file. So once you download it, then you're going to have the zip file in your downloads folder, and then you can simply extract it. But I seem to have deleted the zip file. But if you extract it, then it's going to extract into this folder which has all the files. But before you can take a look at this, then this is how the application is going to look like. So we're going to have a header here, which is going to have a theme toggle, so you can toggle between the light theme and the dark theme, and you can also select the system theme. And if you like the light theme, this is how it looks like, and of course the dark theme, as you can see. And then it's going to have a section here where you can toggle between the active and inactive extensions. So if you click on active, then it toggles the ones that have been active, and then inactive does the same thing. And then if you go back to the all tab, you can go ahead and toggle other themes, other extensions to be active. And then now if you go into the active tab, you'll see that there are more that have been added. And then you can click on the remove button, which is going to remove that extension for you. And then now if you go back into the all tab, you'll notice that now the extensions are fewer because I have removed some of them. And I think that is going to be the entire functionality of this application. We're going to be using NextJs and shadcn components, as well as Tailwind CSS for the styling. And then for the dark theme toggle, we are going to use Next Themes because it is very easy to implement. So let's go ahead and let's get started. So I'm going to use a template that I made for Next.js. So simply open up your terminal inside here, and then I can cd into my desktop and then into a folder that is called projects. And then I'm going to say pnpx create next app -- example. And the reason why I'm adding the -- example flag is because I want to use the template that I created, which already has shadcn installed. It already has Prettier configured for Tailwind CSS, and it also has Lucid React for our icons, even though we are not really going to use icons except for the toggle right here. So -- example, and then add in your double quotes, and then the link to the repository is https://github.com/sancthomas/next15-starter. And then for the name of our application, I'm just going to call it browser-extensions, and then enter. And then as this is executing, I want to mention this, that if you want to have access to the code that we're going to write in this project, then simply go into my GitHub profile and then search for the repository that is called Browser Extensions Manager UI. So that is the repository for this application that we're going to build. And in case you're having trouble somewhere, simply go ahead and reference the code, because what we are going to be writing in this video is going to be similar to what is already in the repository. And at the end of this video, we're going to deploy it to Netlify, and then we're also going to submit the solution to Frontend Mentor. And I'm going to use this repository, so I'm not going to deploy whatever I write to GitHub, because this already exists in my GitHub, and I don't want to have like two projects doing the same thing, or rather two repositories doing the same thing. So let me wait for this to finish, and then once it is done, we are going to continue. Okay, so once that finishes, then I want to go ahead and say code browser-extensions, which is going to open up an instance of Visual Studio Code into this folder. And then as that is opening up here, I'm going to place this to the left. And then I want to go ahead and into this folder that we downloaded from Frontend Mentor, I'm going to right click and then say open with code, which is going to open up a second instance of VS Code into this folder, because we want to do some bit of copying and pasting, because there are files that we need from Frontend Mentor and we need them in our workspace. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this README, and once my computer stops freezing, okay, let me give it a while. Okay, let's try this again. So inside our workspace, I'm going to go ahead and delete the README here, and then I'm going to go ahead and select these three READMEs, so the three of them, so 1, 2, and 3, and then just drag and drop them into our workspace. And then you know what, we also need the preview and the index.html. We don't really need the index.html, but for the purposes, because you're going to need this code later, I'm going to have it inside here. And then for the data.json file, I'm going to select it and then drag and drop inside the lib folder. And then for our gitignore, I'm going to go ahead and copy all this. And then inside our gitignore for our workspace, I'm going to paste it on the bottom. but then we don't need, I think we don't need these two parts. We can safely remove them because those should be somewhere and I can't see them. I guess we don't need the env. No, because the env is right here, so it has been removed, and we're not even using env variables in this application anyway. So save that, and then what I'm going to do is for the design and the assets, I'm going to drag and drop them into the public folder right here. So drag and drop, and then all these other files inside the public folder, you can just safely delete them. And then now we can close this because we no longer need it, and then we can close our terminal as well, and then make this full screen, and then zoom in because I think I'm zoomed out, and then Control J to open up our terminal, and then we can say pnpm dev, which should now open up our application on localhost 3000. And I'm running an application on localhost 3000, so I think this was the demo application. Let me just shut it down, and then I can now restart this. So pnpm dev, so that we can just work in localhost 3000. And there we go. So that now we can go ahead and open this up. So it should be this one right here. We can just reload it, and then it's going to reload into our default application. And there we go. So this is the default application if you chose to use the template, which I do hope you did because it will be easier to follow along. So what I want to do now is we are going to install a few things, and I want to install all of them now because my internet is currently a bit slow and I don't want to wait for 15 minutes to install one thing. So I would rather just install all of them at the beginning so that it becomes easier to use them when we require them. So I'm going to say pnpm add, and we want to install FramerMotion, and we want to install next themes. So next-themes like so. And then in a third terminal, I'm going to add a third terminal here. And then inside this third terminal, I want to go ahead and install the shardcn components that we're going to use. So pnpx shardcn add, and we want to install the button, the card, the drop down, dash menu, and then the switch component. So enter to install all of those, and then let them finish installing, and then we can continue. And so there we go. So they are finished installing. Now we can begin to build out our UI. So I'm going to go inside my app folder and then inside the page.js, and inside here I'm just going to remove everything inside this div, and then I'm going to return a div here, some class name. So it's going to have a class name of mxauto, and then min height dash screen, and then max width dash 7xl, and then padding all around of 8. And then inside this div we're going to have another div, and this div is going to have a class name here, flex item center, justify between. We're going to give it a gap of 4, and then rounded dash large, and then bg neutral dash 100, and then padding all around of 4. But then on dark mode, we're going to give it a bg of hashtag 1e1e2c. So we want to go ahead and just implement dark mode right away. So we're going to be writing out the classes for the light theme as well as the dark theme as we are moving along. Now inside this div we're going to have an h2, and then inside this h2 we're going to return an image. So just control spacebar right here, and then select the one that is coming from next image to auto import the image from next image. Now the source for this image is going to be going into /assets /images /logo.svg. Now this file right here is the one that we have just added inside the public folder, inside the images, and then it is this logo right here. And then the alt attribute for this, we're just going to say logo, and then the width for this, we're going to give it a width of 150 and a height of 10. And then we're going to go ahead and save that, and then let's see what you have on the screen. The computer is frozen, it's not saving. Okay, there we go. So let's check it out, let it reload. And there we go. So you can see that we have the extensions right here. And right away, let's go ahead and fix our background color because we should be seeing the light theme version. So let's go ahead and fix it. And so what we're going to do is we're going to jump into our globals.css. So inside the app folder, we should have access to the globals.css. And then right on the bottom, we're going to update these classes. So we're going to say the following. We're going to say that this is going to have a BG of neutral-50 and type. So neutral-50 and then text neutral-800. This is for light mode. And then on dark mode, we're going to have a BG of hashtag. We're going to give it 12121C. And then on dark mode, then the text should be neutral-100. Save that. And then now our background should reset. And there we go. So this is the light theme of our application, and then also going to build out the dark theme. So let's go ahead and just continue building out this part of our application. We're going to build out the UI first, and the next thing that we're going to do inside our page.js is right below the image, and rather below the h2, we're going to create a component here called mode toggle. Now, where is mode toggle coming from? We have installed Next themes. So what we're going to do is we're just simply going to go into the documentation. So Next themes. And then inside the documentation here, we're going to choose the shardcn documentation so that we can use the shardcn components. And the way we do that is by installing it first. So we have already done this step. And then next we need to go ahead and create this component. So simply copy this, and then inside our components folder, simply create a new file called theme-provider.jsx. We're using JavaScript. That's why I've not opted to call this TypeScript. And then just paste it inside here. And then because this is a TypeScript type, we don't need it because we're in JavaScript. We can simply remove it and then save that. And then the next thing that we need to do is we need to wrap our children inside the theme provider. So I'm simply going to copy this, and then inside our layout file, we're going to go ahead and paste it inside here. And then at the end of this component, you can say Control Spacebar and then enter, and make sure that you import it from components theme provider, which is the file that we have just created. And then right on the HTML here, I'm going to add in an attribute here called suppress hydration warning, so that we don't get any hydration errors because of using Next themes. So save that. And then the next thing that we need to do is now create the component for the mode toggle. So simply navigate into the code tab right here, and then just copy it, and then back inside our components folder. Once again, create a new file called mode toggle.jsx, and then simply paste it in. And then later we're going to do some bit of modifications when we are fine-tuning our application, where we're going to need to jump into the actual files inside here so that we can update the class names. But for now, we can simply save that, and then back inside page.js, we can go to the end of this, Control Spacebar, and then enter, which is going to auto import it. And then you can save that, and then now we should be able to see our toggle in our application once it reloads. And there we go. So our toggle is right here. I can click on it. It gives me this drop down. And then when I click on the dark mode, then we get the dark mode version of the application. Now I just want to mention something. I'm not really good at working with SVGs. That's why this looks, the logo right here looks, not visible on dark mode, but then you can see it on light mode. But you guys are much cleverer than I am. So if you know how to implement this, I will appreciate a comment down below. Now let's continue building out our UI. And what we're going to do is we're going to go below this div. We are going to create another div here with a class name of margin on the Y of 6, and then flex, and then flex-wrap, and then items-center, and justify-between, then give it a gap of 4 and a rounded-large. Now, what I've done there is Emmet. So I'm using an extension called Emmet, which comes pre-installed with Visual Studio Code. So just simply go to the end of this control spacebar and then say enter, and it creates a div with the class names. And then inside this div, we're going to have an h1 with a class name of text-2xl and font-bold. And the h1 is going to say extensions list. So extensions list. And then below this h1, we're going to have a div. Now this div is going to have a class name of flex and space on the x-axis of 4. because inside this div we want to create our 3 buttons, which are going to be right here. So our 3 buttons which are going to be used as filters. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create some state here. So I'm going to say const filters is equal to, and it's going to be an array, so you can filter between all and then active and then inactive. And then once I create the filters there, then we can simply go and map over them inside here. So I can say filters dot map, and then for every filter that we get back, then we are going to return a button. And you know what, I called it status inside here, so let me call it status just to be in line with what you're going to see in the repository. So status, with the key for this is going to be the status, and then the variant here, we're going to be checking whether the filter is equal to the status, and then if this is true, then the variant that we're going to be returning is called secondary, and then otherwise, then the variant for the button that we're going to be returning is called ghost. Now the variants here are coming from shardcn because this is a shardcn component. So if you just control and click on the button here, and you know what, I need to close it out so that we don't get that error. But then now if you control and click on the button, or you know what, I need to control spacebar first and then import it so that now I can control click, which is going to take me into the button file. You can see that we can have multiple variants, so default, destructive, outline, secondary, ghost, and link. But then you can add your own variants, which is something that we're going to do later. And then if you don't like the class names for certain variants here, or if you don't like how the button looks like, you can simply go ahead and change the class names. But for now, the class name that we're using is the secondary here and then the ghost. So if we go back and then let's just go ahead and add some text here, and you know what, the text for this is going to be saying the status. So we can save that, and we're going to get an error because we don't have this state value. So you know what, let me just control /, which is going to disable that, and then let's see what we have on the screen. And there we go. So you can see that we have our buttons right there. Now in order for this part to work, I'm going to enable it by saying control / again. We need to go ahead and create this state value. So right on the top here, I'm going to go ahead and say const filters, and you know what, I can't call it filters because we're already using filters here. So const filter and set filter is going to be equal to use state, and then enter to auto import it. And by default, it's going to be all, because we know that the filter can either be all or active or inactive. And then now because we're using a hook, then we need to transform this file into a client component by saying use client on the top. Now what we're going to do is, actually now we can just simply save that, and then now we can see our variants working. So once it reloads, we should be able to see it. And there we go. And you know what, let me go ahead and toggle the dark mode so that you can see it in action. So you can see right here that the buttons now have different variants depending on the current status. So if I click on all, then that's what it does. If I click on active, nothing still changes because we have not implemented that functionality yet, but we are moving on smoothly. Now next, we're going to go below this div, and we're going to create another div inside here, but this is going to be a unique div because we want this div to have some animations that are going to be coming from Framer Motion. So instead of just saying div, we're going to say motion.div. So motion.div, and this can be imported from Framer Motion. So on the top, we're going to say import motion from Framer-motion, which I think we installed. Yeah, we installed it when we began. Now the div inside here is going to have an attribute called layout, and what the layout does is that it animates the div to a new position without causing some like jumping in the content of your website. So layout, and then the initial value for this div is going to be as follows. It's going to be an object with an opacity of 0, and then we're going to pass in animate, which is also an object. We're going to pass in opacity 1, and then comma, and then we're going to give it a transition here, and then we're going to say that the duration for this is going to be, and I'm not doing that right, that the syntax is wrong. So and transition, then curly brackets, then duration 0.3, so 0.3 seconds. And then now we're going to give it some class names. So the class names here are going to be grid dash-columns -1, gap -6, and then on small screens, grid columns -2, and then on large screens, grid columns -3. So what we're going to do inside here, therefore, is we're going to do the following. We're going to say, did we import the data? We have not yet imported the data. So now we need to go ahead and get the data from the data.json file. So the way we do that is simply like so. I can just go ahead and say import data from @/lib/data.json. Now it is a JSON file, so you have to have its extension in full, otherwise it's not going to work. So I can just go to the bottom here and then I can say data.map, and then for every extension that I get back, because we're dealing with browser extensions, I can call this item, but I called it extension ext when I was building it out. So let me just go ahead with that, and then you can also get the index of that particular card, and then we're going to return a component here called extension card, which we don't yet have. So let's go ahead and create it. So inside the components folder, create a new file called extension card.jsx, and then inside here you can say export default function extension card, and then you can simply go ahead and return a div here that says extension card. Save that, and then back inside page.js we can control spacebar and then enter to auto import it. And then before we can actually save it, we're going to give it a key here of index, and then we want to go ahead and pass in every other property that we're getting back from our data. So the way we do that is by adding curly brackets and then using the spread operator. So ... ext, which simply means just pass in the rest of the properties that are in the data. So once we do that, then we can save it, and then we should be able to see something on the screen. We should see extension card about 10 times or something. So let it just reload. And there we go. Fantastic. So let's go ahead and build out our extension card. So let's jump into extension card right here. And because we have passed in the rest of the properties here, then we can destructure them as props. So right away, I can simply say, go ahead and destructure the logo, go ahead and destructure the name, and then the description, and then the is active. Now I failed to mention where this is coming from, but if you check your data.json file, then these are simply the properties that we have for every object. So we're getting the logo, the name, the description, and whether it is active or not. So that is what we are passing inside here, and those are the rest of the properties that are also passed inside here. Now let's build out the UI as always. Once again, we're going to use Framer motion. So we're going to say motion.div, and then on top, this is also going to be a client component. So use client, and then we can say import motion from Framer motion. Oops, this should be here. And then inside this div, and you know what? This is not a client component. Let me remove it. And inside this div, we're going to do the following. We're going to say layout once again, and then we're going to give it an initial here. So initial is equal to, and this is going to be an opacity 0, and then scale 0.95. And then let me put this on the next line. We're also going to say animate is equal to, and we're going to give it an opacity of 1, and then scale 1, and then give it a transition here. So transition the animate here. We're going to pass in the duration, and we're going to say 0.3. And then on the exit, so the exit animation is going to be as follows. We're going to say opacity 0, scale 0.9. So scale it down when it is exiting, and then transition, and then pass in the duration here, and we're going to say 0.3. Now the initial here defines the initial properties of the card. The animate is where we want to animate it to, and then the exit here defines what is going to happen to the card when it is no longer on the screen. So the exit here is for our remove button. That's why I've chosen to add it in right away. Now this div here is going to have some class names. So it's going to have a class name of flex call, justify between, rounded dash large, bg, neutral dash 100, padding all round of 4, and then shadow dash medium, and then on dark screens or on dark mode, then the BG is going to be, I'm going to say hashtag 1E 1E 2E, like so. And then inside this div now we can begin to build out our UI. So we're going to have a div, and then inside this div we're going to have another div, and this div we're going to have a class name here, margin bottom of 4, flex, item dash center, and then a gap of 4. And then inside this div we're going to have an image, and the image here, control spacebar, and then select the one that is coming from next image. And the source for this is going to be the logo, which you have destructured on the top. The alt attribute, in case the image fails to load, we're going to just render out the name of the image. And then the width here is going to be 600. The height is going to be 600 so that we get a high quality image. And then the class name here, we're going to say size 10 so that the image doesn't take up too much space. And then we're going to say rounded dash XL so that it's kind of a square image. Now let's see, below this image we're going to have an h3 with a class name here of text dash large and font dash semi bold. And then the h3 here is just going to render out the name. This should be bold with an O. And let's see, let's save that. Let's see what we have on the screen. Reload that, and there we go. So it looks like the gap is not working. The gap should be on the page. Where did I have it? Gap. So it has a P at the end. So you can see that our extensions, it is beginning to look nice. So let's continue building out the card. So extension card right here, we're going to go below this div, and below this div we're going to write out a card description, which is coming from ./UI card because we have installed that component. And the card description here is simply going to render the description, which once again we have destructured on top. And then below this div we're going to have another div with some class names here of margin top of 4, flex, item center, and justify between. And then inside this div we're going to have a button here. Once again, enter to import it from ./UI button. The button here is going to have a variant of ghost, and then the button is going to have an on click for a function which I've not yet created, but I'm going to add it in anyway. So this button is going to have a function here, so on click, remove extension, and then we're going to pass in the name because we're going to be removing the extension by the name. And then the text for this button is just going to say remove. Now if you save this, your application is going to break, but to ensure that it doesn't break, simply go ahead and destructure remove extension here. So remove extension, and then let's see, we're going to have below this button we're going to have a switch, which is another component that we installed. And this switch is going to be as follows. It's going to have a prop here called checked, which is going to be equal to is active, so whether the extension is active or not. And this, once again, remember that by default it is coming from right here, but then we're going to create the toggle for it so that you can toggle whether it is active or not. And then it's going to have a function here, so unchecked change prop is going to be equal to a function here, an inline function called toggle extension. So toggle extension, and we're going to be toggling the extension by its name. So once again, this is a function that we have not created, but we can destruct it on top so that our application doesn't break. So toggle extension. Now once we do that, then we can save that and we should be done with this file, and we can go ahead and create these two functions next. But let this reload so that we see what we have on the screen. Okay, switch is not defined right here, so control spacebar and then use the one that is coming from ./UI switch. Save that, and then once again reload, and there we go. Would you look at that? So right here we have our button, which is a ghost variant, which we are going to change up the styles as well. But then look at the switch. So the ones that are toggled by default or are true by default are already toggled, and then you can click on it, but we're going to have a problem because that function is not yet created. So right away, let's go ahead and fix this problem that we have. So we're going to jump back into our application. We can now close the extension card component because we are officially done with it. I don't think we're going to be doing anything else inside here. But back inside the page.js, what we're going to do is simply scroll to the top, and then we're going to create a state value here called set extension. So const extensions, and set extensions is going to be equal to useState, and by default we're just simply going to pass in the data. Now once we do that, then we're going to do the following. We're going to create the function to toggle the extension. So below the filters here, I'm going to say const toggle extension singular is going to be equal to, and then we're going to pass in the name as an argument, and then we're going to do the following. We're going to say set extensions, which is our state value, into check whether it has previous extension first, so prev extensions, and then we're going to say prev extensions dot map, and then for every extension that we get back, then we're going to do the following. We're going to say that the extension, the name, we want to check whether it is equal to the name that we've passed in as our argument, and if it is true, then we're going to go ahead and spread out the extension. So spread dot 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 axt. Let me close the sidebar. I think I can zoom in a bit more. Probably that's better. I think so for the video. So extension, comma, and then we're going to say is active, and then we're going to say that return the extension dot is active, but in its negative form right here. So check whether it is active or not, and then we're going to say this, that if this evaluates to false, then we're simply going to return the extension like so. And let's see, that should be working correctly. Now you can pass this in as a prop. So copy, and then on the bottom on the extension card, we're going to say toggle extension prop is equal to the toggle extension function that we've just created, so that we can save that. And then now if we reload our application, we should be able to test out the toggle functionality and see how it loads in, it animates in, that is frame a motion. I mean, you can do without it, but the little things, you know, it's what makes our website fun to use. So you can see right here, and we still can't toggle. Interesting. Let me figure out why. I can't seem to figure out why it is not working, but let's go ahead and just create the other functions, and then we're going to figure it out at the end. So let's go ahead and create the remove extension. So const remove extension. Once again, we're going to pass in the name as an argument, and then we're going to say set extensions into the previous value, and then we're going to say that the previous value dot filter, and then for every extension that we get back, then check whether the extension name is not equal to the name, and then those are the extensions that you need to return. So remove extension here, copy this, and then paste it on the bottom right here. So remove extension prop is equal to the remove extension function. So save that, and then let's reload our application, and then let's try it out whether the remove is working. So let's test it out. Okay, so the remove is also not working, which means the problem is probably in the extension card. How was I calling this? So remove extension. This is also remove extension. I'm not getting why it is not working. Is there an error in the console? Let's check the console. So there's no error concerning our functions, but it is not working. I wonder, is it because we have not added the filter? Let me try adding the filter, because I can't see where the issue is. Toggle extension. Is the spelling wrong? Remove extension, toggle extension. I don't think the spelling is wrong. So remove extension, and then toggle extension, and then extensions here. So probably it might be with our data here. So let's go ahead and add the filter first, and then I think that is probably going to be the last function that we are adding before we can work on fine-tuning our UI. So let's go ahead and create the filtered extension. So const filtered extensions is going to be equal to extensions dot filter, and then for every extension that we get back, we're going to do the following. We're going to check for if the filter is equal to active, and then if the filter is active, then we're going to return all the extensions that are active, and then we're going to check again if the filter is equal to inactive, and these filters are the ones that we created, by the way. Then we're going to return the negative of extension that is active, so all the extensions that are inactive, and then by default we're going to return true, and return true here is simply going to return all the extensions. And by the way, I just realized something. You know what, here we are changing the state value here, as well as here we are updating the state value, but we are not using it anywhere. So it just clicked that that's the reason why our functions seem to be not working, because the data here is not dependent on the state values. But let's go ahead and fix that. And the way you fix that is by changing the data here into filtered extensions. So the what we have just created, so filtered extensions dot map, and then for the extension and then the index, we're going to return the extension card. But I want to make this a bit more user friendly, because we can have 0 extensions. So what we're going to do is we're going to check for whether filtered extensions, so filtered extensions dot length is greater than 0. Now if this is true, then we're going to return filtered extensions dot map, and then if it is false, then we're going to return the card description here, and then we're just simply going to render no extensions found. Now why did I choose to do this? Well, let's go ahead and save that, and then I can demonstrate it. So once again, reload our application, and then now let's try out our animates. So there we go. So you can see that now this is working, and then we can also remove it. Fantastic. But then now let's see, what did I want to explain? And oh yeah, I wanted to remove all of this. So if I remove all of them, then it says no extensions found. Now did you see how it animated in very weirdly? I don't know whether you saw it, but let me reload the application. Now you can remove all the extensions, and then now look how the no extensions animates in weirdly. See that? Well, the way that you fix that in Framer Motion is we are going to take all of this, just cut it out, and then wrap it inside a component called animate presence, and just simply say enter to auto import it from Framer Motion, or if you don't have that option, simply go ahead and say this, so animate presence from Framer Motion. Now you can save that, and then you can reload your application again, and then once it loads in, now you can remove all the values inside here, and then now we no longer have that weird animation. And I think that is the entire functionality for this. Oh, you know what, we haven't added in the functionality for our filter. So let's go ahead back into our button, and our button is going to be saying, where is it? So it needs an on click here. So we're going to say on click, then we're going to pass in our inline function, and then we're going to say set filter into the status. So simply we are updating our state value here. We are updating our state value depending on the button that we click on. So save that, and then let's test it out. So now even the class names should update. You can see that now the buttons, we can toggle the active buttons. But I think that is the functionality for it. So now let's go ahead and just add in, what's it called, the fine tuning of the UI, just some class names so that it makes it look nicer. So let's reload our application, and then now that I've remembered, let's jump into the layout, and then let's update the title here. And the title is just going to say front end mentor challenge, and then a pipe here, and then we're going to say browser extensions manager UI, and then we're simply going to copy this and then paste it inside the description. So you know, you don't have to do that, but I think it just makes it look, you know, nicer, because now this is going to update. Fantastic. Now for our button, this is what we're going to do. We are going to go into our button file, so simply Control P, which is going to open up this drop down, and then just find button. If you don't find it, then just type in button, and it's going to open up that file for you. Of course, once you say enter, and we're going to update the classes for the secondary here. So for the secondary, for the secondary variant, we're going to say that the default value is going to be bg rows 500, and then the text here is going to be text rows 100, and then the shadow small can remain, and then on hover we're going to say bg rows dash 500 with an opacity of 80, and then on the ghost here we're going to say that the bg is going to be bg neutral dash 200 on hover, and then on dark mode, and then when we hover over the button on dark mode, then the bg, and you know what, I'm doing that wrongly, let me do this. So on dark mode, when you hover over the button, then we're going to have a bg here of hashtag 323249, and then that can remain the same, and then we're not messing with the link, but we're going to add in another variant here called dark mode icon, because I don't like how this icon looks like, because it doesn't really match with our color palette. So I want to just update it a bit. So what I'm going to do for the dark mode icon here is we're going to have a class of bg neutral dash 200, and then on hover we're going to say bg neutral dash 300, and then on dark mode we're going to say bg dash hashtag 323249, and then on dark mode, when you hover over the icon, we're going to say bg dash hashtag 383850, and that should be it for the button. Now we can save that, and our buttons should now update. But as they are updating, let's jump into our mode toggle. So Control P once again, let's search for mode toggle and then enter. And then what we're going to do is the variant for this button right here, we're going to say dark mode icon, which is the variant that we have just created. So once again, save it and see how now the button has updated, and then this button, or that this icon here for the dark mode toggle, has also updated. Now we just need to update its drop down because its drop down looks just a bit ugly. So the way we do that is we are jumping into the drop down menu. So just close, we can close these files, and then Control P, just search for drop down menu, which is going to open up this file, and then we're going to update some of the styles. And the style that we want to update is for the drop down menu item. So it should be this one. Yes, this one. So drop down menu item, we want to update the focus, because the focus is the one that is right here. So when you hover over it, we want to update that focus. So let's say we need this to update. So this is going to be bg neutral dash 200, and then on dark mode, when we focus on the button again, meaning simply when you hover over it, then the bg is going to update to hashtag 323249. Now, do we have another focus? We have that, but I don't think we are changing anything else. So let's save that. Let's see what we need to change once it updates. And there we go. See how now the hover updates even on the light mode, then the hover should now update. So it looks nice for the light mode, but for the dark mode still looks a bit weird. And in order to update this, then we're going to jump into our mode toggle. So mode toggle. And for our mode toggle, we're going to go into the drop down menu content right here, and then we're going to update the class names. So it's going to have a class name here, and we're going to say border neutral dash 200, and then bg neutral dash 100, and then on dark mode we're going to have border none, and then on dark mode we're going to have a bg here of hashtag 1e1e2c. Save that, and we should update the classes here once it reloads. There we go. So now it matches with our color palette, looking very, very nice. So now the next thing that we need to do is just update the class names for the switch right here. So for the switch, what we're going to do is Control P, just search for switch and then enter. And what we need to do first of all is we need to update the class names for this circular ball. So we're just simply going to go to the end of this, and then we're going to say that on dark mode, then the bg should be white, which is going to update the class names for that. Once it reloads, obviously, my computer is just struggling a bit, but you can see that now it updates that color, which means now we need to update the background color. And so the way that the class names are inside here is it adds in class names depending on the state of the switch, so that it has been checked or unchecked. So what we're going to do is we want to change the class names for when it is checked right here. So when it is checked, we're going to say bg rows -500, which is going to update the background color so that now we can now see it. There we go. That is the checked state of the switch. And then when it is unchecked, then we want to update its color as well. So data unchecked, data state unchecked here, we're going to change it into #323249. Save that, and now it should also update right there. So looking very, very, very nice. And I think that's the end of the project. I think we have implemented every functionality, because now we can see the inactive thing is, and you know what, we need to update these class names on light mode. I just noticed. I mean, right now all the functionality is working, so all this is just CSS to make it look a bit better if you want to do it or not. So what we're going to do is just simply this. We're going to copy, and you know what, I just noticed something. I made a mistake. This should be on dark mode. So on dark mode, then the data state unchecked should be that, so that it should revert to its original. And reload. Or it doesn't reload. So let's go ahead and add this. We're going to add data, and then state is equal to unchecked, and then we're going to say that this is going to have a bg of neutral -200. I can't remember whether I used neutral 200, and you know what, let's see. There we go. That should be okay, but I think it's just a bit light, so let's add this to, let's change it to 300, and there we go. I think that's much better. Fantastic. And oh, did you notice that we are in the inactive tab? So if we toggle the extension that is on the inactive tab to true, then it removes it from the inactive tab and then takes it to the active tab. So that's what's happening here. So it looks very, very nice. Now, once again, if you want access to this code, simply go into my GitHub repository, into my GitHub profile, and search for the repository that is called Browser Extensions Manager UI, and you're going to find it all inside here. Now, I wanted to deploy this to Netlify as well as submit the solution to Frontend Mentor, but my internet has gone down. So I guess that is going to be the end of the video for me. So I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something new. And if you did, then please leave a like on the video and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another video. And today we are going to be doing the mortgage repayment calculator challenge from Frontend Mentor. So if you go into frontendmentor.io/challenges, you can go into the challenges link, and then you can search for the mortgage repayment calculator. And this is the challenge that we're going to do. So you can simply click on this card, and then you can go into the download assets tab, and then you can download the starter files, which I'm going to go ahead and do. So it is going to download a zip file, which I'm just going to place inside my videos folder. So save, and then that is going to download. So I can open it up. If I open up my videos, and this is it right here, the zip file. So if you're on Linux like I am, then you can simply double click it, which is going to extract it. Or if you're on Windows or Mac, I don't know how Mac works, you can right click and then extract, which is going to extract into this folder. Now this is going to be a guideline for us because we're going to be building this application in NextJs. So what we need to do next is go ahead and create our NextJs application. So I'm going to open up my terminal, and then inside my terminal, I'm going to cd into my desktop. So cd desktop, and then into a folder that is called projects. And then inside the projects folder, I'm going to say pnpx create next app, and then I'm going to pass in --example flag because I want to use a template repository that we have been using for the past, I think, 4 or 5 projects that we've built on the channel. And this repository basically has all the dependencies that I use for new projects, and it uses the Next.js 15 app router without the source folder. So https github.com/sancthomas/next15-starter. that is the link to the repository. You can open it up to take a look at it, but don't worry about it because we're going to run our application and then we're going to go through this as well. So Next 15 starter, and then the name of our application, I'm going to call it mortgage dash repayment dash calculator. Enter. And then as this is running, actually, let's talk about this particular repository. And the URL is wrong. Next 15 starter. Okay. GitHub Next 15 starter. Where did I mess up? HTTPS github.com/dash example HTTPS. Anyway, we can just go ahead and redo it. So you can see that when I open up this link, then it is a public template. So you can access it if you want to use this to canvas your new Next.js application. If you just scroll down a bit, you will see what is in this repository. So we are using shardcn, which is a component library, and this is the link right here. We are using Prettier plugin, which just reorders tailwind CSS classes when you type them. We're using JavaScript because I don't know TypeScript, and the default font is Geist Sans and it is set up in the globals.css file. And then of course I'm using pnpm, but if you want to use another package manager, make sure that you delete the pnpm log file first of all, and then install node modules using your preferred package manager. And that is basically the gist of this repository, nothing really fancy about it. So let me copy this link and then let's retry it. So pnpx create next app dash example, and pass in the link inside here. It doesn't seem to be wrong anywhere. And then mortgage repayment calculator. Enter, and then let's see. Okay, so it says it's an invalid link. How to use a template repository in Next.js. Probably I'm passing in the wrong flag, but I've done it quite a few times. npx create next app at latest dash example template name and then my app. So copy this, paste it inside here, and then at the beginning let's say pnpx dash example. This should pass in the link to the GitHub repository, and then this should be the name of the application. So mortgage repayment calculator. I didn't realize that this video we would be stuck in the beginning. So https://github.com/my name/next 15 starter. Enter. What? I can't believe we are stuck at the beginning of this video. Do I have a project that is called mortgage repayment? I don't have a project like that, right? Okay, not. Let's just use the default Next.js because this doesn't seem to be working. So at latest, and then let's say mortgage repayment calculator. Let's just do that. We can install the other dependencies later. So we don't want to use TypeScript, so no. We want ESLint, we want Tailwind, we don't want the source directory, we want app router, we don't want TurboPack, but you can test out if TurboPack works for you. It doesn't work for me because I don't have an SSD or something of the sort. And then the default alias, we don't want to change it, so no. And then let this run, and then we are going to continue once it finishes. So once that runs, then I'm going to go ahead and say Z mortgage repayment calculator. Now Z is a new code editor which I'm just trying out in place of VS Code because it is much lighter. As you can see how fast it opens, and then it is also very fast. And one of the features that I really like about it is that if I open up a file here and I start typing, the cursor disappears. I have no idea why VS Code hasn't implemented that yet, but I really like that when I start typing inside here immediately, then the cursor disappears. That is a very, very welcome change for me. But as you can see, it is pretty similar to VS Code, and the commands that you usually use in VS Code also work inside here. So for example, Control J is going to open up your terminal, and Control P is going to open up your file browser, and Control Shift P is going to open up your command palette. So things like that. And I've not installed any extensions inside here, so I'm basically working with it out of the box. And before you continue, you don't have to use Z. I'm just trying it out to see how it works, but I might switch to it because I think it's just currently better, even though it doesn't have all the features in VS Code that I usually use. But as of now, I think it's much better for recording. So once again, Control J to open up your terminal, and then you can say npm dev, which is going to open up our dev server, and then we can take a look at our Next.js application. So we can open this up on localhost 3000. So localhost 3000, close this page as well, and there we go. So this is the default Next.js application. And before we can continue, we need to install a few dependencies, which we would not have to do in case the template was working. But as we've seen, the template is not working. So let's go ahead and do them. Now let me just open up my repository, which I can't remember. So Next.15 starter. And then inside this repository, we need to install shardcn. So let's go into shardcn docs right here, and then into the installation docs, and then installation. Then we're using Next.js, and I'm using pnpm. So this is the command that I'm going to run. So just copy this inside our terminal. You can Control Shift and backtick, which is going to add a second terminal, and then just paste it in and then let it run. And we're going to use neutral for our base color, and then that should configure automatically. There we go. So it even creates a components.json file for us, which contains the configuration for shardcn. And there we go. Now from shardcn, we're going to be using 3 components. So let's go ahead and just install them right away because we are here. So pnpx shardcn, I was thinking about install. So pnpx shardcn add, and we want to install the button, the input, and the label, and then enter, and it's going to install this into the components folder. And there we go. So it creates a components folder and then a UI folder, and then places the files inside here. Now next, what we need to install is Prettier plugin. So simply click on this link, open it up on a new tab, and we should be able to install this. So right on the bottom, we need to go ahead and save this. So copy this because I'm using pnpm, so the command is just a bit different. Instead of saying npm install, I'm going to say pnpm add. So if you're using npm install, then you can simply copy this. So copy, and then inside here pnpm add, and then paste in that, which is going to install it. And then as it is installing, we need to go ahead and create this file. So copy this, and then inside the root, we can go and say create a new file called .prettierrc. Make sure that you get the spelling correctly, and then paste that in, and then remove the top part, and then save it. And then we can close that, and then that should be it. And then what else? Actually, that's it. Now, if we go back into our application, it says Tailwind CSS, Tailwind admit CSS. Where is it? Where's my package JSON? Okay. I'll close this. So we need this is installed here, but okay, you know what? We need to shut down our server. So shut this down, clear the terminal, pnpm dev to restart it, and then I think we can safely close that, and we can begin to work on our mortgage repayment calculator. And then let's try to reload that. Actually, there it is. So now everything is working. Now the reason why it is a lighter color now is because we have installed shardcn. So it goes ahead into the Tailwind. Where is that file? Sorry, the globals.css, not the Tailwind. It goes into the globals.css, and as you can see, it changes quite a number of styles. So that is the reason why now this is a lighter color instead of the usual dark theme color of Next.js. That is if you're on dark mode. Now, what we're going to do therefore is we want to go ahead and begin building right away. So inside our page.js file, this is where our entire application is going to live. So what I'm going to do is just select everything inside here and remove it. And then at the top of the file, I'm going to mark the file as use client, because by default, Next.js uses server components. And the reason why we need use client on the top is because we want to add in some state on the client side. So we need this directive. Now inside here, we're going to say export default function mortgage calculator. And then inside this, we're going to open up our brackets, and we're going to have quite a number of state values, which I want to go ahead and create right away. So I'm going to have const loan amount, and then set loan amount. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default it's going to be 0. And then we're going to have interest rate, so const interest rate, and set interest rate. This is going to be equal to use state. By default it's also going to be 0. And then const mortgage term, set mortgage term is equal to use state. By default it's going to be 0. And then const monthly payment, so monthly payment, set monthly payment is equal to use state. By default it's going to be 0. Const fixed payment, set fixed payment. By default this is going to be a boolean, so use state. By default it is going to be true. And then const interest only, so interest only, set interest only. By default it's also going to be a boolean, it is going to be false by default. And then const total repayment, set total repayment is equal to use state, and by default it is going to be 0. Now those are all the state values that we're going to need. Now apart from our state values, we are going to also need quite a number of functions, which we're not going to handle just yet because I want to go ahead and build out the UI. So inside our return, we're going to return the following. We're going to have a div with a class name here of flex, min height dash screen, items dash center, justify dash center, padding all around of 4, and then text dash white. Close that out. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div with a class name here, grid width dash full, max width dash 4xl, and then rounded dash 3xl, bg white, shadow dash medium, so shadow dash md, and then on medium screens, grid dash columns dash 2. Close that out. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div with a class name here of padding all around of 6. And then inside this div, now we're going to have our h2, and this h2 is going to also have some class names here. So class name is equal to margin bottom of 6, text dash xl, and then font dash bold, and then text till dash 900, and then this is just going to say mortgage calculator. Now we can save that because we have written out quite a bit without taking a look at our application. And once it reloads, and we need to import this, so right here, control spacebar, enter. This should work on Z as well as on VS Code. And then actually that's the only import. There we go. So mortgage calculator, font bold, oh I misspelled it, font bold, and there we go. Fantastic. I don't like this font. I do not like this font. So in order to change up the default font, because I did not like the default font, what you can do is inside your globals.css file, you can simply go ahead and add this part. So this part right here will ensure that it uses the Geist Sans font, which is in the layout, which is imported right here. So simply go ahead and on the bottom, right on the bottom of your CSS file, just add in this part. Now, let's go ahead and continue to build this out. So below the h2, we're going to have a form here with a class name of space-y-6. And then this form is going to have an onSubmit handler, which is going to call a function called calculate payment. So calculate payment. Now we don't have this function, so don't go ahead and save your application first of all. And actually, let's just go ahead and create the skeleton of it. So const calculate payment is going to be equal to an arrow function like so. Just leave it empty for now so that when you save application, it doesn't break. Now inside this form, we're going to have a div, and then inside this div, remember to close it out. Inside this div, we're going to have a label, which is a component from components UI label, which we installed from TsbSankara. So make sure that you get the correct import. So label, and this label is going to have a class name here of margin bottom of 2. It is going to be a block element, text dash small, font dash bold, text dash style dash 800. Close it out, and then the text for the label is going to say mortgage amount. Mortgage amount. Now below this label, we're going to have a div with a class name of relative. Relative. And then close it out. I don't know why it's not closing out now. So inside this div with the class name of relative, we're going to have another div with a class name of absolute, because we want to position items inside here. And then it's going to have a class name of flex, and then a height of 9 and a width of 8, and then items dash center, justify dash center, justify center, rounded on the left of large, bg till dash 400 with an opacity of 25, so /25. Close the sidebar, and actually that should be it. We can close out this div now, so close it out. And then inside this div, we're going to have an icon here called pound sterling. So pound sterling is coming from Lucid React. Now Lucid React is installed when you install TsbSankara, so you should have access to it. If you don't, then simply go ahead and open up your terminal and then go ahead and say pnpm add Lucid React. So simple as that. And then this is going to have a class name here of size dash 5, meaning width and height of 5, and then text dash style dash 900. And then outside of this div, we're going to have an input. So input, and then control space bar right here. Make sure that you import it from components UI input so that it uses the component from TsbSankara. It's going to be a type of number. The placeholder is going to say mortgage amount, and then the value here is going to be loan amount, which is one of the state values that we already created. And then on change, so when you type inside this input, we want to call our synthetic event of e, and then we're going to say set loan amount into e.target.value. So basically populate our state value when you type inside this input. And then the input is going to have some class names here. So class name is equal to padding on the left of 10, text till dash 800, and then the placeholder text, so placeholder dash till dash 700. So this should be dash, not equals. And let's see, we can save that so that we see what we have on the screen. And there we go. So that is basically what I've created. So the pound sterling inside here is the one that is positioned absolute relative to the input, and then padding left of 10 ensures that we can always see the input inside here. And then it's an input of type number, so we can't type in any letters, but we can type in numbers. Okay, so we're basically going to be doing this for all the other inputs as well. So now let's go ahead and continue to build out the inputs. And just to have a reference, you can go ahead and open the preview.png file right here. And when you open it up, then you're going to see what we are building. And why is it not? Okay, there we go. So basically what we have done is this part right here. We have only built this first part. So we want to go ahead and build out the rest of them. Now let's go ahead and do that. So back inside our workspace, we're going to go below these two divs. And then right below the second div, we're going to have an article here with a class name of grid and grid-columns-2, and then a gap of 4. And as you can see, I've not installed any extensions, but I can work with Emmet as well. So they have also implemented Emmet inside Z. And this is not sponsored, by the way. So I might be talking a lot about it, but it's not sponsored. So inside this article, we're going to have a div. And then inside this div, we're going to have a label. So label. And you know what, let's just copy this label because it's basically the same class names. So copy this label, paste it inside here, and then the text is going to say mortgage term, so mortgage term. And then below this label, we're going to go ahead and copy this div that has a class name of relative. So this entire div, copy, and then paste it below the label. And then we're going to change up these icons. And this actually doesn't have an icon. This is just going to be a paragraph that says years. And then below this, we should have an input type of number. This should say mortgage term. This should now say loan term, or rather mortgage term, not loan term, because that is the name of our state value. And then this is going to say set mortgage term, like so, into e.target value. And then the placeholder is going to be there. And then let's see, we need to go ahead and copy this entire div. Copy this entire div, and then right before we close the article, we're going to paste it down, because this should now no longer say mortgage term because we already have it on top. So now this should say interest rate. So interest rate, and then the text inside here should now say the percentage sign. This is going to be an input with a type of number. We're going to add an attribute here called step, or in this case it's a prop, because input here is a component. So step is equal to 0.01. 0.01, meaning every time that we change the value up or down, we want it to go up by 0.01 or down by 0.01. And then the placeholder is going to say interest rate. So interest rate. The value is going to say interest rate because we have that state value, interest rate. And then the function is going to say set interest rate. Fantastic. We can save that. Let's see what we have on the screen. There we go. So years and interest rate. I think I should reduce the size of that. We should reduce the size of the years here. We should say text-sm as well as for here. So text-small. That should do it. Just reduce it a bit. And I can barely see it. I can barely see it. Oh, you know what? It's darker. It's dark. I'm the one giving the wrong whatever. The wrong color. So it should be text till 800. Is it right here? Text till dash 800. That is the interest rate. And then on the mortgage term right here, we should say text till dash 800. So you can see it. Fantastic. And I've messed up somewhere. I've messed up the style somewhere. So let me remove these styles here. Where on the mortgage term, I'm removing the styles for the div of absolute so that I can add them in. So absolute, and then right of 8, and then right of 0, flex, height dash full, width dash 14, items dash center, justify dash center, rounded on the right of large, bg till dash 400, stroke 25, text dash small, text till dash 900. And then these classes here, so copy this, should be the ones of the interest rate. So paste them inside this div. Paste them in, save it, then let's take a look. There we go. Much better, much better. And on the inputs here now, the inputs should not have a padding on the left. This should now have a padding on the right, and the padding on the right is going to be of 16, so that in case you type a number that is too large, then it is not going to be behind this till that we have. So if you have a number like that, you can see that now it ends there. If I remove the padding right of 16, if I remove it, let's say padding right of 1, then you'd see that the numbers would go behind that and you'll not be able to see it. So padding right 16, and then this one as well, padding on the right of 16, on the right. Fantastic. Now, once we do that, then we're going to go below the article. We're going to have a div with a class name of space-y-2. And then inside this div, we're going to have a paragraph. This paragraph is going to have a class name of text-small, and then text-till-900. And then this paragraph is going to say mortgage type. So mortgage type. And then below this paragraph, we're going to have a label. Once again, the component from Sharsian. This label is going to have an HTML4 fixed repayment, which is an input that we're going to create. So repayment. And then this label is going to have class names, and these class names are going to be dynamic. So open up your curly brackets, add in your backticks, and then we're going to add a class of flex, and then cursor, I can't type, so cursor dash pointer, items dash center, gap dash 2, rounded border, padding all round of 2, text dash till dash 900, and then we're going to add $sign curly brackets, and then we're going to say that if fixed repayment is true, remember that fixed repayment is a boolean. So when fixed repayment is true, then the classes that we're going to have inside our double quotations are going to be border dash till dash 700, bg till dash 400 with an opacity of 50, and then transition that it has a slight transition. And why is this fixed payment? Oh, I called it fixed payment, not fixed repayment. It should be fixed repayment, not fixed payment. Fixed repayment, where is it? Fixed repayment, and then set fixed repayment. That should be it. Fantastic. Now this label, inside this label, we're going to have the input. So this is going to have an input with a type of checkbox with an ID of fixed repayment, so that it is tied to the label repayment. And then the checked attribute of this input is going to be dependent on fixed repayment. So if it is true, then it's going to be checked. If it is false, then it is going to be unchecked. And then for the on-change of this input, we're going to go ahead and add in an inline function here, and then open it up, and then we're going to say set fixed repayment into the opposite of fixed repayment. Meaning if it is false, then set it to true, and then if it is true, then set it back to false. And then we're going to say set interest only to false, because once again, set interest only, or rather interest only, is a boolean. And then outside of this, we can close out our input and then give it a class name of size-6. Fantastic, looking very nice. And then before we can close the label, let's add a span here that says fixed repayment. So save that, and then we should have fixed repayment. There we go. So if it is checked, or if it is true, then it's going to show that, and then when you click it, it is going to show that. So we can toggle it, and it is just simply a checkbox. Now we're going to do the same thing. So what we're going to do is just copy this label and then paste it below that label, and then this is going to change into interest only. So interest dash only, and then the variable here is going to change into interest only. And then let's spell it correctly first of all, then copy that. We can paste it here and then paste it here, and then change this to set interest only, and then we can change this to set fixed repayment to false, and then this now should say interest only. So interest dash only, and then the span should now say interest only. So interest only. Save that, and we should now have two inputs. There we go. So you can choose the mortgage type that you want to pay. So fixed repayment is going to be toggled, and then interest only is going to be toggled. Now see how you can't toggle both of them at the same time? It's basically what is happening inside here. We're saying that when we're checking the input for interest only, then set fixed repayment is going to be turned false, and because it is a boolean and the checkbox depends on the boolean, if it is false, then it's going to be unchecked. So that is basically what is happening inside here, and it looks very, very nice. Now we're going to go below the label and then below this first div, and then below this div we're going to have a button, and this button is coming from components UI button, which we installed. It's going to have a variant here of default, and then on click it's going to have an on click handler. We technically don't need this on click handler because the button should be a type of submit, and if it is a type of submit, then we don't need the on click handler because it is going to trigger the submit event on the form, and the form has the on submit event right there. So button on click, or rather without the on click, is going to have a size here of large, and then it's going to have a class name with dash full, rounded dash full, bg dash, and it's going to be a hexa value here called DAD839, and then text gray dash 900, and then on hover we're going to have a bg of another hexa value here called DAD830, and then add in an opacity of 75%. And you know what, this should be 830, not 839. And then inside the button is going to have a calculator icon, so calculator, which is coming from Lucid React. And then the calculator outside of this, rather, we're simply going to say calculate repayments. Now, if we save that, then our form should be complete. Look at that, looking very, very, very nice. Okay, now we need to change up the background because it looks quite a bit ugly. So let's go back into our globals.css. Oops. Control P and then search for globals.css. And then inside here, let's say bg -100, which is just going to give this a slight hint of the teal color, so that now this can be accented better. Now we have built up the left part. Now let's build up the right part, as you can see right here. So now let's build up the results section. So for the results section, this is what we're going to do. And oops, I should remove this so that the styles don't conflict. So we're going to go below this div. So below the form and then below the first div, we're going to create a div here. This div is going to have quite a number of class names because, as you can see right here, we need to account for these rounded edges. So what we're going to do is we're going to give it a class name here of flex-column, items-center, justify, I can't type, justify-center, I can't type, and then rounded-3xl, and then rounded-top -none, so no border on the top on mobile, and then bg gray-800, padding all round of 6, and then text-center, and then on large screens rounded on the left, or on the bottom left, rounded on the bottom left of, pass in 50 pixels inside here, and then on large screens rounded -top left-none, that we don't have the top left rounded border right here, so basically accounting for that. And then on large screens, then rounded -top right of 3xl. And then inside this div, we want to check whether monthly repayment or the monthly payment is true. And if it is true, then we want to return something inside here. And then if it is false, then we're going to return a div here with class name space-y-6, and then text-center, close out that div. And then we're going to have an error because we have not yet built this part, so don't worry about it. So div, and then inside this div, we're going to have an h3 with class names here. So class name is equal to text-2xl, font-bold, and then text-white. And then inside the h3 is going to say results shown here. And then below the h3, we're going to have a paragraph with the class name of text-small. Okay. Paragraph with class name text-sm leading-6, and then text white or rather /75 to give it a bit of opacity, and then close out the paragraph. And then inside this paragraph, we're going to say complete the form and click calculate repayments to see what your monthly repayments would be. Now that is the div in case this is false. Now let's build this other div in case it is true. So close it out, and then now that error should go away. Now this div is going to have some class names as well. So right here it's going to have a class name of space on the y of 4, so space on the y-axis of 4, and then inside this div we're going to have an h3 with the class names of text-2xl, font-bold, text-white. Close that out, and then this is going to say your results. And then below this h3 we're going to have a paragraph that says class name text-sm leading-6, and then text white /75, and then this text is going to say basically what is in the image, this part right here. So it's going to say your results shown based on the information you provided, full stop. To adjust the results, edit the form and click calculate repayments again, full stop. Now below this paragraph, we're going to have another div. Now this div is going to have a class name here, and the class names are going to be rounded dash large, border dash top dash 4, border dash, and it's a hexa value, hashtag DAD 830, and then BG gray dash 900, padding all round of 6, text dash left, and then on large screens text dash center. And then inside this div, we're going to have, oops, what did I do? Okay, inside this div, we're going to have another div with the class name here of margin bottom of 4, border dash bottom, border dash gray dash 700, and then padding bottom of 4 to push away from the border just a bit. And then finally inside this div, we're going to have a paragraph with a class name of margin bottom of 2, text dash small, text white /75, and the text is going to say your monthly repayments. Now we can save that, and then let's see what we have on the screen. So there we go. So this is the second div that we built, the div on the bottom right here. So in case we don't have any input inside here, then that is the div that shows. And if you were to inspect this and open up the mobile view, then you would see the classes that we added for mobile first. So basically that. Now let's go ahead and let's see. I mean, if we were to input anything inside here and click on calculate repayments, nothing would happen because we haven't yet implemented that function. So even though right now we are building the div that shows the results, we can't really see the results until we create the calculate payments function. So let's just go ahead and build it out. So we're going to go below this paragraph. We're going to add in another paragraph, and this paragraph is going to have some class names here of text dash 4XL, font dash bold, and then text dash, and it's a hexa value, so hashtag DAD 830. And then the text for this paragraph is going to be calling a function called format currency, which we have not yet created. And then we're going to pass in the monthly payment, which is our state value. So monthly payment. Now don't save it yet because it's going to crash your application, but we're going to go below this paragraph, and then below this first div we're going to create another div, and then this div is going to have a paragraph inside here with class names here of margin bottom of 2, and then text dash small, and then text dash white /75, and then the text for this is going to say total you repay over the term. And then below this paragraph we're going to have another paragraph with class names of text dash 3XL, font dash bold, and text dash white. And then the paragraph is going to call the function called format currency again, so format currency, and then we're going to pass in the total repayment, which is our state value. Now once we do that, then we need to now create our functions. So let's go ahead and do that. Now the easiest function to create of the two is the format currency function. So let's go ahead and do that. So right before the return, let's go ahead and say const format currency is equal to, and we're going to pass in the value, as you can see, because in the format currency we are passing in one of our state values, so we need to pass that in as an argument. So we're calling the argument the value, and then we're going to say return new international, so intl dot number format. So we want to get the number format, and then we're passing in the English and the Great British because we're using the pound symbol inside here, so that's why I've chosen that. And then we're going to pass in a comma, open up an object here, and we're going to say that the style for this is going to be currency. And by the way, this is from JavaScript. This is not a package that you install, so you can read about it. You can simply Google it. And then the currency that we're using is the Great British Pound, and then the minimum fraction digits. So minimum fraction digits that you want is 2, so basically 2 decimal places. And then right here we're going to say dot format, and then pass in the value, which is the state value. Now let's say that is the format currency function complete. Now we need the beefy function, which is the calculate payment function. Now, first of all, because we know that this function is on the form, we need to pass in our event here so that we can say e.prevent_default, so that it prevents the default behavior of the form reloading the web page when you submit it. Now, before we continue, let's go ahead and take a look at the mortgage repayment function. And here it is. So this is the mortgage repayment function, where M is the monthly payment, P is the loan amount, so the principal, R is the interest rate, and then N is the total number of payments in years. So we're going to create this function basically, and then just substitute our values inside here, our state values. And in all honesty, I did not know how to do this, so this is a screenshot from ChatGPT. So e.prevent_default, and then below this we're going to define our values. So we know that we need the principal amount, so const principal is equal to, and we want to go ahead and say parse float, or parse float, I don't know how to speak like that. So parse float, and then we're going to pass in the loan amount, which is our principal amount, and then const rate is equal to, once again, parse float, and then this is going to be passed in the interest rate over 100 and divide it by 12. So get the interest rate, divide it by 100, and then divide that by 12. And then const payments, meaning the number of payments, is equal to, once again, parse float, and then the mortgage term, so mortgage term, and I've done something wrong. This, close this out, divide this by 100, and then divide that by 12, so that it gets the correct function. Now, once you do that, then we're going to say let payment is equal to 0, and then let total also equal to 0. And then if interest only, meaning if we only want to get the interest, because interest only is a boolean which is used to toggle this. So if we only want to get the interest, then the function that we're going to run is the following. We're going to say payment is equal to principal times the rate, and then the total is going to be equal to the payment multiplied by the payments, and then add in the principal. So just make sure that you get the signs correctly, or that the symbols. This is an asterisk, which is the multiplication symbol, and then this is the plus for the addition symbol, and then else if, and then pass in fixed repayments. So if we want to get the fixed repayment, then the function is going to be as follows. We're going to say payment is equal to, open up your brackets here, and then say principal times the rate times math.power, so raise it to the power so that we can get where is it, this part right here, math to the power, and then pass in 1 plus rate, and then comma payments, and then divide this by, and what is this, principal, I should misspell it, principal, and then math.power once again. So basically building out the bottom part. Now we want to build out this part, and we're saying 1 plus the rate, and then comma payments, and then outside of this -1. So once again, this is basically what we're doing. So the -1 is this part right here, so -1 is this part right here, and then math.power, what we're doing inside here is basically this. And then on the top we get the principal, the rate, and then multiply that by the 1, multiply that by 1 plus the rate, and then pass in the payments, so that pass in the pencil comma payments, which is going to do that. So that is the power. And then let's see, we're going to go ahead, and below this we're going to say that the total therefore is going to be equal to the payments times the payments. And then below this we're going to say set monthly payment into the payment dot to fixed, and then pass in 2 decimal places. So we want to see it to 2 decimal places, and then set total repayment into the total dot to fixed, and then pass in 2 as 2 decimal places, and that should be our function. So let's save that, let's go ahead and take a look at our application. Let's reload it to be on the safe side. So let's say that the mortgage amount is 300,000, and then the number of terms, or the number of years to repay is 30. Interest rate, let's say, is 7, and then we want to get the fixed repayment. So when we click calculate repayments, and there we go. So your results are here. So the number of monthly payments that you should make is this, and then the total that you repay over the term is this. And then if the interest only mortgage type, you can say calculate repayments, and there we go. Fantastic. Now very quickly, I want to go ahead and change up the title for this. So let's go open this sidebar into the layout. Let's say that this is going to say front end mentor, and this should say mortgage repayment calculator. And then let's just copy this because it's easier. Copy, paste it inside here, save that, and that should update our title. You can close that. That should now update our title. You can close this as well because I think we're done with it. There we go. So now let me open up GitHub, and then front-end mentor is already here, but I want to open up Netlify. So app.netlify.com, because we want to submit this project. So Control J, shut down the server, clear the terminal, and then let's see. So add a new site. I can't really add a new site until I've created the repository. So create repository inside here, and if you want this link, it should be in the description below, and it should be in the opening title card of the video. So repository name, mortgage repayment calculator. I already have a repository like this. Oh no, I misspelled it. This should have a G. There we go. So I already have a repository like this. So I'm going to call this mortgage payment calculator -YT, and then create repository. And then let's go ahead and copy this link, and then we're going to say the following. We're going to say git add all, git commit -m initial commit, and then git remote add origin, paste that in, git push -u origin main, and that should now push it to GitHub. Oh, I noticed something. I think GitHub changed its authentication stuff. So right now you can't just do this. You have to go ahead and create a what's it called? A key or something. But I already did that. So let me just show you. And actually I can show you how to do that. It should be inside your profile. You need to go into settings. And then inside your profile, you need to go to the bottom, search for developer settings, and then personal access tokens. And then you can use the tokens classic. I think that should be it. And then you need to create a new token. So once you create a new token here, so generate a new token for general use, we can use that one. Use GitHub Mobile to authenticate. Okay. And authenticate. There we go. So once you do that, then you need to go ahead and pass in what your repository or your token can do. So just select repo. You can select workflow, for example, all of these, delete packages, all this, all this, all that. Select. Oh my god, click. Okay, click. You can select all that. You really don't need all of this, but I can't remember the default ones that are set. So I'm just selecting all of them just to show you, and then generate token. And then, oh, can't be blank. Let me say GH test. So GitHub test. And then you need to select the expiry, by the way. So expiry here is 30 days, 60 days, 7 days, custom, no expiration. You can use something like that. But let me just say like 7 days. And then when you generate token, then it's going to generate this token for you, and you need to copy it, because if you don't copy it now, you won't be able to see it again. So copy it. And then what you need to do is you need to go ahead and get this link. Let me go ahead and get it. So open it up. So you need to go ahead and get this link right here, and you will notice that I've blurred out the keys that I use. But for demonstration purposes, I can do the following. This is the key that I've just copied, and then copy this. Oops. I can just copy this downwards and then substitute the key inside here. There we go. And what you'll notice is now the URL that you need to do is basically this. So get git remote set URL origin HTTPS, and then pass in your token, and then at github.com/ your username / the repository name. So we need to do that, and it's quite a hassle, as you can see, but I guess it's more secure. So paste that in, and the repository name is mortgage repayment calculator yt. Enter, and then now you can say git push -u origin main, and that is going to push it to GitHub. Let's see, there we go. So that now if we go into my GitHub profile, open, no, not open image, come on, open profile. So if you go back inside here into the repositories, I should be able to see the mortgage payment calculator YT, which is the link to the repository in case you want this. Fantastic, very, very, very nice. So let's go into Netlify. Let's add a new site from an existing project, and then into GitHub, and then inside GitHub, you can wait for this. So let's search for mortgage, and then as that is searching, I want to go back to my GitHub here and delete this access token, because I've showed it in the video, so I don't want it. I don't want it to be visible inside here. But as you can see that I have another token here which I use, which is expiring on June 8th. So you can go ahead and create them if you don't have them. If that is in case you're getting that error that you saw that I got about GitHub, which was it? This one right here. In case you're getting this, because even if you pass in your username and the password, it's still going to refuse. Believe me, I tried, and it was quite annoying. So now we can close that. We can go back to here. We need to deploy the calculator YT. So get this. The site name is going to be TsbSankara -mortgage invalid use of hyphens. Okay, mortgage repayment. That's too long. Calculator. Yeah, that's too long. So let me just say mortgage calculator. Calculator. And then let's go to the bottom. We don't have any environment variables, so we can simply say deploy, and then wait for this to deploy. Okay, so we have an issue here. What's the issue? Oh no, unescaped characters. Really? That's so annoying. That is so annoying. So we need to go ahead and get to be inside. What line is it? 172, 173. So 172. Line number 172. Really? It's because of this, the double quote. Really? Okay, let's say ampersand apos. So that is going to add the entity, and then do that for this again. And then we need to do it for which line again? 173, number 27. What? 170. Okay, that we've already done that. So we need to do it here as well. Then ampersand apostrophe there as well. And then where else? And what? It should be quote, because it's a double quote, not apostrophe. So just highlight this, and then Control D, then change that to quote, QUOT. That should do it. And then line number 188. 188, this should be ampersand apostrophe, because now that is an apostrophe. And then line number 202. Okay, we've already done that. And then number 202 as well. Okay, save that. Then git add or git commit -m. Let's say remove unescaped entities unescaped, then git push. and then that is going to push it back to GitHub. Password. Oh my god, I deleted the I deleted this key, so I need to do that again. So let me just quickly do that again. And there we go. So I've pushed it to GitHub. So now it should be visible in my GitHub that we have made a new commit. Let's see. There we go. So remove unescaped entities. And wait, did I spell that with a double T? Really? I mean, it doesn't really matter anyway. So let's just wait for this to redeploy. Okay, so deploy in progress. Once again, it's a waiting game. And there we go. So we can now open up the production deploy, and there's our application. You can test it out to ensure that everything works. It's repayment. There you go. Fantastic. Okay, now let's copy this link. Let's go back inside here and let's say submit solution, and the live site URL is that one. This is the repository URL, and then the title: mobile first mortgage repayment calculator in NextJs. Fantastic. Go to the bottom, submit solution, and then I can close our links here. There you go. Fantastic. Oh my god. Let's see how close we got. How close did we get? Oh, I didn't add the image. I mean, we didn't even take a look at what we downloaded. So anyway, I mean, it's a small feature, but it makes it look a bit better, as you can see. Fantastic. Oh, and the clear button as well. I'm going to leave that up to you because the clear button is very simple. All you can do is just create a function here, and then inside the function, what you're going to be doing is just saying, where is it? Set loan amount back to 0, set interest amount to 0, mortgage term 0, basically that. I mean, it's quite simple. And yeah, that is going to be the end of the video. And I hope you enjoyed it. And if you did, then please leave a like and subscribe to the channel as well if you're not already. And I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another video. And today we're going to be building out this project, which is a product list with a shopping cart. Now the functionality for this is going to be the shopping cart, but its inspiration comes from the front-end meta challenge, which is called product list with cart. Now I want to mention this, that we are not going to be building a pixel perfect design from the challenge, but the functionality for the cart is going to work all the same. So if you want a pixel perfect design, I apologize, we are not going to be doing that in this video. We are going to, however, focus on the shopping cart, which in this case is currently empty. But when you begin to add items to it, then you can view your cart. It also updates the number of items in the cart, as you can see. And then when you view your cart, it shows you the number of items. And when you scroll to the bottom, it gives you the total for that particular cart. Now, if you don't want any of these items, you can simply clear the cart. And then if you go ahead and add items again, and if you add the same item twice, it simply just increases its number in your shopping cart, and then it updates the total as well. Now, if you have less than one item in your shopping cart, then it automatically removes that particular item. So if I click on this button again, it automatically removes it from the shopping cart. And then of course, it updates your total value. And then of course, this shopping cart is going to persist in local storage. So you can close this, but when you reopen it, you should still be able to see your shopping cart right around here. You can see I still have 2 items, and we have the very same 2 items that I had previously in my shopping cart. So this is a very interesting project, and we're going to be building it using NextJs, Tailwind CSS, and ShadCN UI. So let's go ahead and begin by creating a new NextJs application. So to begin, I'm going to create a new NextJs application, and I'm using pnpx as opposed to npx, and it's very simple to install. All you need to say is npm install pnpm, npm install -g so that it installs it globally. And then of course, if you're on Linux or on Mac, you need to say sudo npm. Now you don't have to use pnpm. I just prefer to use it because it's faster. So pnpx create dash next dash app at latest, and I'm going to call this product dash list with dash cut, and then I'm going to say enter. And for this project, we are not using TypeScript, so no. We want ESLint. We want Tailwind CSS, so yes. We don't want a source directory. We want the app router. We don't want TurboPack because it's still in development. And then we want the default import alias, so we're going to say no. And then we're going to let this run. And then once it finishes, then we are going to open up our application. Okay, so once that is finished, then I'm going to say cd product list with cut, and then I'm going to use codium dot, and codium is just a variant of VS Code without the tracking. And there we go. So we have our NextJs application right here, and using Control J to open up our integrated terminal, I'm going to say pnpm dev, and if you're using npm, then simply say npm dev or npm run dev. That should work. So pnpm dev, which is going to open up our local development server on localhost 3000. And then we can take a look right here. So localhost 3000. And there we go. So we have our NextJs application right here. Now I want to go ahead and install a few things. Oops, what was happening here? So let me just go ahead and shut down our server because I want to install a few things. And the first thing that we need to do is install shadcn, or the initialize shadcn because you don't install it. So pnpx shadcn at latest init. So as you can see, when shadcn initializes, it does a few things and it detects that we're using Next.js. So we want to use the New York style as opposed to the default, so enter. And then for the base color, we're going to use neutral because it's going to use the colors from Tailwind CSS. And we're going to say yes for CSS variables. And as that is running, you can see that it creates a components.json file as well as edits the Tailwind config.js, so that now if I go ahead and run pnpm dev, then we're going to see a few changes in our Next.js application. So let's just go ahead and reload this. And there we go. As you can see that now we no longer have the black background color. We now have this light theme. That's because shadcn has changed a few of the styles in our Tailwind CSS, as you can see right there. So we can go ahead and we want to install one more thing, which is going to help us to format our Tailwind CSS classes. And it is called Prettier plugin for Tailwind CSS. So Prettier plugin, and this link is going to be in the description. And the GitHub repository is Tailwind Labs. So the creators of Tailwind CSS created this plugin just so that it can help to format the Tailwind CSS classes. So it is called Prettier plugin Tailwind CSS. And you can just scroll to the bottom right here. And if you're using npm, you can go ahead and run this command. But I'm not using npm, so I just want to copy this part, copy. And then inside my second terminal, I'm going to say pnpm add, and then paste it in. And then as that is installing, I want to go ahead and copy this. So copy. And then inside my workspace, so inside the root, not inside any folder, I'm going to double click, which is going to create a new file. And I'm going to say .prettier rc. Make sure that you get this spelling correctly. And then paste that in, and then of course remove this comment so that you don't have any errors. So save that. And now we are actually ready to begin. So just make sure that your application is running, and you can verify that. So just reload it so that you ensure that it is running. And let's begin working on this. And so because what we're building is a challenge from Frontend Mentor, we need to go into the challenges, and we need to go into the actual challenge that we want, which is the product list with cut. And just go ahead and visit the challenge hub and download the starter files so that you have the starter files available for you, because you want to do a bit of copying and pasting. So once you download the zip file, then you can go ahead and wherever you extract it, mine is right here on my desktop. So you can just double click it to extract it right here. And what I want to do is open up this and then open up this once again, because we want to do a bit of copying and pasting. So what I want to do is I want to grab everything except the git ignore. So just drag and drop everything inside here. And then when you get this alert, say copy folders, don't add folders. So copy folders so that it adds the folders for you. And this just asks whether you want to replace the readme. You can simply say replace, it is safe. And there you go. So we have a bunch of new files which are coming from the frontend mentor zip file. And then what you want to do is this git ignore, I can simply drag and drop it inside here so that we see the contents of the git ignore. And you can see that it just simply ignores a bunch of files inside here. So I want to go ahead and copy this. And then inside our actual git ignore for the NextJs, which is right here, we're going to go to the bottom and then paste it inside. And then we're going to change this to line 46 and 47. And then we're going to change this to line 53 so that it safely ignores all these files so that you don't commit them to your Git repository. So you'll notice that this has been repeated because it is usually added by NextJs. So you can simply remove this. It is safe as well. And now that we have that, we are now ready to actually begin, because now we have our data.json file right here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create a components folder. So right inside my workspace, I'm going to create a folder here called components. So components. And inside my components folder, I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to call this products.js. And then inside products.js, I want to go ahead and import our data.json file right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say import, and I'm going to call it products. So import products from art/data.json. And because it's a JSON file, you need to import it like so. And then we're going to say export default function products. And then inside here, we just want to go ahead and return a div that says products, and then save that. And then we want to go ahead and render this component. So what we're going to do is inside our app and inside our page.js, we want to go ahead and remove all of this, and we can just say export default function home. And then inside here, we want to go ahead and render out our products like so. So save that, and let's go ahead and see what we have on the screen. We can close this. Let's close that as well. So you can see that we now have products on the screen. Now, I want to change this font because I don't want to use this font. So I'm going to say Control P, which is going to open up this nice looking command palette. And I want to search for the global.css file, which is our main CSS file. And for the font family here, I want to remove this. And I want to say @apply. And we're going to use font mono, which is a tailored class that applies the monospace font on your application. So when you save that, you'll notice that now this is a monospace font. That looks much better. Now let's go ahead and do this. Back inside the page.js, let's go ahead and cut this out and place it inside a div, because I want to go inside this div and give it a class name here of container, and padding on the X of 2 and padding on the Y of 20, and MX order, which is going to center it. And because of the extension, or rather the dependency that we install, which is called Prettier plugin, when I go ahead and save this, it is going to reformat the classes. So save that once again and take a look. We have that. I have a semicolon somewhere. This one, remove it. And there we go. Looking fantastic. Now let's jump back into our products.js. Let's go ahead and render these products to the screen. So what we're going to do is this. We're simply going to map over them. So we're going to say products.map, and then for every, let me call it product, then we can also get the index of the product, which is going to act as our unique key. We want to go ahead and return here. We want to get a div, and this div, make sure to close it out as well. This div is going to have a key of index, and then inside here, we're going to have an image component, which is coming from next image. Make sure you import it. And the image component takes in a source prop, and the source for this is going to be product.image.desktop. And I just want to mention something. If you take a look at the data.json, you have the desktop image, the tablet image, and the mobile image. Now, I don't want to go through the hassle of rendering all of them out depending on the screen sizes, but it's very simple to do that. All you need to do is just create multiple divs, or simply add a class name here on the images. So for example, if I wanted this to be the desktop image, then all I need to do is say it's going to be hidden by default, and then on large screens, then it's going to show up as a block element. Then that just ensures that the desktop is going to show the desktop image and the mobile is going to show the mobile image. And of course, now you need to add the actual mobile image, so you need to do something like mobile, and then because it's mobile first, then this will need to be block, and actually it's block by default. Come on, just remove this. So what you can do is, because you're also going to be rendering the tablet size screens, then you need this to be hidden on medium screens and upwards. So it's going to be hidden on medium screens and upwards, and so on and so forth. So if you want to do that, then you can go ahead and do that, but I don't want to go through the hassle of doing that. So let's just go ahead and render out our desktop image, and we can remove the class names right there. And the alt attribute for this one, or rather the alt prop in this case, is going to be the product dot name, which is coming from our data JSON, so the name of the product. And then we need to give it a fixed width, or a width, and in this case I want to give it a width of 1920 and a height of 1080, so that it gives us a good resolution image. Now when I save that, you're going to notice that the images are not going to appear on the screen because it says this. Now the reason why it says this is because the images currently, as they are being served outside of the public folder. If I can just get them, they're inside the assets. So the assets folder is outside of the public folder. So what I'm going to do is, the SVG files inside here, inside the public folder, I'm just going to select all of them and delete them. And then inside my assets folder, I'm going to drag the images folder into the public folder like so. So simply drag and drop. As you can see now, the images are inside the public folder. And then what we're going to do is, inside our data JSON, because the images are no longer inside the /assets, so I'm simply going to select all of this and then say Control D, so that it selects all the other links. So Control D like so. And then I'm going to just simply backspace, so that now the images are going to be served from /images, because the / here represents the public folder, and then images is the folder in which the images are stored. And then of course the image links to the JPEG files. Now save that, and then when we hopefully reload it, we should be able to see our images like so, looking fantastic. Now let's style this out so that it looks a bit better. So inside here, we're going to give it, and you know what, I'm doing something wrong. We installed TsbSankara. So what we need to do is, we're going to add a component from TsbSankara, which is going to help us to make this look a bit better. So the way we install components is, we say pnpx, or if you're not using pnpm, you simply say npx. So pnpx, and then I want to say shadcn at latest add, and we want to add two components. So we want to add the card component and the button component, which are the two components that we're going to be using in this project. So enter, and then let's wait a moment, and there we go. And what you'll notice is, if you are keen, you'll notice that the components folder now has a UI folder, and the UI folder has the button.jsx and the card.jsx. Now you can take a look at these components. They are quite easy to understand, and you can see also quite easy to customize if you wanted to customize them. But we're not going to do any customization in this particular project. So what I want to do is, we're going to substitute this div for a card component, and when it gives you this drop down, simply say enter, so that it's going to auto import it for you. So we want to render the card like so. Now when I save that, you'll notice that immediately it receives a bit of styling, but it's barely visible, but it gets a border. Now let's go ahead and add a grid to this. So on this div, we're going to give it a class name here, and we're going to say grid and gap, a gap of 6. And then on small screens, we're going to say grid columns 2. And then on medium screens, we're going to say on large screens, large screens, we're going to say grid columns 3. And then on 2XL screens, we're going to say grid columns 4. Save that, and we're going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, looking much better already. Now let's continue to style this out. So what I want to do is grab this image and place it inside a component that is called card header, and make sure that you import it as well, and then paste in our image so that now the image is going to be pushed inwards. And then on the image, I want to go ahead and add a class name here, and I'm going to say width dash full, and I'm going to say rounded dash large. So save that so that it's going to receive a rounded border right here. And then below the image and below the card header, we're going to add a component here that is called card content. And inside card content, I want to go ahead and add card description. So card description, and the card description is going to say product dot category. Was it category? Let me just confirm here. Yes, category. So the category first, and then below the card description, we're going to have the card title, and the card title is going to say product.name. And then once again, below the card title, we're going to have card description, which is going to say the product.price. Save that, and we should have something here. Card title is not defined, so I forgot to import it. So right here, simply say Control spacebar and then say enter, and it's going to auto import it on top. So save that, and we should see that. There we go, looking much better. Now see how the price is formatted wrongly? Let's go ahead and fix that. So what we need to do is this. First of all, we need to add a $sign here, and then on the price, we want it to be up to 2 decimal places. So we're going to say dot to fixed, and then pass in 2 as the number of decimal places. So save that, and now you should see, there we go, much better formatted. Now let's go ahead and do this. Inside the card content, I want to add a class name here called space-y-2, which is going to separate out these items just a bit so that it looks like so. So right below the header, or rather the card header, let's go ahead and add a button, which we have just installed from TsbSankara. Make sure that you import it. So the button here is going to say add to cart. Save that, and we're going to have a button right there, which I have formatted wrongly. Let me place it inside the card header, and that should do that. There we go. So add to cart, and then let's add a nice looking icon here, and the icon is called shopping cart. So shopping cart right there. Now you should be able to add this in just as I have added it in. So import shopping cart from Lucid React, and the reason why you should be able to do that is because when we installed TsbSankara and we used the New York style, it automatically installed Lucid React for us. So if you go ahead and take a look at your package.json, why is this open? And this as well. I don't need many of this to be open. And we can safely delete the fonts file. We're not using this font anyway, so just delete it. Now, inside the package.json, you'll notice that Lucid React is installed here as well. So when you installed TsbSankara with the New York style, it installed Lucid React. And if you use the default style, then it should install Radix icons. I think that's what it should do, hopefully. Now let's go ahead and do this. Let's see, save that. Our UI is basically complete. What we need to do is add our div here, which shows products, and then a cart button here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this entire div, cut it out, and say create a section here, paste in the div, and then above this section, rather above the div, I'm going to create another div with an h1 that says products, and then below this h1, I'm going to create a button here from TsbSankara that says cart, and then inside here we're going to display the length of items. So just have a brackets length so that we remember to do it right here. And then of course, let's go ahead and style it out. So the h1 is going to have a class name here of font-bold and text-3xl. And then on the div, we're going to have a class name here that says flex wrap, items center, justify between, and gap -4, just in case you have a very small screen and the products here, if you're going to inspect and try to test it out. So on such a screen, if you were to go less than this, then the cut here is automatically going to go into the next line. Now let's also add a margin bottom so that this pushes away from the items just a bit. So on this div, let's just say margin bottom of 8. And there we go. That looks nice. So what we need to do next is we need to go ahead and implement our buttons. Now, in order to do that, then I'm going to use the context API. So let's go ahead and do that right away. So close all these folders. We can safely close all of these as well. And what I'm going to do is, once again, inside the workspace, I'm going to create a new folder called context. And then inside context, I'm going to create a new file called cat.js. Now, inside cat.js, this is what we're going to do. Remember that NextJs is server rendered by default, but we want to use context, which only applies to client components. So we're going to add a directive here called use client, like so. And then we're going to say import create context from React. We also want to import use state because we want to manage some state, and use effect as well because we want to read from local storage. And once we do that, then we're going to say this: export const cat context is equal to create context. And then we're going to actually create our component. So I'm going to say export const cat provider is equal to, and then my brackets, and then create my component right here. And then inside here, we're going to return something, but for now, let me just leave it as so. But we want to go ahead and destructure the children because the cat provider is going to be wrapping all other components, which are going to be the children. So inside our return, we're going to return the cat context, which I've just created inside here, which gives us access to the provider. So cat context dot provider. And then inside the cat context provider, we want to go ahead and pass in the children. Now for our cat, we are going to have 4 main functions. Now the first function is going to be the add to cart button. So, or rather the add to cart function. So const add to cart. Then this is an arrow function. Close it out, and then just copy this down 4 more times. The second function we're going to create is remove from cart. So remove from cart. And then the third function is to clear cart. So clear the cart. And then the fourth function is get cart total. And then let's go ahead and pass them in as a value here. And the value here is going to say, we're going to say add to cart. We are passing it in as an object, and then remove from cart, and then clear cart, and then get cart total. Now we can go ahead and save that, and hopefully nothing should break. But before we exit this file, let's go ahead and pass in our state value. So our state value is going to say const cart items and set cart items. And by default, we're going to say use state, and by default is going to be an empty array. Now let's go ahead and save that. And I just want to make sure that context is working. So I want to go ahead and pass it in inside our layout. So what we're going to do is this: inside our app folder, we have a layout.js. So inside this file, we're going to go ahead and wrap the children here using the cart provider. So, and then wrap the children. And then now, if we go ahead and jump into our components folder and inside products.js, then we should be able to use the functions. So for example, I can say const and destructure this. So add to cart is equal to use context, and then pass in the cart context. So, and I'm auto importing them. That's why you can see that they're being added by default, or they're added automatically. And then now if I want to test this out, then I can say console.log type of add to cart, and in the console we should see function. Now remember that because we're now using a hook inside here, then we need to transform this into a client component. So use client. Now save that. And then if we inspect, so inspect, then make this bigger. Inside our console, we should see function right there. So our context is working as we expect it to work. Okay, so now that we have verified that that is working, let's go ahead and actually create our cart component. And you can see that I'm dealing with the UI part first before we deal with the functionality. So let's go ahead and inside our components folder, we're going to create a new file called cart.js, and don't confuse this with what you have inside the context. So this is the context and this is the component that renders the cart. Now inside here, we're going to say the following. We're going to say export default function cart. And then inside here, we're going to say return, and we're going to return a div. And then inside this div, we're going to have an h2 that says your cart. And then this h2 is going to have a span that says close, which is going to be our close button. And you know what? I can use an icon here called X icon, which comes from Lucid React as well. Now, I don't want this to be a span. Actually, I want this to be a button. So button, which renders the icon. Now save that. And let's jump back inside products because we want this cart, and we can remove the console log. We want the cart to render below this final div, right below the section, before the section ends. And we want to render cart like so. Close it out, and we should see it right here. Now, of course, we don't want it to be here. We want it to be positioned fixed right on the top left. So let's go ahead and do that. Back inside our cart, we're going to give this div a class name, and we're going to say fixed, and we're going to give it a width of full. So a width of 9/12, which is 3/4. And then we're going to say bg neutral -900. And then we're going to give it a height of screen so that it takes up the entire height of the screen. And then we're going to give it a padding on the Y of 10 and a padding on the X of 4. Save that, and we should see it somewhere right somewhere. Or not, it is behind it. So let's give it an inset of 0, which should bring it forward. And there we go. So this is how the cart looks like on mobile. And you might think that it stretches out, but it doesn't, because 9/12 is a percentage width. So it will always take up 75% of the device width. So when you're on mobile, this is how it's going to look like, as you can see. And then when you're on desktop, we don't want it to look like this. So let's go ahead and add a media query here. And we're going to say that on medium screens, then the width is going to be 500 pixels. Like so, and save that. And this is our cart right there. And then of course we need to style this out so that we can actually see the H1 rather the H2. So give this a class name here of font-bold, text-white, and text-2XL. And then let's give it a class name of flex as well, and item center justify as between and flex-wrap, and then gap of 4 like so. And there we go. So your cart. And then I don't want this button to look like this. It's a bit too small, rather not really too small, but I want it to be a bit more prominent. So what I'm going to do is, because we're using shadcn, we can give the button a variant here, and I want to give it a variant of secondary, which is going to give it a white background, as you can see right there. Now, if you open up this file, the UI and then button.jsx, these are the variants that you can use. So default, destructive, outline, secondary, ghost, and link. And these are the styles that it is going to apply. Now, if you don't like how a button looks like here, all you can do is just simply change the styles. And if you want to create your own custom button, what you can do is just create like custom button here and then pass in your own style. So BG red 500, for example. And if I save that and then pass in my variant here called custom button, then you'll notice that it takes up the custom styles that I've just passed in. Okay, but I don't want that, so let's give it a variant of secondary like so. Save that, and then you can delete this because we're not using it. Now, the next thing that we need to do is display our cart items, but we can't really do that without the function to add to cart. So let's go ahead and create that function first of all. So what we're going to do is back inside our context. Now, remember, we are now in cart.js, and in the context, we want to go ahead and implement this function right here. And you know what? I just noticed cart items also needs to be passed in. And I've just noticed that cart items also needs to be passed to context, because we're going to be mapping over the cart items so that they can be displayed in our cart. So let's just add it inside here. So cart items, And then let's go ahead and implement our first function inside here. Let me separate them out. And now for our add to cart function, we are going to have a parameter of the product, which I'm going to call item. So we want to add an item to the cart depending on that particular item that we click on. So what we're going to do therefore is this. First of all, we want to check whether the item is already in the cart. And if it is, then we simply want to increment the value or the quantity that is in the cart. So let me add a comment here that says, check if the item is already in the cart. And then make this capital grammar because it's bothering me. So we're going to do this. We're going to say const is item in cart. So just creating a variable here. So const is item in cart. And then we're going to do this. We're going to say cart items, which is our array inside here, dot find. So cart items, sorry, dot find. So we want to find whether the item, which is our parameter, is already in the cart. So cart items dot find. And for every cart item that we get back, we want to go ahead and check whether the cart item dot name, whether the name is equal to the item dot name that is already in the cart. Now, if this matches with this, then it's going to increment the value in the cart. Now, where is this coming from? It is coming from our data.json file right here. So we are getting the name. Now, I do want to mention this, that this is a small project where there is no name that conflicts with another. However, on bigger projects, you'll find that there are products which have the same name. So I don't recommend that you use the name. The only reason that I'm using the name here is because it's a small project and there are no products that conflict. However, on bigger projects, I recommend that you create a custom ID for every product that you're going to have and then use the ID instead, because you can ensure that the ID is unique. So const item is item in cart. Now, if the item exists in the cart, so we're going to check if is item in cart. If it exists, then we want to do the following. We want to say set cart items into cart items dot map, and then for every cart item that we get back, then we're going to say this. We're going to say cart item dot name is equal to item dot name, and if this is true, then we have to go ahead and say pass in the cart item, meaning pass in the cart item already in the cart. And then once we do that, then we want to increment the quantity. So we're creating a key here called quantity, and I say cart item dot quantity plus 1, so increase it by 1. And then if it doesn't exist, meaning this is a tertiary operator, so if it doesn't exist, then we simply want to render or rather to add the cart item to our cart. Okay, now if I save that, it's going to format it a bit better so that it is more readable. So simply what we're doing is, because that this has evaluated to true, meaning the item is already in the cart, then what we're doing here is we're mapping over the cart items, and then we are checking whether the names match. And then if the names match, then we are getting the cart items already in the cart and then simply increasing the quantity by 1. And then if it does not exist in the cart, then simply adding the cart item to the cart. So that is what is happening inside here. Now we need an else statement here, so make sure that you go where this block ends for our else statement. And our else statement is going to be this. We're going to say set cart items, and we're going to pass in an array inside here where we're just simply going to say dot cart items, and then we're going to pass in a spread operator once again, item dot quantity, and set it equal to 1. What am I doing? Plus 1. Now, when we save that, then our add to cart function should be working, and we've already passed it inside our context. So what we can do is inside our products, we can go inside our button here, which is our add to cart button, and we can add an on click on it. And then on click, we're going to call the add to cart function. Remember, it is an inline function. So add to cart, and then we want to pass in the product, because the product in this case is our parameter, which we called item in our cart. Now let's go ahead and get this function. Oh, I already imported it when I was doing the demonstration, so that's okay. Now save that, and when I click on this button, it should work. Okay, now it is working. So we already know that we have some cart items because we were adding them when I clicked the add to cart button. So you can click them once again just to verify. Now what you can do is we can also get the cart items from here, and then you can say cart items dot length, and that should give us the number of items. As you can see, we have 12 items. So that means that our cart is already being filled. Now if I click on it once again, you can see that it's been increased, but we're going to implement a functionality where if the item is already in the cart, then it shouldn't increment the value inside here. Now let's go ahead and do this. Because we already have cart items, now we can jump back into our cart, which is the component. Now we're back inside the component, and then we can destructure. We can go ahead and say use context. So const cart items is equal to use context, and then pass in cart context like so. And then let's go below the h2. We're going to create a div inside here, and we're going to say cart items dot map, and I'm going to say that for every item that we get back, also get the index. And now let me just call it product just to be in line with the other one. So we're going to go ahead and render out a card once again with the key of index, and then inside here we're going to render out a card header. Actually, do we need the card header? Probably. So card header, and then inside the card header we're going to render out an image from next image. Make sure that you import it. The source for this is going to be product.image.thumbnail. Now we're using the thumbnail image because this is just to view the product. And then the alt attribute is going to say product.name, and then the width for this is going to be 40, and the height is going to be 40. The class name is going to say rounded dash large. Now let's save that. Let's see whether we have something on our cart, and it reloaded. So let's try to add something, and it says reading thumbnail. So I'm getting the path name wrongly. Let's check out data.json. So .image.thumbnail, that should be correct. Product.image.thumbnail. Why is it getting it wrongly? Let me say desktop. Let me see whether it gets that. Desktop, add to cart. Okay, so it's not getting that correctly. Let me see. Let me take this back to thumbnail, and then let me go ahead and console log the cart items so that I see what is being logged to the console. And not this should be use client. So use client on the top. Save that and reload, and let's inspect. Let's check inside our console. So we have an array of 0 items, and when I click add to cart, something's wrong. You know what, let me test this out. Let me remove the console log. Let's add a cart title here that says product.name, and then let's disable this image. Save that. Once again, let me add to cart. Okay, so wait a minute. The product name is not being added. Name, let me see. So it's still not being added. That's quite curious. Okay, you know what? I just noticed that I misspelled this. This should be quantity. Let's save that. Let's try it again. Add to cart. Still not adding the name. These people are now becoming annoying. Okay, so I seem to be getting an error here that I don't understand. Cart items.map. Then for every product, we're getting cart items. It seems like I must have messed up in let me add an error boundary here. Let me say if there are no cart items, then let's return a div dvi, a div that says add items to your cart, just to see whether it's working. So I don't have that kind of error bound. Let's see. That doesn't seem to work anyway. Let's just remove it. Let's see. Okay, let me try and do this. Let me shut down my server here, delete the .next folder, and then let's say pnpm dev again, which is going to regenerate that .next folder, and then let's reload our application. And then let's try it out. Still getting the same error. Okay, so I seem to have messed up the function somewhere, and I fixed it by copying and pasting from my repository, but I still didn't detect where the error was. But what I can do is just superimpose them so that you can see the actual change, because it's easy to see differences. So I think I'm just going to superimpose the previous one and the one that I copied, so that you are going to be able to see the change that was made. But now if you go ahead and try it out, then you can add items to your cart. As you can see right there, now we have our thumbnail image as well as the name. And then when you try to add the same item twice, then the length here does not increase. However, the quantity increases, but we have not implemented that yet. So let's go ahead and do that. Now back inside our cart, which is inside the components, we're going to do the following. We don't want this to be here anymore, but we want to style out our card a bit. So let's give it a class name here of bg neutral -800, which is going to give it that color right there. And then let's give it the border neutral -900. Actually, it should have done the opposite. Is it? This should be 900 and then this should be 800. Is that it? Oops, nope. Border neutral 700 and then bg neutral 800. That should be it. There you go. And then for the card title here, let's give it a class name. I think I can just do it for the entire card. We're just going to say text white, so that everything inside is going to have a white text. And then let's do this. Let's see, we need it to push away from that text. So on this div, I'm going to give it a class name of margin top of 8. And then when you add other items, you can see how it looks. It doesn't look all that well. So let's give it a space -y of 4, which is going to separate them out by adding an equal margin. And then let's also reduce the, I think the size should be okay, but let's increase the width and height of the images to 60. So 60. And then let's take a look. Much better. And then for this, we're going to go ahead and do the following. We're going to remove it from here, cut it out, and then we're going to go inside, or rather below the card header. We're going to say card content, and then of course make sure to auto import it, or rather to import it on the top. I'm using auto imports, that's why you're not seeing me typing all this out. So we have the card title, and then below the card title we're going to have a UL with 2 list items, or the 3 list items. And this first one is going to be a button with a variant of secondary, and another prop here called size of small. And this button is just going to say minus. And then let's copy this button, copy it, paste it on the 3rd list item here, and this is going to say plus. So plus, and then this list item in the middle is going to say product dot quantity. Save that, and we should see, there we go. So I clicked this 4 times, that's why it has a quantity of 4, and you can see, and so on and so forth. So inside the UL, we're going to give it a class name here of flex, items center and gap -2, which is going to do that. And then on the card content, we're going to give it a class name of space -y-2, which is going to separate out the items here, because on the bottom we want to display the price. So below the UL, we're going to give it a card description that says product.price. So the price of the product really. And then we're going to do the same thing that we did for this. So we're going to say $sign first of all, and then .toFixed, and we want 2 decimal places like so. That looks much better. And I've just noticed that in the demo the price was here on the right. Now you can do that simply by grabbing this and placing it inside the card title and then using Flexbox if you want, but even this looks okay for me. Now when you add multiple items, see how you can't scroll the cart? Let's fix that. So in the cart, what we're going to do is right here, we're going to give it an overflow Y of auto on the Y axis. And when you save that, then it automatically introduces a scroll bar. Very simple, because we already have a fixed height. Where is it? All right, here. We already have a fixed height. So when you add overflow Y auto, then it automatically introduces a scroll bar. Now you can add items. Oh, sorry, not this needs to be the add to cart button or the function. So let's go ahead and implement it. So on the plus button right here, we want to say on click, then we want to call our inline function called add to cart, like so, and then pass in the product because that is the parameter. And then let's go ahead and get it from use context. So add to cart, save that. Now we can safely add items to the cart, but we can't remove them. So let's go ahead and implement our remove from cart function. So back inside our cart.js context, we're going to implement this second function, and this one is also going to take in a parameter called item, and we're going to do something similar right here. So once again, we want to check whether the item is in the cart. So we can safely copy this. Let me copy the comment as well, because it's basically the same thing. And then what we want to do here is something slightly different. So we want to check if the quantity is equal to 1 and you click the minus button, then it removes that item from the cart. So that's what we want to do. So if the quantity is equal to 1, then remove the item from the cart. Now, how do we do that? It's very simple. So we're going to say if is item in cart dot quantity is equal to 1. So if the item in the cart has a quantity of 1, then what we want to say is set cart items into cart items dot filter, and for every cart item that we get back, then we're going to say cart item dot name is not equal to the item dot name. So item dot name comes from right here. Now what this does basically is it returns every other item which is not equal to the item that we click on. Now for our else statement, this is what we're going to do. So else, and we're going to say if the quantity is greater than 1, then simply subtract it. So if the quantity is greater than 1, then subtract 1. So that is what we want to implement right here in the else statement. So we're going to say this. So set cart items, and then I'm going to say cart items.map, and then for every cart item, then we want to go ahead and say this. We want to say cart item.name is equal to the item.name if this is true, and then let's also add in our false right away, because the false is easier. We simply want to get the cart item. But for the if it is true, then we want to say add in our curly brackets, and then a spread operator. We want to pass in the cart item, and then we want to pass in the quantity, and the quantity here is going to say cart item dot quantity minus 1. So simply remove 1, and there we go. Now save that, and it should format it for you if you have a formatter such as I do, because I'm using Prettier. Now let's go ahead back inside our cart.js, and then let's get the remove from cart function from our context. And then in our button right here, I'm going to add an on click, and I'm going to pass in an inline function. Oops, what am I doing? So an inline function here, and I'm going to say remove from cart, and then pass in the product. Now save that. Let's go ahead and test it out. So add to cart, and then add multiple items. So when I click on this, it should take away one, and there we go. And then when I reach one, then it should automatically remove this if I click on it again. And there we go. And there we go. Looking fantastic. So our functionality for the cart is working. It is working. So let's go ahead and implement our function to clear the cart, all of it. So that's very, very simple. All you need to do is just say set cart items back into an empty array, which was the original value of our state value right on top. So simple as that. Save that. Let's implement it. So right below, let's go where? Let's go below this. Let's have a button here with a variant of destructive. So destructive, and then on click, we're going to say clear cut. So clear cut, and then this is just going to say clear cut for the text, and then it's going to have an icon here called trash2. So trash2 from Lucid React, as you can see. And then of course, let's go ahead and get our function called clear cut. Save that, and then let's test it out. Oops, that should not be here. It should not be there. I added it in the wrong place. So cut this out from here. It should be inside the cart.js. So cart.js, let's go below this, and then we need to remove this from here because we don't need it, and we can auto import this and save that. So let's go ahead and get this function. Let me see if I can get it. Okay, but I can get this. So trash icon. Let's go ahead and say clear cut here. So clear cut, save that, and let's test it out. And okay, I don't want it to be on each individual item. So once again, I've messed that up. So let's grab this button and place it outside of our map. Let me see where this ends. Begins right here. So we can place it outside of this. Save that. Okay, there we go. And then on this div, you know what, on this second div, we can give it a margin y, so margin top and bottom of 8, which is going to push away the cart right there. So when I clear this, when I click this button, it should clear the cart, but it doesn't clear the cart. Let's see why. So clear cart, I need to call the function. There we go. Save that and clear cart, and there we go. So clear cart. And what we need to do is we need to add a check so that if you don't have items in your cart, then this doesn't show. And so what we're going to do is this. Right, we're going to go ahead and cut out this button, and then we're going to add a check and say if cart items length is greater than 0. So if this is true, then we want to go ahead and show our clear cut button. And then if it is false, we're going to also have a check inside here. But let's deal with the true statement first. So we're going to have a div inside here, and then close it out. And then this div is going to have a class name of space-y-4. And then inside this div, we're going to have a card title. So card title, and this is going to show the total. And the total in this case is going to be $ and get cart total, which is a function that we have not yet implemented. So we're going to do it, we're going to implement it, so no worries. And then below the card title, we're going to have our button that says clear cart. And then in our else statement here, we're going to have a div once again, a div, close it out. And then inside this div, we're going to give it a class name of space-y-4. Oops. And then inside this div, we're going to have the following. We're going to have a paragraph that says add items to your cart to see them here. Dot, dot, dot. And then below this paragraph, we're going to have a button with a variant here of secondary. And then when you click on this button, it's going to toggle a function which I have not yet created. So let's just leave it as empty for now. But then the text is going to say browse products. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that. Let's see. So there we go. Of course, this needs to be text white. So class name text white. There we go. So add items to your cart to see them here, and then browse products. So the functionality for browse products should be to close our cart as well as this one, but we have not yet implemented that. So let's not deal with it just yet. So get cart total is not defined. Let's go ahead and fix that. So let's implement our function. Let's go back into our context. So inside context, inside get cart total, we are going to do the following. We're going to say simply return, and we want to return cart items dot reduce. We want to use the reduce method, and then we're going to pass in the total. So we're going to have a total, and then we're going to pass in the item, and then we're going to say that the total plus item dot price, item dot price times item dot, what am I typing? Item dot quantity. And then we're going to pass in an initial value of 0. So basically what is happening is we have an initial value of 0 because we're assuming that we don't have any items in the cart. So the total is going to be 0 by default. But then when you begin to add items to your cart, then we're going to get the price times the quantity, which is going to give the total for that particular item, and then it's going to add it to the total of all the other items, because now it is no longer going to be 0, because when you add an item, then that total is added here, and then when you add another item, then it is computed to get the total of all the items. So that is what is happening inside here. Save that. Now let's try it again. So add to cart, and get total is not defined because I have not imported it. I've not destructured it rather. So get cart total. Save that, and let's try it again. There we go. So we have 7, and then we have 15. Okay, so that is working. Let's just fix it so that it looks better, visible. So inside the cart title, give it a class name of text white, and then save that. And let's see, add a bunch of items. You can see that it's adding items as we expect it to add items. But something that is happening is I still want it to have 2 decimal places. So what we're going to do is right at the end of this function, we're going to say dot to fixed to 2 decimal places, like so. I think that looks much better. Okay, now let's see what is left to implement. We need to go ahead and implement local storage. So back inside our context, let's begin to implement local storage. So right below our get cart total function, we're going to do the following. Let me add a comment here that says persist state in local storage, and we're going to call our use effect, and the use effect inside here is going to have a dependency called cart items, because we want local storage to be updated every time that the cart items changes, and we know that it changes when you add an item to your cart. So what we're going to do is local storage dot set item, and we want to set item called cart items, and we want to say JSON dot stringify, and we want to stringify the cart items like so. And then we're going to call another use effect, and in this case the use effect is going to have an empty dependency array because we only want it to run once when the component renders, and this is just going to check whether we have items in local storage. So we're going to say const cart items is equal to local storage dot get item, and we are getting the item. Remember, we set the item first, so now we're getting it, and we're getting it, we called it cart items. And then we're going to say if cart items exists, so if it is in local storage, then what we want to do is say set cart items into json.parse. So, and then we want to go ahead and pass in cart items as a parameter. So what is simply happening is we're checking whether cart items exists in local storage, and then if it exists, then we want to pass our state value to have the initial value of the items in local storage. Now, when you save this, it's still not going to work because you can add an item here. Okay, let's reload it. So, okay, then what am I doing? Reload it. Okay, cannot access cart items before initialization. And you know what? This is wrong. It should be cart items. It should be a string. It should be a string. So just simply change this into a string like so. And there we go. So now you can add items to your cart, but if you reload it, then the items still disappear. So let's go ahead and fix that. So the way we do that is back inside our state value. We no longer pass in the initial value of an empty array inside here, but we check for local storage first. So we can say local storage dot get item, and then we want to get the item called cart items. And then if this exists, then we want to say json.parse, and then we want to go ahead and say local storage dot get item, and it's called cart items. And then if it doesn't exist, then simply return an empty array like so. Now we can go ahead and save that, and then let's try it out. Once it reloads, add to cart, and then reload it, and we still have items in our cart. So that is working correctly, but let's update the document title. So inside our layout, let's go ahead and say front end mentor product list cart, and then copy this and add it in as the description. Save that. Okay, now we are left with one thing to implement, and it is the close button right here. So let's go ahead and let's jump inside our products.js, and inside products, I want to go ahead and add a state value here. So I'm going to call this state value const. Let me call it show cart and set show cart. And then this is going to be equal to useState, and by default, it's going to be false because we don't want to be able to see our cart by default. Now, once we have our state value, then let's go ahead and add a short circuit render here, and we're going to say that only when show cart is true, that's when we want our cart to be visible, which should make it disappear now because it is false by default. So useState is not defined because I forgot to import it. So simply right here, control spacebar and then enter, and it auto imports it. And now we should not see our cart by default, as you can see. And then I want that when you click on this button, then our cart should show. So the button is right here. So I'm going to say on click, then pass in an inline function that says set show cart into true. And when you save that, then I can click on our cart right here, and it opens up our cart. So that looks fantastic. And you know what? Let me make this better. Let me create a function here called toggle. And our function is going to be the following. So const toggle is going to be an arrow function like so. And we're simply going to say set show cart into the opposite of show cart, meaning when you click on it, if it is true, then make it false. And if it is false, then make it true. So let's simply go ahead and pass in this custom function, which we've already done, so that now I can save that. And when I click on this button, it shows the cart. And when I click on it again, it makes it disappear. So that is looking correct. And then what we simply need to do is implement the functionality for these two buttons. So what we're going to do is pass in the toggle function here as a prop. So the toggle prop is going to be equal to the toggle function. And then I can go ahead and jump inside this cart component and then destruct it as a prop because the function is called toggle. And then on this button, I'm going to add an on click because this is our close button. So on click, pass in the function that is called toggle. And then on the browse products as well, where is it? Right here, pass in a function. So on click So on click, pass in a function that is called toggle once again. So let's try it out. Let's see whether it works. So open our cart, close it, open it again and close it. There we go. Looking fantastic. And I think with that, we are done with the project. We should be done with the project. I can't seem to tell whether I've forgotten anything, but if I have, then you can just leave it down in the comments, or you can rather try to implement it yourself. So I think with that, we are ready to submit our project. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's jump into front-end mentor. Let's jump into Netlify, app.netlify, and then we can close this. So inside front-end mentor, and you know what, we need a GitHub repository as well. So GitHub repository. Let's create a new repository here, and let me call it, let's call it NextJs. You know what? NextJs product list with cart, and then it's going to be a public repository, so create it, and then let's copy this link, and then because I don't want to type out a lot of things, I just want to add one massive commit. So let me say git, so git add all, git commit -m, and say product list with cart challenge complete, and then git remote add origin, and then paste in the link that I copied, and then git push -u origin main, which is going to push it to the main repository. We can close all these files and shut that down as well. And when you reload this, then this is the repository if you want a reference. That looks quite nice. Now let's go ahead and deploy this. So add a new site from an existing project, and this is coming from GitHub. And it is called NextJs product list. That should be able to search. There we go. So the site name is site name, let me call it TsbSankara product list with cart. Check. There we go. And pnpm run build, publish the .next, and that should be okay. We don't have any env variables, so that should be okay. So deploy, and hopefully we don't have any errors. But let's go ahead and copy this link from GitHub. Let's jump into front-end mentor, into challenges. Let's get the challenge right here. Let's go ahead and say visit challenge hub, and then let's go ahead and say submit solution. And the solution title is product list with cart in Next.js and the context API. The repository URL is that one. The live site URL is still deploying, but what did I call it? I called it https TsbSankara product list with cart.netlify.app. And I can't submit this without this deploying, otherwise it's going to generate an error, I think. So we have to wait. So let me just check this out. That took longer than expected. Oops. So I have a build failure. Let's check it. So it says build command failed. Why did it fail? Why did you fail? So it says local storage is not defined. So this is an issue with Next.js because it's server rendered by default, and local storage needs the client to be able to operate. So let's go ahead and fix that. I hope I remember how to fix it, but let me go ahead and check it out. So in order to fix the error about local storage, let's do a bit of refactoring. So let's go ahead and create a function here. So let me call it const get local storage, and this is going to be an arrow function. And then I'm going to say this, because Next.js is server rendered, so let's make sure that we are on the client first. So let's say if type of window is not equal to undefined. So if that is true, and then we're going to have our else statement, and our else statement is going to be very simple. So let's add it first. So we just want to simply return an empty array. But in our if statement, we want to say let cart items is equal to local storage dot get item, and we are calling it cart items. And then if cart items exists, then we want to say return json.parse, and then we're going to say local storage dot get item, and then pass in the cart items. So basically what we did inside here. And then let's remove this entire thing, and then let's initialize our use state to use get local storage instead. Now I hope this will work. I don't know whether it will work, but hopefully. So let's say git add all git commit -m, and then let's say fix local storage error, and then git push, and that should trigger a redeploy on Netlify. So let's check it out. Let's say site overview, and it should, yeah. So it's rebuilding. So let me hope that it fixed that error. And there we go. So you can see that now it is finished, and let's go ahead and open production deploy, and we should see our application right there, which has immediately crashed. Really. Category properties, really, it's going to crash because of okay, so we need to add quite a few error boundaries here. Why does it do that? Where's the length? Where's the length? This is the cart. I need the products. So cart items dot length. So let's simply say when cart items is true, that's when we want that to render. So save that. Once again, git add all git commit. Let's say add error boundary, and then git push. Now what I want to do is I don't want to drag the video any longer because it's going to trigger a redeploy anyways. So what I'm going to do is just simply submit this, but it might not get the correct screenshot. So let me just go ahead and risk it. So submit solution. And then if it doesn't get the correct screenshot, I'm just going to fix the error and then generate another screenshot from it. But let's see. So my solution, of course, it doesn't. As you can see, it doesn't. Okay, that's an issue. Let's see. Redeploys again. Okay, so I'm still getting a few errors with my deploy, and I'm trying to fix them. But for now, we can see that the application is working on localhost. So if I manage to fix it, then I'm just simply going to append it to the end of the video, or I'm just going to create another like 1 minute, 2 minute video showing how I fixed the error. But for now, I just want to leave it at that because it is quite late and I am also a bit tired. So thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another project. And today we're going to be building the character counter, which is actually a variant of what is on Frontend Mentor. So in the Frontend Mentor website, there is the character counter application, but it is a premium application and I don't have the premium version of Frontend Mentor. So I just took a look at this and then I went ahead and recreated it to the best that I could. So this is a variation of that. And inside the character counter, you can type in some text, but I don't want to type it in, so I want to paste it in. So if you go into random text generator, you can just simply copy a bunch of text here, and then when I paste it in, you can see that it gives you the total characters that you have, it gives you the word count as well as the sentence count, and then in the letter density, it shows you how many times that particular letter appears in your text. So for example, G appears 9 times and D appears 23 times. And then if you want to exclude spaces, you have a toggle here, which is a component from TsbSankara called the switch. So we don't have to build this out using CSS. So if you toggle it, then you can see that now the total characters that you have are 407. And then if you set the character limit and you happen to exceed it, then it shows you some text here that says character limit exceeded, or rather reached. And then depending on how much text you have, it will also show you the reading time for that text. So if I were to copy this and then paste it in a few more times, so let me go ahead and just copy this text, copy and then paste it inside here. So change this to 100 first of all, rather 1000, paste it in. Did I copy? Copy. Is it pasting it? Change this to 100,000 then. There we go. So you can see that when you paste in a bunch of text, then now you're going to have a 4-minute read. So depending on the text that you have. So it's a very interesting application. It has quite a bit of functionality that we're going to build out in Next.js and using TsbSankara components. So I hope you're ready for it, and let's begin. So I have an instance of VS Code open, and I've just opened up my terminal. And now inside my terminal, I'm going to say pnpx create next app -e, and then pass in the link to my GitHub template. So github.com/sancthomas/next15-starter. And you should be familiar with this by now because I've used this template for about the past 4 videos or so. And the name of our application is going to be called character counter. And then I'm going to let this run, and then we're going to continue at the end of it. And there we go. So once this has finished running, what I'm going to do is just simply going to say codium character-counter and then -r, which is going to restart the instance of VS Codium into this folder. So enter, and there we go. So if you take a look at the template, you'll notice that I updated it to the latest version of Next.js, which includes the ESLint config MJS instead of the ESLint RC JSON file. So those are basically the changes inside here. All the packages that we have been using remain the same, except I think for Tailwind Animate CSS, which is also something that I've added because Tailwind is now on version 4 and it requires this in order to run. But as you can see, the dependencies remain the same. And then in the public folder, I haven't changed anything. And then in the app folder, we only have the default files, but now I have renamed them to use JSX. So layer.jsx and then page.jsx. And then in the lib, nothing has changed. But then if you take a look at the page.jsx, of course, nothing has changed inside here. I meant to take a look at the layer.jsx, which is basically the title and the description, which I did not change, but I'm going to change them in a future update of this template. So just in case you find that the title and descriptions are different, don't worry about it. You can just simply go ahead and change them yourself if you want to. So I'm going to say Ctrl-G to open up the integrated terminal once again, and then I'm going to say pnpm dev, which is going to start our dev server on localhost 3000, and then we can wait for it to open. And there we go. So this is our template. You can go ahead and read all this if you want to. It will give you a bit more insight about the template. But for now, we can go ahead and begin to build out our application. So I'm going to jump into the page.jsx and then simply remove everything inside here. And then we're going to be adding some state inside our application. So we're going to need to mark this as use client. And then I'm going to say export default function home. And then inside here, I want to set up our state values right away because we have about 4 state values that we need. So const text and set text is equal to use state, and by default, it is going to be an empty string. And then const exclude spaces and set exclude spaces is equal to use state. By default, it is going to be false because we're going to create a toggle for it. and then const limit and set limit. Use state. By default it is also going to be false because we're going to be using this to set the limit for the words, and then const character limit and set character limit is equal to use state, and by default I'm going to set it to 100 characters. Now you can change this up if you want, but 100 characters is going to be good enough for the demonstration that we're going to have. Now once we set up our state values, then let's go ahead and begin to build out our return. So we're going to be returning a div, and this div is going to have some class names here. So it is going to have a class name of flex, min height dash screen, and then flex dash column, and then items dash center, and then padding all around of 6. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div with class name of flex width dash full. Okay, flex dot width dash full, and then max width dash 2xl, max width dash 2xl, and then flex wrap, then items dash center, and then justify dash between. There we go. And then inside this div, we're now going to return an h1 with the class name of text dash 3xl, and then font dash bold, and then the text is just going to say character counter. And then once you have that h1, you can save your work, and then this is going to reload the page. So use state is not defined, so simply at the end of one of these use states, just say control spacebar and then click this one to auto import it, and then save it again, which should now reload, and we have character counter right there. And I can place this to the right, and then our code editor to the left, like so. And then below this h1, I can give you an idea. You can have like a dark mode toggle here. So dark mode toggle, you can go ahead and implement that using Next themes from TsbSankara, and it is very easy to implement it. You can just go ahead in the documentation, and I've also done it in like the previous 3 projects, I think. So you can also take a look at that if you want. That's why the class name of flex and widthful is here, so that when you add the dark mode toggle, then it is automatically going to be positioned on the right. Now below this div, we're going to have a text area. So text area, which is a component that we're going to install from TsbSankara. So if you created your application using the template, then you should already have TsbSankara installed. But if it is not, then what you can simply do is you can add your terminal here, and then you can say pnpx TsbSankara at latest init, and make sure that you use your package manager. So if you're using npm, then use npx. If you're using burn, then use burnx, and so on and so forth. And there we go. So you can see that we already have a components.json file which describes the configuration for TsbSankara, as you can see right here. So I'm using the New York style, and the CSS file is this one, which we have not really even touched. The base color that I'm using is neutral, and then all these aliases are here. So Ctrl J once again to open up your terminal, and then what we're going to do is we want to go ahead and install all the components that we're going to need. So pnpx TsbSankara add, and we want to add the switch, we want to add the text area, and then want to add the label, the input, and the card. And I think those are the only components that we're going to need. So let them install, and we can continue in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, there we go. So that now if we go back into our page.jsx, then you can simply go to the end of this and say control spacebar, and then make sure that you're always importing them from components UI text area, because that will reference your components folder, which has just been created because we have installed these components. So we have our text area here, and our text area is going to have a placeholder here that says start typing ... And then at the end of this, we're going to have a value, and the value for this is going to be equal to the text, which is our state value, so that we can attach an onChange handler here. And the onChange handler is going to be a function that we're going to create next, and it is called handle text change. And then this is going to have some class names here. So class name is equal to margin top of 4, height of 40, width dash full, max width dash 2xl, border dash neutral, border neutral dash 800, and then padding around of 4, and then on focus visible, then we want to have a ring around it, so ring neutral dash 700. And then we can save that. And actually, before you save it, let's create this function. So const handle, they call it handle text change, is equal to, we're going to get our event, and then just leave it as empty so that we can save our application without breaking anything. And then it is going to update, and we have our text area right there, but we can't type inside it because we have not created our function. So let's go ahead and create our function next. So this function is going to be relatively simple because we're going to be saying let input text, which is a variable name, is equal to e.target.value. And this is dependent on what you want to call it. So I've just called it input text. And then we're going to have an if statement here, and we're going to say if set limit, meaning if set limit is no longer false, because we know that this function controls the state value, and the state value in this case is false, so it can only be true or false. So we are saying that if this is true and the input text dot length, because the input text is tied to the text area, so we are saying that when you type inside it, we are going to be getting the length of the characters or the number of the characters. So that's what we're doing inside here. So the input text dot length is greater than the character limit, and the character limit is one of our state values here, and the character limit we have set it to 100 by default. So if this evaluates to true, then what we want to do is just return, so break out of the loop, and then I'm going to say set text into the input text, so that now when we save it, we can actually type inside our input. So my name is, you can see right there. Fantastic. Now we can continue to build out our application. So we're going to go below the text area. We're going to create a div here with margin top of 4, and then grid, and then gap dash 4, and then on small screens we want it to be a flexbox. And then inside this div we're going to have a label. Make sure that it is the component that is coming from components UI. You can see that we have two options, so make sure that you choose the one that is coming from components UI label. And then this label is going to have a switch inside because it is going to be a toggle. And once again, switch is a component that we have just installed, so make sure that you import it correctly. And the switch is going to have a prop here called checked, and we're going to set it equal to exclude spaces, which is one of our state values. And then on checked change, we're going to go ahead and call set exclude spaces, which is the function, and then we can close it out. And then below this we can just have some text that says exclude spaces, and then below this label we're going to have another label. This label is going to have a switch. Once again, the switch is going to have a checked prop here, which is set to limit. And then on checked change, we're going to go ahead and call set limit, and then close it out. It is self-closing. And then the text is going to say set character limit. And then below this label, we want to check whether limit exists, so whether it is true rather than existing, because it is false, so it can either be true or false. So we are saying that when limit is true, and only when it is true, then we want to render out an input here. Close it out. The input is going to be a type of number. The value is going to be the character limit, which remember we have set to 100 by default. The minimum value is going to be 1. And then we're going to have an onChange handler here. And the onChange handler is going to be calling the event of E, where we're going to say set character limit into e.target.value. And then just to make sure that we are only getting numeric values from this, you can wrap this into the number type, so that now you can say number and then e.target.value, so that it ensures that this input is only going to be accepting the numeric values. And then we're going to have a class name here, width of 20. Simple as that. We can save that, and then let's see what we have on the screen. And there we go. So we can exclude spaces, we can create the toggle, and then the set character limit as well. And input is not defined because I need to control spacebar here and then enter to auto import it. And there we go. So when this is set to true, that's when you can now see our input, which has the default character limit that we set above. Now below this, we want to check whether limit and the text.length is greater than or equal to the character limit, because that means that we have exceeded it. So when that evaluates to true, then we want to render out a card description here, which we're going to import from components UI card. So card description with a class name of text. Class name is equal to text rows -500, and then the text for this is going to say character limit exceeded. So character limit exceeded. How do you spell exceeded? Exceeded or reached? We can do reached because it's easier to spell. Now when you save that, then we can try to test it out. It should probably work. So let's see. And there we go. We have actually reached the end of it. Oh, have we? Oh, I can't paste it inside here. Interesting. Okay, there we go. So character limit reached, and that is the error that we have just shown right there. Now below this, we are going to go ahead and render out a card description, and this card description is going to be calling a function here that is called get reading time, so that when you type inside this text, then it's going to show you like 5-minute read, you know, the way that blog posts usually do it. And once we do that, then the text is just going to say read, and this is a function, so remember to call it as a function. And then let's go ahead and create it right away. So we're going to go on top, and we're going to go below the handle text change. We're going to create const get reading time, and then this is an arrow function. And then for this, we're going to go ahead and say this const words per minute. Words per minute is equal to 200 because people usually read about 200 words per minute. And then const words is equal to get word count, which is another function that we have not created, but we're going to create it next. And then const minutes is equal to words divided by words per minute. And then we're going to say return minutes, which is the variable above. And when minutes is less than 1, when this is true, then we're going to return some text that says less than a minute. So meaning it is going to take less than a minute to read. Otherwise, we want to render out backticks and then $ curly brackets, and we're going to say math.ceil, meaning return the upper value, and then pass in minutes, which is our variable, and then the text is just going to say min. So it's basically going to say like 8 minutes or 10 minutes, like so. So that is the text that is going to be returned. Now above this, we're going to create our get word count function. So const get word count is equal to an arrow function, and for this we're going to say return text.trim, and remember that text is our state value, and the state value is populated every time that we type inside the text area. So text.trim is equal to an empty space. When this is true, then we're going to return 0. Otherwise, we're going to say text.trim, and then we're going to split, and we're going to pass in some regex inside here. So / and then \, and then s plus, and then / again, so that it returns regex dot length. And what this basically means is that it is going to grab every empty space, including tabs. So every white space, including tabs, so that we can get the accurate word count. And then let's see, I think we can save it now. We should be able to see something on the screen. There you go. So less than a minute. So this is read. Where did I misspell this? It should be somewhere on the bottom here. There you go. So less than a minute. And then when you begin to type inside here, split is not defined. What did I do? It should be dot split. Then this should not be here. Save it. And then when you start typing inside here, what am I doing here? Oh, you know what? Trim is a function, or a method rather. And then now when I start typing inside here, when I type some words, or enough words rather, or maybe 200 words more, and then we can probably increase this to about 1,000 words. And then just to be easier, let me go to random text generator, and then let's just copy this, then paste it inside here. Oh, it can't paste, really? reload this. Interesting. Paste. Post paste. Really? Interesting. I didn't know it does that. Let's just try it out. Let's just type in some words. This is, oh, I haven't saved this. Okay, there we go. So it was pasting. Okay, there we go. So if I were to paste it like a couple of times, probably, if it works. Sometimes it doesn't work. I wonder why. I mean, it's not working at all. Anyway, if you paste in some sufficient text, then this should update into like 1 minute read or 2 minute read according to this. Now let's go ahead and continue to build out the UI. So we're going to go to the bottom and we're going to go below this div, and then we're going to have another div with margin top of 6, and then grid, and then gap of 4, and then on small screens grid columns -2, and then on medium screens grid columns -3, and then inside this div we're going to have a card. Remember to auto import it. There we go. And then this card is going to have card header, and then once again control spacebar and then enter to auto import it. And then inside card header we're going to have card title, and then enter to auto import it. And then the card title is going to say total characters, so total characters, change this to capital C. And then below the card title we're going to have card description, and card description is going to be calling a function here called get character count, which we should create next. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to go, let's go above, I mean this calls this function, so we can go below this. So const get character count is going to be an arrow function, and then this is going to say return exclude spaces. And then if this is true, because exclude spaces is a boolean, so if it is true, then we want to say text.replace, and we want to pass in some regex once again, so //s and then /g, and then comma, and then pass in some empty string inside here. And what that does is that it doesn't count the empty spaces, which are basically spacebar. When you type in the spacebar, then it is not going to be counted as a character. And then we want to get the length, so dot length. And then if that is false, rather if exclude spaces is false, then you want to simply return the text dot length. Okay, there we go. It auto corrected. So text dot length, and then that should be okay. And then now we can go back to the bottom below the card description, and then below the card header, and actually below this card we're going to have another card with a card header here, so card header. And then inside card header we're going to have card title that says word count, and then below the card title we're going to have card description, and this card description is going to say get word count, which we have already created, so we don't need to create it again, did we? I mean, it's somewhere above, so we created it. And then below this card we're going to have another card, and then inside this card we're going to have card header, and then we're going to have card title, and the card title here is going to say sentence count. And then below the card title we're going to have card description, and the card description is going to say, oops, it is going to say get, oh my god, what am I typing? So get sentence count, which now we need to create. So let's go back to the top. Let's go below this. You can say const get sentence count is equal to an arrow function, and then inside here what we're going to say is return text.split, and then inside here we're going to pass in regex once again, so / and then let me check it, so / and then square bracket, but delete the last one, so square bracket and then dot exclamation question mark, then close it out, and then plus and then /. And what this means basically is that it is going to check for whether you have a full stop or an exclamation mark or a question mark, and then it is going to take that as the end of the sentence, so it's going to count it as one sentence. and then we're going to say dot filter, and then pass in the boolean because we only need it to be true or false, and then dot length, like so. And then now we can go back below the card and we can continue to build out our UI. So we're going to go below the card and below the div. We're going to have another div with a class of margin top of 8, width dash full, and max width dash 2xl. And then inside this div, we're going to have an h2 with a class name of text dash large and font dash semi bold. And then this text is going to say letter density. So letter density. And then below this h2, we want to go ahead and get the letters that are in the text that we type in. So what we're going to do is we're going to render out object.keys, and then we're going to pass in a function here called get letter density, and then pass it as a function dot length, so dot length. And then if this is greater than 0, so if it is greater than 0, if it is true, then we're going to be returning something. And then if it is false, we're going to return a card description here. So card description that says no characters found. Start typing to see letter density. And then now for our return inside here, the return is a bit convoluted, not so difficult, but we're going to have a div here and then close it out. And then this div is going to be a class name, margin top of 3, then flex dash wrap, and then items dash center, and then justify dash start, and then give it a gap of 4. And then inside this div, we're going to have object dot entries, and then pass in get letter density, and then inside here call it as a function, remember. And then outside of this, but before the closing curly bracket, we're going to map over them, and then we'll map over them, pass in letter and number as an array. So letter and number, because we want to go ahead and show the letter and then want to show how many times it appears. So letter and number. And then outside of this, we're going to pass in our implicit return, and we're going to return a div with the key here of letter, because we can only show the letter once. And then remember to close it out again. And this should be a small letter L so that it registers here. So it is going to have a key of letter, and then it is also going to have some class names here. So width dash 20, rounded dash MD, BG neutral dash 200, padding all round of 2, text dash center, text dash white, and that should be it actually. And then inside this div, we're going to have a span, and this span is going to have a class name of text dash white, and then this span is going to say the letter dot to uppercase, so to uppercase, to transform it into a capitalized letter or an uppercase letter, what am I even saying. And then below this span, we're going to have card description, and the card description is going to say the number. And actually that should be it, but don't save it yet because we need this function. So let's go ahead and create this function, which should be our last one. So once again, back to the top, but before the return, we're going to say const get letter density is equal to an arrow function. And for this one, we're going to say const letters only is equal to text dot to lowercase dot replace, and then we want to pass in another regex, so / and then C, open up your brackets, and then the power symbol A to Z, and then outside of this / global, then comma, and then an empty string. I don't know regex, so that's why I'm copying it. And then const frequency is equal to, this is just simply going to be an object. And then we're going to have a for loop here. So for let char of letters only, so let every character in the letters only that we're getting here. So what am I doing? Letters only, what am I even typing? So letters only, and then we're going to say that the frequency, and then pass in the character that we've just created is equal to the frequency, then pass in the character again, or 0, and then +1. So the frequency can either be 0, or how many times it appears can either be 0, and then when it encounters the same letter again, we're simply adding 1 to it, because it's going to appear once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and so on and so forth. And then below this, we're going to return the frequency. And there we go. And this should be it. Let's save it. Let's test it out. So, okay, there we go. So we hadn't saved it for a long time. So now, this looks weird. Looks weird. I think I messed up somewhere with the grid gaps 2, grid gaps 3. Where did I have the max width? Max width 2XL, max width 2XL. Okay. Let's see. Let me remove this for now. Let me remove it. Okay, so it's giving an issue. So card and then card and then card on this div. So what is the parent of this div? Should be this one. Nope, not that one. Should be this div. I can't even find it. Letter density. Okay, you know what? Let's just test out our functionality first of all. So my name is, and oh, the text is the wrong color. The text is the wrong color where we have our title. Where is it? Text white. This should not be text white. That should not be text white, and this should also not be text white. Save it. Is it saved? Okay, reload it. Then my name is, oh, what did I do? What did I do? Okay, let's just give this span a class name here of text neutral -900. There we go. And then let's make it bold. So font bold. Let's make it bold. There we go. So my name is, you can see that these characters appear once and then M appears twice. Then if you continue to type in, then it's going to count the characters as well. If you have in other letters, you can see that it types in the characters, and then it also gets the number of characters that you have. So in this case, I have 99. The word count is 24, so there are 24 words, and then the sentence count is 1. But if I add a full stop and then start typing another one, the sentence count is 2. If I add an exclamation, start typing another one, it goes to 3. If I add a question mark, start typing another one, it goes to 4. And then if I toggle exclude spaces, then see how it updates. And then if I set the character limit, then we're not going to be able to exceed that particular character limit. And if I set this to like 10, or even 100 is already exceeded, then you can see that it shows the text that says character limit exceeded. So now let me just figure out where I went wrong with this grid, because now it is bothering me, because we are done with the functionality. So this is grid. Let me remove that. Okay, so grid, take it back in because it deals with the margin as well. So this div and then this div, where is the parent of that div? It should be, but the parent is this. Flex main head screen, flex column item center. Let me remove this, save it. Okay. So flex dash column, and then items dash center. Okay. And then padding around of 6 so that it brings this back downwards. So seems there's an issue here. I think how I structured it. I think the issue is how I structured it. Grid gap 4. What if I changed this into a flex box? So change this to flex, and then for here and here and here, let's give it a class name here called flex-1, which now does nothing, or width-full, still does nothing. Okay, sometimes I hate CSS, but you know, what can you do? Let's grab this entire div place it inside another div. Let's see if that makes a difference. Okay, so grid, and then grid columns -3. Okay, I don't understand what's happening here. So let me see what is happening here. And this entire thing is a flex box. So flex is 1, 2, and then 3. But this is not full width because I need to go remove this div and then remove this. I need to go to this and then say flex -1. Is that it? No, that is not it. And this is really annoying. And you know what? Why am I even having this? Let me first of all remove this. Why do I have this as a flex box, by the way? Do I need it as a flex box? No, because I can just set it as a max width -2XL, and then I can remove the max width here, and then I can remove the max width, where is it again? Here. Save that. Okay, and then I can set this to MX Auto, which should now center it. And then I can set it to something like space on the Y of 6 to separate out the items. But I added margin top somewhere, so I added margin top here. Don't think I need that. I don't think I need this margin top. And then I can remove this margin top as well. And then is there another one? This one as well. And save it. Okay, nothing changes. Fantastic. But then I can still type in, and then total characters, word count, and then sentence count. And then now I can go inside this div and then say that on small screens, grid columns -2. Save it. 1, 2. Did it work? I mean, okay, is it something to do with how the card is styled? Because I am aware Shadsian was also updated. This is really annoying. Let me change this into a div, change this into a div, then change this into a div as well. Let's see if that has any changes. Nothing. Okay, so card. I mean, really annoying. It's really annoying, and I'm even tempted to leave it at that. Let's go into random text generator. Let's copy this text. Let's just paste it inside here, and look at that. So we have 533 characters, 81 for the word count, and then the sentence count is 11 from that text. And then this is the letter density. Look at that, looking very nice, right? Very, very nice. So I can't seem to figure out where the problem is with my grid here, but you probably already saw it. It was probably something that I did in the video, or that when no, it is an S. It is an S. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Well, I mean, it happens. So grid columns 3 for medium screens, so that now we can have 1, 2, 3. Much better. Now I feel good. Okay, so let's go ahead and deploy this to GitHub. So GitHub, and then into my profile, repositories, and let's create a new repository. Let's call it character-counter-yt, and then it's going to be public, so create repository. Then copy this link, Ctrl-J to open up your terminal. We can now shut it down because we're done with everything. So git remote add origin, and then paste in the link, and then git add all, git commit -m initial commit, and then git push -u origin main. And GitHub changed its authentication status so that now you can't log in using, or rather you can't push it without having like a token. So I demonstrated how to do that in my last video, so you can go ahead and check it out towards the end because I don't want to do it again. It is really annoying. So once you get your token, this is the link that you're going to use, or rather the command is, come on, can't I click inside this? So git remote set -url origin, and then HTTPS, and then pass in the token that you've just created, and then at github.com / your username, and then / the repository name. So once I do that, then the repository name is called character-counter-yt, and then enter, and then git push -u origin main. And there we go. So that now if I reload my repository, I should have it right there. Fantastic. So this is the link to the GitHub repository in case you are wondering, and it is also going to be in the description, and you can go ahead and deploy this if you want, but I don't want to do that. And with that, we have now come to the end of the video. So if you enjoyed it and if you learned something new, then do leave a like and subscribe to the channel as well, and I will see you in the next one. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another video. And today we're going to be doing the notifications page challenge from Frontend Mentor. So if you go into frontendmentor.io / challenges, you can search inside this input for notifications page. And this is the challenge that we are going to be doing in this video. So you can see that I already submitted the solution, but I can go ahead into the download tab right here, and I can download the starter files again. And I'm going to download the status files into my videos folder. And then when I open this up, I can simply go ahead and double click on this, which is going to extract it. And then what I'm going to do is, we're not going to be working inside this folder, but we're going to need a couple of things from inside here. So what I'm going to do is, I have an instance of VS Code open. So I'm going to create a new NextJs application. So I'm going to cd into my desktop. And then inside my desktop, I'm going to say pnpx create next app at latest -- example. And then I'm going to pass in my string here. So https /github.com /sanctomas /next 15 -starter. And this is going to use this template, which is in my GitHub repository. And what this template contains is that it contains shardcn, as well as a plugin called Prettier Plugin Tailwind CSS, which just helps to format Tailwind CSS classes. So the name of our application, I'm going to call it notifications page. So notifications -page. And then I'm going to let this run. And then once it finishes, we can begin to do some copying and pasting. So our NextJs application is finished. So what I'm going to do is, I'm simply going to say codium notifications page, notifications -page -r, which is going to restart this instance of VS Code, but then open this folder within it. And there we go. So you can see that we have the components.json file, which verifies that shardcn is installed. And then in the package.json, we have the class variance authority. We have CLSX, which is just for class names. And then we have Lucid React as the icon library. And then we have Tailwind Animate CSS, which Tailwind version 4 depends on. So we can close that and then Ctrl-J to open up our terminal again. And then you can say pnpm dev. And then as this is opening up on localhost 3000, let's go ahead and grab the files that we're going to need. So in the assets folder, we have the images. So you can simply go ahead and drag and drop the images into the public folder, but that is not working. So let's go ahead and do this. Let me go ahead and open in terminal. And then let me say codium dot, which is going to open up another instance of VS Codium so that we can do some copying and pasting. So we need the assets folder and then the images. So drag and drop the images into the public folder. And then you can delete all these other images. We're not using them anywhere. But now inside the public folder, you should have the images folder. And then we don't need the fonts. We can do away with that. For the design, you can have the design inside just for a reference. So you can just drag and drop it into the root of your workspace. And then for the git ignore, we don't need the git ignore. So when you get this pop-up, make sure to say copy folder instead of add folder. So copy folder, which is going to add it in correctly. We don't need to mess with the git ignore. We don't have any of these files anywhere. But the index.html, you can use this as a template. But then what I want to do is, I want to get the readme and the style guide and then drag and drop them inside here, even though we are probably not going to use them, but just so that when you are cloning the repository, you're going to have access to them. So you can replace the README that we have as default so that we can use the README from frontend Mentor. Now that we have that, then we can shrink this down, and then we can open up localhost 3000, which I already have here, which is just going to reload the application, and then we can begin. And then as this is opening up, I want to mention that if you want access to the code that we're going to write, then simply go into my GitHub profile and then search for the repository that is called notifications-page, or you can simply click the link that is going to be in the description. Now, if you go back to this, you can see that our application is now running on localhost 3000. So you can take this to the right, and then you can grab this and place it to the left. And I do apologize, I'm feeling a bit sick. I have the flu, so that's why I'm really struggling a bit. Now, I want to mention something that if you take a look at the design, take a look at the desktop preview, then the desktop preview looks like this. So what we're going to do is we're going to create some kind of state which is going to be holding all this data that is inside here. And then from that stage, we are going to conditionally render all of this on the screen. So it is going to be very interesting. And just to save on time, what I have done is if you go into the GitHub repository, what I have done is inside the data folder, I have a notifications.js file right here. And this notifications.js file contains all the data that is required for this application. So for example, if we take a look at the desktop preview, then the first item is Mark Webber reacted to your recent post. So Mark Webber here, the message is reacted to your recent post. And then my first tournament today is like the highlight. And then whether it is unread or read, we are setting it to true. And then the time is 1 minute ago. And then we're also linking the image that is required for that particular message. Now, this data is not consistent for all of them, because there are some that don't have the highlight, there are some that don't have the message, and so on and so forth. So we're going to be conditionally rendering all of this. So simply go ahead and copy all of this, and then inside your workspace, you can go into the root, and even in the lib, it's still okay. But since I did it in the root, let me just go ahead and do that. So I'm going to create a new file here called data/notifications.js, which is going to create a folder and then the notifications.js file inside. And then I'm simply going to paste in the notifications data, and notice that the images are linked correctly. So if you do not have the images folder, for example, in your public folder, then make sure that you also remove it so that the images are going to work correctly. Now we can save that, and then we can jump into our page.js file. And in this case, it's page.jsx, and we can begin building. So first things first, I'm going to remove all this. And because we already know that we're working with some kind of state, then we know that this file is going to be a client component. So use client on the top. And then we're going to go ahead and say this import current notifications. And current notifications is the data that we have just got from the data folder right here. I called it current notifications, and I've exported it as a named export. So when we're importing it, we need to import it inside curly brackets to show that it is a named import. And then on top of this, let's go ahead and import use effect and use state from React. Now, why do we need use effect? Because we're going to be working with local storage. And then below this, we're going to say export default function home. And then inside here, we're going to go ahead and create our state. So const notifications and set notifications is equal to use state, and by default it's going to be an empty array. Now below this, we're going to have some use effects which are going to be running and getting local storage, but for now we are going to have a function called mark all as read. So const mark all as read is going to be an arrow function like so. For now it is going to be empty because we want to build out the UI first. And then we're also going to have another function called handle read or handle read, depending on how you want to read it. And then this is going to be taking in the ID, and the ID is something that we have inside our state. So the ID, this is going to be an arrow function as well. We can leave it as empty so that now we can begin to build our UI, because we're going to need these two functions in order to check out how our UI is going to look like. So we can set up our return, and then inside the return, we're going to have a main component. this main component is going to have a class name here of flex min height dash screen justify center bg slate dash 100 padding on the x of 4 and then padding on the y of 10. And then inside this main class, we're going to have a div with a class name of width dash full, and then max width dash 4xl, sorry, max width dash xl, and then rounded dash xl, and then bg white, and then padding all round of 6, and then shadow dash sm. And I want to mention something that ever since I started to pre-build this before recording the video, I usually have my phone screen open to the side, so I'm reading the class name, so it is just a bit faster. So bg white, and then let's see, we're going to have another div. This div is going to have a class of margin bottom of 6, and then flex wrap, and then items dash center, and then justify dash between, and then give it a gap all round of 4. And then inside this div, we're going to have an h1 with a class name of flex, and then items dash center, and then gap dash 2, and then text dash xl font dash bold, and then text dash gray dash 900. And I forgot to mention something, that all this that I'm doing is part of an extension that is called Emmet, which comes pre-installed when you're using VS Code. So the h1, the text is going to say notifications, and then inside the h1 we're going to have a span, and then this span is going to have a class name here. So it's going to have class name of rounded dash md, then bg dash blue dash 900, and then padding on the x of 2, padding on the y of 0.5, and then text dash extra small, font dash bold, and then text dash white. And then the span is going to be saying the number of unread notifications. So if you take a look at the design here, the desktop preview, so basically the span is this right here. So the way that we can get the number of unread notifications is we can simply go ahead and get our notification state value, and then we can filter them to get the one that is in our data that has unread set to true. So all of them have unread set to true by default. So we should be seeing like whatever number they are, so like 7 of them. So we can say notifications dot filter, and then inside notification we're going to be getting back an object here called n. We're getting it n, and then we're saying that get the one that has n dot unread, and then we're going to be returning that dot length, so return the number of them. So if we save that, we should be able to preview something on the screen right there. So notifications is set to 0. And why is it set to 0 currently? Because our notification state value is an empty array. So below the h1, we're going to have a button here. The button is going to have a class name of cursor dash pointer, and then text dash small, so text dash sm, and then text dash gray dash 500, and then underline, and then on hover we're going to have text blue dash 600. And then this button is going to have an on click. So when you click on this button, it is going to be calling a function called mark all as read, which I've created on top, but it is still empty. So you can see that we can add this in without breaking our application, because this function technically exists even though it does nothing currently. So inside our button, the text is going to say mark all as read, which is basically this right here. So that's the button. And then we can go below this div. So right after the button, after this first div, we can create another div with the class name of space on the y of 3. So space adds a margin on the top and bottom of 3. And then inside here, we're going to be mapping over our notifications. So notifications.map. And then for every single notification, we're calling it n. For every single notification object that we get back, we're going to be returning a component here that is called notification card. So notification card. And then the key for this, because we are mapping over it, so we need to get the key, we're returning n.id. And then we're going to be passing in the notification prop and setting it equal to the n that we're getting back when we map over notifications. And then we're going to also pass in an onRead function here, which is technically a prop. And this is going to be calling the handle read, which is the function that we have. And remember that handle read takes in the ID. So we need to pass in the ID for every single notification, in this case, n.id. And then we can close this out. And then before we save it, let's go ahead and create this component. So you can open up a site by using Control B, and then we can go outside into the workspace, create a new folder here. We can call it components/notification card.jsx. So components and then notification card.jsx. Inside here, you can just say export default function notification card. Close that out. We can go ahead and return a div that says notification card, and then close out the div as well. Save it for now, and then simply at the end of the notification card right here, you can say Control Spacebar and then enter is going to auto import it for you. So save that, and what error do we have? We're getting an error here, notifications.map notification card. Am I doing that wrongly? Let's see. Let's remove that. .map, and then for every n, we're getting back, pass that in. Am I missing something? This closes out, n.id. Okay. So save that, and then now we should be able to preview something on the screen. And there we go. So our notification state, which is what we're using to map over, is currently empty. So the way that we can fill it is by going ahead and setting up local storage right away. So the way we do that is we're just going to go below our state value here. We're going to call our use effect, and our use effect is going to be have a callback function rather with an empty dependency array so that it only runs on the initial render. And then we're going to say this const saved, so saved notifications is equal to local storage dot get item, and we want to get item called notifications because that is what we want to get back. And then we're going to say set notifications, which is the function that controls how we access our state value. And then we're going to go ahead and say this: if saved exists, then we want to go ahead json.parse, and then we want to go ahead and pass in the saved, which we're getting back from local storage. Otherwise, we just want to return current notifications, which is what we have in our data. And then that is basically the first function. And then we're going to have a second use effect, because here we are getting the item, but we have not set the item to local storage. So we're going to pass in our use effect here, a callback function, an empty dependency array, but we're going to pass in notifications for the dependency, because what we want to happen is that every time that there's a change in the notifications, then we want local storage to rerun and get the new items. And we know that there's a change in the notifications every time that we mark as read, or that we call this function called handle read. Now inside use effect, the second use effect rather, we're going to say this local storage dot set item, and we're setting the item called notifications. And then we're going to pass in here json.stringify, and we want to stringify the notifications, which is our state value. And then that is basically it for local storage. And then actually, now that we're here, let's go ahead and just go ahead and build out this function. It's going to be easier when we're testing it out. So this is an arrow function, and we're going to say this set notifications, because we're marking all as read. So we want to get the previous value of the notifications, and then we're going to say prev.map. And then inside you're going to say that for every n that we get back, because we are mapping over the previous values of the notifications, or that we are mapping over the previous notifications, for every notification object that you get back, we're calling it n. You can call it anything that you want. Then we're going to go ahead and say this. We're going to pass in our parentheses and then our curly brackets, and then we're going to spread the n, but then we want to go ahead and change only the unread value and change it into false. So what's happening here is that we are getting all the notifications and we are mapping over them, and then we're saying that for the notifications that are there, we simply want to return every property that already exists inside the notifications, but then we only want to change the unread property of the notifications to false, and that is going to mark all of them as read. Now for the handle ID, or rather for the handle read, what we're going to do is this. We're going to say set notifications again, and we're going to go ahead and pass in the previous value, and then we're going to say prev.map, and then for every n that we get back, then we're going to pass in we want to check whether the n.id is equal to the id that we're going to pass in. And then if that is true, then we want to go ahead and open up our curly brackets and then spread all the properties that are there, but then we want to mark unread as false, like so. And then if that is not true, then we simply want to return the notification. So that should do the handle read function, and we should be able to test it out once we get this notification card working. But as you can see that now we are getting back 7 items, we have 7 items rather in local storage because we are using the data that is inside the data right here. So now let's go ahead and build the notification card. And I wonder why we're not seeing notification card here. Okay, there we go. So it's actually there. It's there, but it is white. So let's go ahead and just build out the notification card, and then we can preview our component. So inside the notification card, this is what we're going to do. This is going to have some state. So we're going to have use client directive on the top. So use client, and then we're going to say this. We know that inside the notifications component right here, we are passing in some props. So we want to go ahead and get the props. Now, the way that we do that is we're going to just destructure them right here. So notification and then on read, which is basically the notification here as well as the on read. And then what we're going to do is we're going to set up our values here. So we're going to say const user, because notification right here is basically the object, because we are setting it equal to n. So it is equal to the object that we get back when you map over them. And if I hover over this, does it show me anything? It doesn't show me anything. But what is basically happening is we can get back all of this data from the notification. So basically what we're doing is we want to get back the user, the avatar, the time, the message, the highlight, the unread, the message content, and then the image, and then set this equal to notification, because once again, notification is an object that we get back, or that the object that we get back when we map over this. So the notification prop is equal to n, which is the object. Now, if you take a look at your data, the objects contain all of this data, which we are just basically destructuring inside here. Now, for our return, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and return a div here with a class name, and this class name is going to be dynamic. So we're going to use the CLSX, which I've forgotten stands for what, but it's basically a way to help you add conditional class names. So make sure that you import it, because it is already installed. And then inside we're going to pass in flex, and then flex, and then cursor dash pointer, and then flex dash call, items dash start, gap of 4, rounded dash large, padding all round of 4, transition, and then on hover bg sky dash 100, and then on small screens flex dash row. And then outside of this, so outside of the quotation mark, we are checking for whether unread is true. So if unread is true, then we want the bg to be sky dash 50, and then if it is false, we want it to be bg white. So we can save that and then just test it out to see that nothing is broken. So you can see that we already have that. And now this div is going to have an on click. So when you click on this div, we want to go ahead and call, we want to go ahead and call the onRead function, which we have also gotten when we destructured it right there. So if I save that, we should be able to test out the handle read, because now if I click on this div, this should reduce to 6. There we go. And now when now it is no longer read, you can see that it applies conditional class names. And then now if I click on mark all as read, then it should also work. See that? Because our functions are already working. Now, instead of just returning notification card here, we're going to return an image component from next image. So click on this third one so that you auto import it. So the image here is going to have a width of 400. Width is equal to 400. It's going to have a height of 400 as well. And then the source for this image is going to be the avatar, which we're getting back from our data. And then the alt attribute, in case the image fails to load, we're going to just return the name of the user. And then it is going to have some class names here of size dash 10, meaning width and height of 10, and then rounded dash full, and then object dash cover. And then once we render out the image, we're going to go below the image. We're going to turn a div with a class name of flex dash 1, text dash sm, text gray dash 600. And then inside this div, we're going to turn a paragraph with a class name of leading dash relaxed, which is going to mess up, or rather not mess up, but mess with the line height. And then inside this paragraph, we're going to have a span with a class name of margin right of 1, and then font dash bold, and then text gray dash 900. And then this span is going to say the name of the user. And then now below this span, we're going to go ahead and return the message, because I think all of them should have a message here. They should all have the message, so we don't need to do conditional rendering for that. So we're going to get the message, which is right here. And then once you get the message, we still below the paragraph, we want to check whether it has a highlight. So if it has a highlight, so if highlight is true, then we want to go ahead and return a span here with a class name of cursor-pointer, and then font-bold, and then text gray-900, and then on hover, text blue-600. Now, once again, not all of them have the highlight, so we are doing conditional rendering here to only show the highlight if the highlight is present. Now we can save that. Then let's see. There we go. So you can see that. There we go. So it was still loading in. So we are showing the image. So that is the image right there. And then we have the div here, which shows the user, and then the message. And then if it has a highlight, we should be seeing a highlight. Same. I think this has a highlight. The highlight. Did I spell it correctly? Highlight. Highlight. Oh, you know what? I'm not rendering anything inside here. So inside here, we should say highlight. We should now show the highlight that is there. There we go. But then see how there's no space inside here on the highlights. So what you can do is simply go ahead and add a space here by using the curly brackets, quotation marks, and then add a space. And that is going to add a space right there. Or you can go ahead and do something like it should be ampersand non-breakable space. That should be it. And that is also going to insert a space. So you can do that, or you can use the other method that I've just shown you. Now below this span and then below this highlight, but still within the paragraph, we want to go ahead and check whether unread is true. So when unread is true, we want to return a span here with a class name of margin left of 1. And okay, that doesn't work. So let me just return a span. Come on, span. And then this span is going to have a class name here of margin left 1, inline block, and then height of 2. And you know what, I can just say size -2, meaning width and height of 2, and then rounded -full, then bg-red 500. And actually that should be okay, because what this does is that it just shows like a dot once it loads in. And red is true. Oh, they are all marked as red, so I can see that. So let's go ahead into local storage, because this is saved to local storage. So even if I reload it, then it's just going to return the current state. So into local storage, so application and then local storage. I want to get the local storage for localhost and make sure that there's nothing here. Yeah, I can just delete the notification. So delete that and then reload. And there we go. So that is the red dot that shows whether it is unread or read. And like I said in the last video, I'm recording at a different time than I usually do. So the kids are outside, so I don't know whether that noise bothers you, but it's kind of bothering me because I'm recording, but I hope it doesn't capture too much in the video. So let's go ahead and continue. Now we're going to go below this paragraph. And below this paragraph, we're going to have another paragraph with a class name of margin top of 1. Text dash extra small, margin top of 1, then text dash extra small, and then text gray dash 400, and then the text is going to say the time. So how long did it take before it was posted, or the how long did it take since it was posted. And then below this paragraph, we want to check whether message content exists. So message content is, I think it only exists for one. So this one right here. So message content. So make this apostrophe proper. So if message content exists, then we want to return a div inside here. And then this div, make sure to close it out correctly. This div is basically just going to render out the message content. And this div is going to have some class names here. So it's going to have a class name of margin top of 3. And then cursor dash pointer. So cursor dash pointer. And then rounded dash MD. That's going to have a border. And then padding all round of 3. And then text dash SM. And then text gray dash 500. And then on hover, it's going to be BG gray dash 100. And then finally below the message content, so below this div and then below this div, we're going to check whether it has an image. So if image is true, then we want to go ahead and render out the image component. And this image is going to have a width of 400, so similar to the image on top, and then a height of 400. And then the source is going to be image, and then the alt is going to be notification thumbnail. And then the class name is going to be size 10, so width and height of 10, and then rounded-md, and then object-cover. And save that. And let's see. So the one that has the message content is this one right here. So see that? So it has the message content, but then it doesn't have this image on the end, but this one does have the image. So that is basically this last image that we have. Would you look at that? So now when I click on this, it's going to mark it as unread. When I click on this one, it's going to mark it as unread, and so on and so forth. And then I can mark all as read. So that is looking very, very nice. And like I said in the beginning, I already completed this challenge, so there's no need for me to submit another solution. And wait a minute, did I? I've not submitted the solution. Oh, okay. I mean, you know, that is something that I can do in my own time. But if I did the application, then I'm just going to leave it right there because the noise from outside is becoming a chorus. So if you enjoyed the video, then please leave a like and subscribe to the channel as well if you're not already. And I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello everyone and welcome back to another video. And today we're going to be building this random quote generator, and you're going to learn how you can get a single item from an array and display it to the user. So this data is all coming from an API, and it is actually a front-end coding challenge from Dev Challenges. So if you go into devchallenges.io, you can go into right here. You'll have to scroll a bit to the bottom to get the project. But once you get it, it is called random quote. You can click on it, and this is basically what we are building. So what you're getting from the API is the author, the tags right here, and then the quote. And then we have a randomize button here, which gets a random quote out of the quotes in the API. And then when I click on this, it's going to randomize and randomize and randomize. And then if I click on the share button, it is going to copy the quote to the clipboard. So I can click on this, and then it is going to show a toast notification right here, which is a shared CN component. And then if I were to copy on a new page, you'll notice that that is exactly what I copied from the API, and then I can randomize it and then copy it again. So it is a relatively simple project, but I hope you enjoy it, because from time to time, I like building out these simple projects just to make me feel good. So let's go ahead and begin. So first things first, I have VS Codium open here, and I have my terminal open as well. So I'm going to cd into my desktop, and then inside my desktop, I'm going to say pnpx create next app at latest -e, so that I can use a template that I created. So https github.com/sancthomas/next15-starter. And then you can say enter, and then it is going to prompt us for the name of our application. And I'm just going to call this random quotes, random-quotes, and then enter, and then wait for this to run. And then once it finishes, we can continue. And there we go. So once it finishes running, I'm going to say Codium random quotes -r, so that it is going to open up another instance of VS Codium into the newly created folder, so that we can begin to build our application. And there we go. So inside this template, I have shardcn installed, which you can verify by taking a look at the components.json file, where it says that the style that I'm using is New York as opposed to the default styles. The base color that I'm using is the neutral, and the icon library, which is already installed, is called Lucid React, because we're going to need 2 icons for our application rather. So I'm going to go ahead into the app folder, and then into the page.jsx, And then you know what, let's run our application first. So Control J to open up your terminal again, and then you can say pnpm dev, which is going to open up our application on localhost 3000. And then as that is opening up, we already know that we're going to need some shardcn components. So just open up a second terminal here, and then you can say pnpx shardcn add button and Sona. Now Sona is a toast library, or not really a toast library, but a toast component which we're going to be using. So as that is installing, we're going to go into our layout.jsx because we need to import the toaster inside here. So the toaster component, and that should finish running soon. But if it doesn't, you can simply import it. So import toaster from Sona, like so. And then you can just say, actually you can't save it because it's going to cause an error. I mean, we can save it really, we can just save it even though the error is going to be there, but it's going to go away. So back inside the page.jsx, you can see that now we have the button installed as well as the Sona. Now if you go back into our original terminal, now we have our application running on localhost 3000. So we can open this up, localhost 3000, and there we go. So our default application is running from the template. So now we can begin to build our random quotes. So what we're going to do is back inside the page.jsx, we're going to simply select everything inside here and remove it. And this component, or this file, is going to be a client component, because somewhere down below we're going to be having an on-click event on a button. So it has to be a client component. So once we say use client on the top, we're going to say export default function home. And then inside here, we're going to set up our state values, because now it's a client component, so we have to use useState and useEffect. So const data and set data is equal to useState. By default, it's just going to be empty like so. And then remember to auto import it. So Control spacebar and then import it on the top. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have a function to get the quote. So const get quote, you can type, is equal to, and this is going to be an asynchronous function like so. And for now it's just going to be empty so that we can build out the UI fast. But then let's remember to have our use effect, enter to auto import it, pass in our callback function, and then an empty dependency array so that it only runs on the initial render. And then inside here we're going to be calling the get quote function. Now let's build out our return, and our return is going to be as follows. We're going to have a div with a class name of flex and min height dash screen, and then flex call, flex dash column, and then items dash center, and then justify dash center, and then padding on the x of 4. And then inside this div we're going to have another div with a class name of width dash full, and then max width dash large, and then bg is going to be hashtag 20293a. And then you know what, actually let me copy this because Emmet won't work if I do that. So Control spacebar, and then let me paste in this with hashtag. And then we're going to have padding all around of 6 and a slide box shadow. And then inside this div we're going to have an h1 with a class name of text dash center, and then text dash large, and then font dash semi bold. And then the text is going to say something here, but for now we're just going to say the author. And then Control spacebar and then enter. So for now this is just a placeholder, but once we get the data from the API we're going to substitute it inside here. Now below this h1 we're going to have a ul with a class name of margin top of 4, and then margin bottom of 8, and then flex, and then items dash center, and then justify dash center, and then give it a gap of 4. And then inside this ul we're going to have a list item with a class name of rounded dash full, and then border, and then inside here we're going to have border dash is going to be hashtag AEB0FF, and then it's going to have padding on the x of 2, padding on the y of 0.5, and then let's see, we're going to say text dash SM, or the XS, so extra small, and then text dash, what am I typing? Let me close the sidebar. Text dash, and then hashtag AEB0FF, and then the list item here is going to say a tag, so we're going to be getting this from the API as well. And then you can copy this list item downwards. This is going to say tag number 2. And I'm recording at a different time that I usually record, so if you're hearing some noise from outside, I do apologize for that. But below the UL, we're going to have a paragraph, and this paragraph is going to have a class name of text-center, and then text-large, and then text-white with an opacity of 75. Oops. Okay, let's not do that. So text-white, close it out, /75 for the opacity. And then this is going to say the quote. So for now, we can just have some lorem ipsum, so lorem 20. And then that is going to be our quote. And then now below this div, we're going to have a UL with a class name of margin top of 8, with a class name of flex, and items as center, and then justify dash center, and then give it a gap of 4. And then inside this UL, and I wrote it wrongly, this is the UL, not IL. So UL, we're going to have a list item here. The first one is going to be a button, and this button is coming from components UI button, which is the shared CN component that we installed. And then when you click on this button, then it's going to be calling the get quote function, which we created above, but we've not finished it. And then this is going to have a class name of cursor-pointer, and then bg _# 20293a. And then on hover, we're going to say, hover bg ## 20293a with an opacity of 75. And then that should be it. We can close out the button. And then the button text is going to say random. And then it's going to be showing an icon here called shuffle, which is coming from Lucid React. So you can import shuffle or shuffle icon, and then you can close that out. And then below this list item, we're going to have another list item with a button here. And the button, when you click on this button, is going to be calling a function called copy to clipboard. So copy to clipboard, which is the copy to clipboard function. And then the class names are going to be similar to this. So let's just copy that and paste them here. And then close it out. And then the text is going to say share. And then it's going to be showing the link icon. So link, make sure that you don't import the next link, but you import the link that is coming from Lucid React, like so. And then close it out. Now let's create this function so that we don't have any issues. So we're going to go below the use effect. We're going to say const copy to clipboard. So copy to clipboard is going to be an arrow function. And then inside this arrow function, because it is very simple, and then once we have that, we can save our application, and then let's see what we have on the screen. There we go. So this is basically what we are building, but I have the background color wrong. So let's fix the background color. So let's go into globals.css, and what I've done there is Control P, and then just type in the file that I want so that I can go into that file directly. Now on the bottom, we're going to have the following. So let's change this text. We need to change this. This can remain because this is the font that we're using, and that the dark, we don't need this, we can remove it as well. But we want the background to be bg #, 111629, and then the text is going to be white so that we can actually read it. So text white. So save that, and then that should fix our background color. Looking much better. Now let's go ahead back into the page.jsx, and then let's create our get quote function. So inside get quote, we're going to have a try catch block. So the try catch block, let's build the error part first because it is very simple. So for the error, we're going to be rendering the toast method, which is coming from Sonar. So make sure that you import it from Sonar like so. So we want to say toast.error because it has an error, and we're going to say that an error occurred. How do you spell occurred? Double R. Okay, when fetching the quotes. I can't even type today. So when fetching the quotes like so, and then we're going to have a description here. So description of the error, which is going to be error.message, because we are getting the error inside here, so you can get the message part of the error, which you can display on the screen. And this can be especially useful when you're debugging. Now we have the toast.error, and then actually that's it for the catch block. But now we can build out the try block. So for the try block, we're going to say const res is equal to await, and we're going to be fetching from an API here, and the data that we get back, so const quotes is equal to await res.json. Now where are we getting this link? Well, if you go into the dev challenges, when you get to the random quote, you can simply scroll to the bottom a bit, and then you'll get the link right here. So you can simply copy this, but I can't copy that to the end, so let me copy this one in the example. So copy it like so, and if you had to open this on a new tab, then this is what you would get. So basically we're getting back an array of objects, and then we're going to be getting a single object and then displaying it to the screen, because we don't want to display all of them at a go. So let's copy this link, let's paste it inside here. Now if you don't have this link, then simply check the repository and you're going to get it. Now before we can finish our try block, we need to do something else, because we need to filter out and get one single quote. So we're going to say const quote is equal to math.flow and then math.random, so randomize it, and then multiply this by the quotes.length, so that you can get a random item in the array every single time. So quotes.length is going to get every single, or rather the number of them, which is 21 inside here. And then when you randomize it inside here, it's going to get a different quote every single time. So once we do that, then we're going to say the following: const single random quote is equal to, pass in all the quotes which we're getting back inside here, and then pass in the single quote that we're getting back when we randomize it. So when you do that, then we're going to be getting only one single quote, because it is going to be getting the quote by the index. Because when you do this, you're getting a number, and that number is going to be equivalent to an index. And then once we do that, then now we can call our state value. So set data into single random quote like so. And then now we can begin to substitute our data. So inside here, inside where we have the H1 for the author, we can now go ahead and say this. If you take a look at the API, you can see that we're getting the author and then the quote and then the tags. So instead of just rendering the text that says author, you want to check whether data exists, and then when it exists, then you want to render out the author. So this is called optional chaining, where if you don't get this on the API, then it's not going to throw you an error. Instead it's just going to return undefined. So it is a safer way just to do this. So data dot author. And then for the tag, we're going to do the same thing. So we're going to say data dot tags, and then tags is an array. So you can get the elements in the array using dot notation. So tags 0 to get the first item, and then you can copy this, paste it inside here, change this to 1 to get the second item. And then for the quote, we need to remove this. We just want to say data dot quote, because that is what we're getting back from the API dot quote. Probably I should have zoomed in. I don't know why I didn't think about that. Oops. And then once we do that, we can save it so that it substitutes the data, and there we go. So that is the author, this is the first tag, the second tag, and then this is the quote. And then when you click on the random button here, it should randomize and get another quote. Now let's work on the share button, which is very, very simple, because we're using the clipboard API, which is built into HTML. So I'm going to say navigator.clipboard.write text. So write text to the clipboard, because we are copying it to the clipboard. And what text do you want to write? We want to write the quote. So data dot quote. So write the quote if it exists. And then once you copy to clipboard, we want to show a toast.success message that says copied the quote to clipboard. And then save that, and this is a single P, save it. And then now if I click on the share button, it shows me a toast that says copied the quote to clipboard. And if I were to go right, let's go below this, I can paste it in, and you can see that that is the quote that is happening inside here. And then if I randomize it again, I can copy the quote again, and if I copy it below, you can see that I'm copying the correct quote. So that is basically the end of the project. Now if you want access to the code that I've just written, simply go into my GitHub profile, and then inside my GitHub profile, you can go and search inside the repositories, and the repository that you're going to be searching for is called random quotes, or dev challenges random quotes. So this one right here. So the repository is called dev challenges random quotes, and you can get the link in the video description as well. Fantastic. So I hope you enjoyed this project. It is a very simple project, but from time to time I like doing these simple projects because, you know, it just makes me feel good. So I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, then please leave a like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel, and today we are going to be building an application that uses Convex to store our data and uses Kind for authentication. So this is the homepage of the application right here. We have a sign up page and a sign in page, and when I click on the sign in page, it takes me into this because I did not configure custom sign in and sign up pages, but then I can enter in my email. And then of course, I already have an account. So if you don't have an account, you need to create an account first. And then you can see it sends a code to my email. So let me just go ahead and get it. And there we go. So this is my code. So I'm just going to copy it. And then back inside here, I'm going to paste it in and say continue. And it is going to log me into my account right there. And we have our dashboard, or rather our events page, where we have our login or rather our logout button. We have an all events page and we have a create event page. And listed right here are all the events that we currently have in our database. You can see that when I hover over one of them, it gives me this delete button. And I just noticed that I did not implement an edit button, but I'm going to leave that up to you. So we have two events right here. And if we navigate into our create event page, we have this nice looking form. And I can enter an event. So let me just say test event for the purposes of showing the functionality of the delete button. And for our date picker right here, we are using a component from shadcn. So we are also going to be using shadcn in this application. So then just pick a date here. Let me enter a random description and then just copy it. Oops. Copy it and then just paste it multiple times, so that we can have a big description. Event location, let me just say Kenya. Organizer, let me just say me. And then when I say create event, it gives me this toast notification, which we're also implementing using shadcn. And then you can see that this is already added almost instantaneously because we are using Convex as our backend, which is a real-time database. And just to show you this, if I navigate into my Convex database, you can see that this is the description that we have just added right now at 8:07. It is currently 8:08 a.m. So you can see that it is working very, very nicely. And from the database, if I go ahead and select this and delete it, it is also going to delete it instantaneously from here. So you know what, let me add another test event here. Let me just add that. Let me say Nairobi for this one. Let me say Kenya for this one, so that I can show you the delete functionality from here. So when I click on the delete button, it gives me this model that asks me, are you absolutely sure, and then if you cancel it, of course you're not going to delete it. But then when I click on delete, it is going to show me the toast notification, and then it's going to delete it from the database, and then it also deletes it from here. And then if I go to the database now, so right from here, if I click on the delete button, you can see that it deletes one document, and if I navigate back into our application, it is no longer in our application. So this uses Convex. As you can see, it's very nice. And then for our logout, if I click on this button right here, it gives me a similar looking model like the one that we had for the delete. And when I say cancel, obviously it does nothing. But when I say logout, it's going to log me out back into my homepage. And then of course, when you click on the sign up button, it takes you to this sign up page for Kind. So that is a very nice looking application. We are using Next 15. We are not using TypeScript, and we're using CSS. So let's go ahead and begin building our application using a template that I created in my GitHub repository, which is called Next 15 Starter. Now, the reason why I have this template is because I realized that I usually do a lot of the same things for every new application that I am building. So what I did with this template is that I installed all the dependencies that I usually use, such as shadcn and Prettier plugin, which helps to format the Italian CSS classes. And then of course I'm using JavaScript because I don't know TypeScript. And then I set the default font in globals.css to this font, which is the default one in NextJs 15. So we are going to use this template to build our application. And let's go ahead and begin. So to begin, let's go ahead and create our Next.js application. Now, what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to open up my command prompt, and then I'm going to cd into my desktop. And into my desktop, I'm going to make a directory. Let me zoom in. That is called convex-events. And then I'm going to cd into this directory, convex-events. And then in this directory, I want to go ahead and create my NextJs application. So I'm going to use pnpx, which is a faster version of npx. You can go ahead and Google it. So pnpx create next app at latest. And then I'm going to use -- example so that it uses this template. So -- example. And then inside my quotation marks, I'm going to say https github.com/sanktomas/next15-starter, which is basically this link right here. Now, if I do that, I can go ahead and right before actually I need to specify the name. So I'm just going to say dot so that it creates that inside this folder. So dot, and then let's say enter, and then let's wait for it to go ahead and create our application. So once our application finishes canvassing, I can just say code dot, which is going to open up an instance of VS Code into that folder, and we can begin building. And here we go. So if you take a look at your package.json file, you'll notice that we have a few dependencies already installed. And like I said, this is from a template. And this template has shardcn, which installs this and this and this. And then we also install Tailwind Merge and Tailwind Animate. This I think also comes from shardcn. And then we have Prettier plugin for Tailwind CSS, which helps to format our CSS classes. And then of course I created NextJs using Tailwind CSS, or that to use Tailwind CSS. And then in our app folder, we have a page folder which we can safely delete. So you can just say export default function home, and then you can just go ahead and return a div that says homepage, and you can save that. And then in our layout.js, we have basically the starter template. The only difference is the title and the description in our metadata. So let's go ahead and begin. And I want to go ahead and start by implementing our authentication. So Control J to open up your terminal. And once you have your terminal open, and actually let's navigate into Kind because I need to go ahead and get the link. So Kind, if you go ahead and go into kind.com, should be the correct link. This is the homepage, and if you don't have an account with them, you can go ahead and create an account. But I already have an account with them, so that's why I'm already logged in, and you can see that I have 3 applications right here. So what I'm going to do is, back inside my homepage, I need to go ahead and create a new application. And how do you do that? Right here, add application. I wish they made this button, or rather this link, a bit more prominent because it's a bit difficult to see. So add application right here. And then we are building a backend application because we're using Next.js, which is a backend framework. And the name for this, I'm going to call it Convex Events. And then I'm going to say save. And we need to use the technology that we need to choose the technology we're using. In this case, we're using Next.js. So select Next.js like that, and then say save. And then once you do that, we're going to go into the tab that says existing code base because we already have our Next.js application running. So why is our application running? We are running it on localhost 3000, so that is correct. And then for the callback URL, just go ahead and say set because it's going to help us, or that's going to show Kind where to put the callbacks as well as the sign in and sign up pages. So go ahead and say set because we need these values inside our env file. So set, which is going to set it inside your env file. And then for the logout URL, we want to navigate back into the home page when we log out. So we're going to say set as well. And then once we do that, we need to go ahead and install this dependency right here. So copy, and then we're going to say pnpm add, and then paste it in because I'm using pnpm, by the way. So if you're not using pnpm, you can use npm or yarn. Now I'm going to say enter and wait for that to install. And there we go. So once that finishes, then we can go ahead and copy this entire thing into our .env local file. So copy, and then inside our .env local, which we need to create. So inside the root, we're just going to double click and say .env.local, and then we're going to paste all that in. Now, this is the client ID and the client secret, which is generated when you create a new application. This is the issuer URL, which is the URL that you're going to enter in when registering for Kind, and it has to be unique, I think. The site URL is this one because that is our homepage. And then when you log out, you want to redirect back to our homepage. And then when you log in, we don't want to go into the dashboard. We are going to create a link here, or a page that is called all-events. So, and then save that. And then let's see what else do we need to do. We need to create this file right here. So what we're going to do is inside the source, sorry, we don't have a source folder, so we're going to go inside the app. So inside the app, we need an API. So API, and then API, and then an auth folder. So another folder called auth, and then another folder that is called square brackets kind auth, like so. Make sure that it is camel case. So kind is a small k, and then auth is a big K, rather a big letter A. And then we need the route.js file. So inside this folder, create a new file called route.js. And then inside the route.js, we can just copy this and paste it inside here, and then save that. And then once we do that, then we have access to the register link and the login link, which is coming from Kind. Now let's go ahead and build this inside our homepage. So what we're going to do is inside the homepage, which is our page.js right here, I'm going to go ahead and return a section with a class name here of max width 3XL and MX auto. And then I'm going to say padding on the X is going to be 4 on mobile screens. Padding on the Y is going to be 20 for large screens and for mobile screens as well, so that we have a bit of space. And then we're going to have an H1 here that says login to, what's the name of our application? Convex events. Convex events. And then for the description here, let me just say lorem 20. And then below the description, we're going to have a div which is going to have 2 buttons. Now this button is going to be a component from TsbSankara, which we have not yet installed. So Ctrl J to open up our terminal once again. Let's clear it, and then I'm going to say pnpx TsbSankara at latest add, and we're going to add a button. I'm not doing init because we already initialized TsbSankara right here, and if you're using the same method that I did where we cloned the template, then you already have the components.json file. And if you take a look at it, you can see that the base color that we're using is the neutral, and then it is targeting the Tailwind config file, and so on and so forth. And the icon library that we're using is Lucid React. So we already have an icon library installed. So I'm going to say add button, and let me actually just go ahead and install all the components from TsbSankara that we're going to need. So we need the button, we need the calendar, we need the card, we need the dialog component, we need the input, we need the label, we need the popover, which is going to be for the calendar, and then we need the sonar for the toast notifications, and then we need the text area as well for the event description. So enter to install all of them at once so that you don't have to keep on installing them one by one. Now, as that is running, it is going to create a components folder somewhere. Actually, let it finish running so that we can see the components folder being created. And there we go. You can see that we now have a components folder, and then inside the components folder, we also have a UI folder that has all those components from TsbSankara. So that is looking okay. Now what you can do is right here, you can say Control Spacebar, and make sure that you use the one from Components UI button. Always use the one that is in your components folder, because TsbSankara components are based off of other what are they called, packages. So always use the one that is in your components folder. So inside the button here, we're going to give the button a prop that is called as child, so that it passes down its properties to the next child component. And then inside here, we're going to have a register link. So register link from kind OSS and then kind auth NextJs like so. And the register link is going to say sign up. Sign up. I can't type it. And then I'm going to copy this and then just paste it on top. This is going to be the login link. So login link. So once again from kind OSS like so. And then this is going to say sign in, or let me say login. I think I know I used sign in when I showed the demo, but let's say log in. Now I'm going to save that, and then inside my terminal right here, once again I'm going to clear it, and then inside this terminal I'm going to say pnpm dev or pnpm run dev, which is going to start our dev server. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a second terminal here, and this terminal I'm going to rename it, so F2, and I'm going to rename it to Convex, because we're going to be using something, or rather we're going to be doing something with Convex in this terminal. And then for the first one, I'm going to rename it to localhost, so that I know that is the one that is running my dev server. And then I'm going to add a third terminal here, which I'm going to rename into installs. So anything that we need to install, we're going to be using this third terminal. Now back inside here, you can see that our application is now running on localhost 3000. So let me go ahead and get it. So localhost 3000 like so, and then place this, I think, as the first tab. I don't think we need this anymore. I think we can safely close it. I hope I remember to do everything that I showed in the demo. Okay, let's just wait for this to open up on localhost 3000. So you can see right here, we're getting an error that says create context is not a function. That is because NextJs is server rendered by default. So what we need to do is on top of our file right here, we need to change this into a client component by using the directive that is called use client. Now the reason for that is because the login link and the register link need to be on the client for them to work. So when I save that and we wait for this to reload, then we're going to see our login and our register link right there. So let's begin to style this out. Let me place this to the right, and then let me place this to the left, right there. And then let's go inside our H1, just give it a class name, and I'm going to say text-3xl and font-bold, font-bold. And then let me just grab these two, place them inside an article with a class of space-y-4, like so. And then let's also say text-center, center. And then for the paragraph, I'm going to give it a class name here of text-muted foreground, so that it's a bit grayed out. And then I'm going to say text small and leading 6. And then on large screens, we're going to say text-large. And then on large screens, we're going to say leading, on large screens, we're going to say leading-7 to increase the line height. And then on this div that has the buttons, we're going to give them a class name here. And we'll say flex, item center, justify center, flex, wrap, and gap of 4 all round to separate them out. And then save them, and then let's see what we have on the screen. Once it reloads, we have that, okay. And then on this div, let's give it a margin top of 8 to push it away from the text right there. And then what I want to do is style out these buttons just a bit. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give the second button a variant here of secondary, which is going to make it white in color, like so. And then on the first button here, I'm going to give it a variant of default, but then I'm going to give it a class name here of border and border neutral -800, so that it has a slight border right there. And then let's do a hover here. So hover, and I'm going to say opacity -75 and then transition. So when you hover over that button, it's going to have a slight, just a slight transition for the opacity right there. Now, once we do that, then if I click on the login link, it's going to take me into the custom login page, but we don't have our application yet. Oh wait, we do, right? Yes, we do have our application yet already. Okay, so you can see right here that it takes me into this default login page, but you can create your own custom pages if you just take a look at the kind authentication docs. But what I'm going to do is, if I try to create an account here with my email, it should not create an account, or at least it should. I hope it doesn't. But sometimes what kind does is that if you don't have an account already, what it does is that it's going to create an account for you and then send you a login link so that you can log in using that particular code. So let's go ahead and just try it out. And you can see right there that when I log into my email, then, or rather when I give my email right there, it sends me a link, right? Or rather a code. Why I keep on saying link. So it sends me a code right here. So let me just go ahead and get it. And so the code is right here. So copy and then paste it back inside here. And what should happen is, yeah, we should get a 404 page, because in our application, we don't have this page yet. But you can see that our login is already working. And that is the same as for the sign up page as well. So if we were to click sign up instead, then it would still take us into the correct link. Now, I think the reason why it just allows me to log in without having to create an account, it's probably going to ask you to create an account. But if you have in your organizations, if you log in with the email that you have in your organization, I think it just allows you to log in directly. But if I go into view details here into my application, I don't know whether I can check the users, but let me see. Authentication, no. Tokens, APIs. Anyway, where do you check the users? The users should be right here. So you can see I have 2 users already inside here, and this is just for the testing that I was doing. So this is for the testing, but you can see that we have 2 users. So I used one of these emails to log in into application right now. That's why it did not ask me to create an account, but it's probably going to ask you if you have an account already, or rather if you don't have an account. But kind is just like that. If you don't have an account, it automatically creates an account for you. Now let's jump back inside here, and then let's begin to create our application page. And actually, before we do that, we need to go ahead and create a particular file, and the file is going to be called the auth provider. So inside our app folder, we're going to create a new file that is called authprovider.js, and if you're using TypeScript, it is called authprovider.ts. Now inside here, we're going to mark this file as use client, and then what we're going to do is we're going to import kind provider from kind OSS kind, and we're going to do the following. We're going to say export const auth provider, and the auth provider is going to take in the children like so. And then inside here, it's going to be an arrow function where we're going to be returning the kind provider, and the kind provider is going to be wrapping the children. So now what this does is that it automatically refreshes the kind sessions that you have, so that you don't have to keep on logging in every single time that you want to do a demo. So this is very important that you have it. And the way we use it is we're going to jump into our layout, and we're going to wrap our entire application into the auth provider that we have just created, like so, and make sure that you import it from /auth provider. And the naming that I'm using here, as in I'm not using the camel case or the capitals. That is just a preference of mine. Sometimes you can call this auth provider with capital A and capital P, but that is all up to you. I like using these small letters. Now save that, and perhaps you can even change the titles, but I'm going to leave that up to you. Now the next thing that we need to do is we need to initialize Convex. So Control J to open up our terminal, and then inside this second terminal that says Convex, let's go ahead and begin to do things. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and navigate into Convex. Once again, let me just go into convex.dev. If you don't have an account, it's going to ask you to log in with GitHub. So Convex uses GitHub for authentication. So if you don't have a GitHub account, make sure you create one. And then once you log in, then it's going to take you into your dashboard, which has all the Convex applications. So you can see I have a number of them, which I was also doing for testing. But the demo that I showed you is this one right here. Now, I don't want to use this. What I want to do is I want to go ahead and say, where is it? Best practices, which should give us the docs. And then when you get into the docs, we're going to go into quick starts right here. And then we're using NextJs, so NextJs right there. And we've already done this. We need to do this next. So we need to install Convex. So inside our second terminal, we're going to say pnpm add Convex. And if you're using npm, it's npm install Convex. So enter, and then let's wait for that. So once Convex installs, what you need to do is run the Convex dev server. And the command is npx convex dev, but I'm not using npx. So I'm going to say pnpx convex dev, which is going to start our Convex server. So let's wait for it, because it's going to ask us whether we want to create a new application or not. So there we go. So we want to create a new project. So just using the arrow keys, you can simply select create new project. And I'm going to call it Convex events. And there we go. You can see that it creates some entries into your .env local file. So as that is analyzing and data, and actually it's already ready, you can see Convex functions are ready. So when you see that, then Convex is okay. Now, if I navigate into the .env.local file, you'll notice these two have been added automatically. Now, these are going to be dependent on your Convex deploy. This is going to be totally different from yours, but we're not even doing anything using this, so it doesn't really matter all that much. So if I go back into my Convex dashboard, you'll notice that we now have Convex events right here created 1 minute ago. Now, I'm going to open this up. And then inside here, we are not going to do anything just yet, but let's go ahead and continue with our quick start. Now, I'm going to skip this part because I don't want any seed data into our database, because we're going to be creating ours, by ourselves. And then of course you can do this to get the seed data, which is this one. Basically what it does is that it uses a query to get the data that you have in your database, and then gets them, and then we need to create our Convex client provider. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and not select this because we're using JavaScript. If you're using TypeScript, it's okay. So copy this, and then inside our app folder, I'm going to create a new file that is called Convex client provider.js. And once again, the naming is totally up to you, as in whether you want to use camel case or not. And actually, let me rename this to JSX, and then just paste in what I copied like so, which is going to get the next public Convex URL, which was automatically added, remember? So actually we're using it somewhere, pardon me. And then what we need to do now is wrap our entire application, rather the children, into the Convex client provider. So back inside our layout, once again, we need to go ahead and grab the children here and wrap them into the Convex client provider like so. And then of course, remember to import it. And then once we do that, then we can go ahead and get the data from Convex and then display it on the screen. But I'm not going to do this step because obvious reasons we don't have this yet. But now we can begin to build our application. You can see that it says all events this page could not be found. First of all, let's build a custom 404 page. The way we do that is back inside our app folder, we're going to create a new file here called not-found.js, and this file must be called not-found. So I'm going to say export default function not found, and then inside here I'm going to return a section, or let me say maybe a div perhaps, and then this div is going to have a class name here of max width for XL, MX auto, padding on the Y of 20, padding on the X of 4, and then inside this div we're going to have an article with a class of space-y-4, and then inside this article we're going to have an h1 that says page not found. The h1 is going to have a class name here of text-3xl, and then font-bold, And then the article should have a class of text center so that everything is centered well. And then below this, you can have a short description if you want, but I'm just going to say lorem 10 because I don't want to type everything out. And then below the paragraph, we're going to have a button here from components UI button. We're going to give it the as child prop, and we're going to give it a variant of secondary so that it is white. And then inside here, we're going to have a link component from next/link with an href that goes back into the /, and it should go into /all-events because we are assuming that the user is already logged in. And then inside here, the text is going to say ampersand LARR for the left arrow, and then says back to homepage. And that should be okay. Let's save that and let's see how the 404 page looks like. And you can see NextJs is giving us an actual error. So that is a reloading error. It should just reload automatically and then show you the correct page. There we go. So that is our custom 404 page. Let's give this a class name here. Class name of text small leading 6 text muted foreground. Like so. And it should make that a bit better. I mean, you can make a better 404 page. You don't have to use this, but this will suffice. Now, when you're using kind, there is a way that you can check for authentication. And actually, I think I want to do that because I'm assuming perhaps you can be on the home page, but you're not logged in and you navigate into a page that doesn't exist. I don't want to be able to navigate back into the all events page. So the way we do that in kind is we need to use a component, and in this case I'm going to use a client component. So let me turn this into a client component. Now there is a server component or a server component equivalent for this, but let me go ahead and do this. I'm going to say const, and then I'm going to destructure user, and this is coming from a hook that is called use kind browser client, like so. Now if you don't want to use the client version, let me just check. I should be able to get the server version. So kind, and then the developers should give me the docs for the backend documentation right here. And then let's see. Let me search a kind. What's it called? Get user. I'll be able to. That's the Ruby SDK. NextJs app router. Yes. And then we should be able to, let's see, kind. Yeah, there we go. So when you're using the server components, then you can use the get kind server session. But if you're on the client component, you use kind browser client. So just take note of that. Take note of that right there. So use kind browser client, and then when you're on the server, you use get kind server session, and you use those two. Okay. Now back inside our application, we are getting this. So what we're going to do is we're going to check whether the user exists. So what we're going to do is we're going to cap this out, and then inside curly brackets, we're going to say that when user is true, then we want to show a button, and then when the user is not true, meaning not logged in, then we want to log in the user. So actually, let me paste that button twice. So when the user is logged in, then we want the redirect to go into the /events. But when the user is not logged in, so this second button, then the redirect should go back into the / page, which is the home page. Now save that, and that should be working correctly. So all events go back, and it should go back into the all events page, which doesn't exist. Let's go ahead and fix that. So inside our app folder, we're going to create a new folder that is called all-events. And then inside this folder, we're going to create a new file that is called page.js. And then I'm going to say RFC, which is coming from an extension that I have. And I'm going to call this all events page. And when I save that, then now this error should go away. And as it is going away, like so, the extension that I'm talking about is called ES7 Plus React Redux and React Native snippets. So it just allows me to use shorthand properties so that I don't have to keep on typing out everything every single time. Now we have that, but I want to structure this application in a certain way. Now, the way that I'm going to do that is when we are logged in, I want all my logged in pages to be inside a certain route group. So to create a route group, we simply create a new folder with parentheses, and then I'm going to call this logged in. The name is up to you. So logged in, and then I'm going to drag and drop my all events folder. So drag and drop it inside here like so. Now route groups don't show up in the address bar. So the route right here is going to remain the same. Even if I reload it, you can see that I don't have any errors. So that is looking fantastic. Now, the good thing about route groups is that you can also create layouts for particular route groups. Now, the reason why I want to create this layout is when we are logged in, we are showing a header which is going to be present on all pages. So we want to go ahead and show that particular header. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new file inside here called layout.js inside my route group. Notice that it is inside my route group. So inside here, I'm going to say export default function logged in layout like so, and then I'm going to say return, and we're going to be returning a div inside here, and this div is going to be showing a header component which we don't have, and then it's going to be rendering the children which we need to destructure inside here like so. Now if I save this, then we should get an error, as you can see, but let's go ahead and fix it by creating our header component. So inside my components folder, which was created by shardcn, but not inside the UI, so inside the components folder, create a new file that is called header.js, and then I'm going to say rfc like so, enter, and then we're just going to call that header, save that, and then what we're going to do is make sure that you auto import this like so. So what I've done there is control spacebar, and then it auto imports the header like so. And then now we should not have an error on the screen. Fantastic. Now, apart from having the all events page, we also know that we're going to have a new folder, or rather a new page, or another page that is called create event can speak. So inside my logged in route group, I'm going to create a new folder, not a new file, that is called create-event. And then inside this, I'm going to create a new file that is called page.js. And then I'm going to say rfc, and then I'm going to say this is called create event like so. Fantastic. So now you can go ahead and try to manually navigate. If I go into create-event, then it should show me create event right there. So our navigation is technically working, but not yet. So let's go ahead and fix it. So I'm going to jump back into my header.js file, and then inside here we're going to begin to build out our header component, and I'm going to take a break. So inside our header, let's go ahead and say const links is equal to an array of objects. So we want to create the links that we have. We know that one is called all events, and then the href for this is going to be /all-events, because that is the route. And then the second link is going to be the title. It's going to have a title rather of create event, and then it's going to have an href of /create event, because that is the route that we have just created. Now inside here, inside my header, I want to go ahead and return a header element like so. And then inside the header element, I'm going to have a div, and this div is going to be rendering, for now it's just going to have the home icon. Now the home, make sure that you get the home or the home icon flow from Lucid React, and we already installed Lucid React rather, or rather it was already installed when we cloned the repository. And the home here is going to say the following. It's going to have a class name here of size-5, and it's going to have an opacity of 75. It's going to have a class of transition, and then when you hover over it, it's going to have an opacity of 100. And then this is going to say welcome, and then it's going to say your name right here. Now we can implement the name right away, and the way we do that once again is just like we did in the 404 page, but in this case we really have to use the client component, because when we are mapping over these links, we also want to show the active link, and the way we do that in NextJs is by using a hook called usePathName. And so because we are using a hook, then the component has to be a client component. So use client directive on the top, and then refactor this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say const path name is equal to use path name from next navigation. Make sure that you import it from next navigation. And then we also want to destructure the user. So what am I doing right there? So I'm going to say const user is equal to use kind browser client, like so. And then what we need to do now is we need to get the name of the user. So first of all, I want to check whether the user exists. So if the user exists, then we want to return the user.given_name. And then if the user does not exist, then we just want to return nothing. Now let me see. If the user does not exist, I don't want to show this comma. So let me just remove that comma. So if the user welcome, and the comma should be inside here like so. Oh, that's not going to work because now I need to transform this entire thing. Okay, let's just go ahead and do that. Let me close that. So let's see, place this inside backticks. So inside backticks, and then I need to place my $sign here, close it out at the end, so that now I can say comma. Wait, is that going to work? You know what? Let me just not do all that. Let me just leave it at that. So welcome, and then it's going to give you the name. And then if you're not logged in, then it's not going to show the name. Or that if the name does not exist, if the person did not give the name, then it just shows nothing. Now, once we do that, at the end of this, I want to show an icon that is the chevron down icon, which is coming from Lucid React right there. And you know what? These icons should probably be on the same level. Anyway, now once we do that, then let's go ahead and create our navigation. So right below this div, we're going to have a nav element, and then inside this nav element, we're going to have a UL with a class of flex and flex wrap and items center, and then justify center with a gap of 4. And then inside this UL, we're going to map over our links. So links.map. And then for every link object that we get back, we want to return a list item with a key of link.href, because the href is the unique. We only have 2 of them, and you can see that the href is unique for both of them, and even the title is unique for both of them. So you can use the href of the title as the link. And then inside this, we're going to render out a button component from .ui button. Make sure that it is the correct button from your components. And then the button here is going to have an as-child prop, so that inside this button, we can go ahead and render out the link from next link with an href that goes into link.href, and then close it out. And then the text for this is going to say link.title. So now when I save that, we should be able to see something on the screen once it reloads. And there we go. So we have our header right here looking a bit ugly, and then we have all events and create event, so that now we can navigate into the all events page, you can see right there, and the create event page. Now let's go ahead and fix our header. So the header is going to have the following class names. We're going to give it a class name here of fixed. Now fixed because I want it to scroll with us. When events become so many, I want the header to scroll with us, so that you don't have to navigate all the way back to the top to navigate into the next page, right? So fixed, and then we're going to give it a left of a half, and then we're going to say give it a z index of 10 and mx auto and margin top of 6, width of full, max width 4xl, max width dash 4xl, and then minus translate on the x-axis by a half, so that it brings it to the perfect center, and then rounded dash full, and then give it a border, and then a border dash neutral dash 700, and then give it a bg of neutral dash 800, and then give it an opacity of 50. and then give it a padding on the X of 6, padding on the Y 3, and then give it a backdrop, padding on the Y, padding on the Y of 3, give it a backdrop dash blur dash medium. Now the reason for the backdrop blur and the reason for the 50% opacity right here is to give it a glassmorphic effect, so that when you scroll over it, it looks glassy when you scroll, when it is over an item. And then of course, let's fix this, and that's very simple to fix. All you need to do is just go right here inside this div, give it a class name of flex wrap items center justify. And actually, is that the correct div? Is that the correct div? Okay, flex wrap items center justify start, give it a gap of 4, gap of 2, not of 4, so that it just deals with that. And then let's see, we have a margin somewhere. We have a margin somewhere. What's this? This is the div, this is the nav. Oh, you know what? I have noticed my mistake. This div should wrap the nav as well. It should wrap the nav element as well, like so. So that now we can go inside this div and give this div a class name of flex and item center and justify dash between, and then give it a gap of 4. And then of course flex wrap, so that it automatically wraps into the next line. And we have that. Fantastic. So that now this needs to be wrapped inside another div, like so. CSS guys, oh my god, will you stop? Will you really stop? It doesn't want to stop. So once again, give this a class name of flex. Let me see how it looks. Okay, and then items dash center gap 2. That should now fix it. Fantastic. There we go. Now we're going to modify this a bit more, so that when you click on this, it opens up a model. But for now, this will suffice. Now, what I want to do is I want to show the active link. So when I navigate into the all events page, I want this button to be white, right? So what I'm going to do is inside the button, we're going to give it a variant here that is dynamic. And so we're going to say this. I'm going to place in my backticks like so, and my $sign, and then I'm going to say when the link.href is equal to the path name, which we got from right here from use path name. So when these two match, it means that you're on the active link. So when it evaluates to true, then we want to go ahead and show a white button, which is the variant of secondary. And then when it is false, we want to show the default button like so. And I didn't talk about it, but if you go ahead and click this button, control click rather, you will notice that the button has some variants here. So these are the variants that I'm using. I haven't created anything new because it's just simpler. And that's basically, if you go ahead and control B to open the sidebar and navigate into your button.jsx file, that is basically the button.jsx file. Now, if you don't like how it looks, you can simply go ahead and modify the styles inside here, or you can go ahead and add a new variant and then give in the styles that you want and then use that variant instead. But this is okay for me, and then I want these buttons really perhaps a bit smaller, but I think even this size is okay. So that now you see that when I navigate into the create events page, then this now becomes the active link, and when I go back, then this becomes the active link. So that is looking okay. This should say create event singular, create event. Fantastic. Now let's go ahead and create our logout model for when we click on this right here. Now the way we do that is by using the dialog component, which we installed right here when we installed all the components from shardcn. So let's go ahead and use the dialog component. And so in order to use that, then I'm going to remove this div right here, so that now the home icon here and the welcome text is going to be singular. And then I'm going to cut it out. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to render the dialog component instead. Now control spacebar, make sure once again that you're importing it from ./UI dialog. Okay, so the dialog component has another component that is called the dialog trigger. And the dialog trigger, once again, all these components are all imported from the same place, okay, from ./UI dialog. So the dialog trigger is basically the button, let me use the button, which when you click on, or the element that when you click on is going to open the dialog. Now in this case, it's going to be the button, and the button is going to be the home icon, which I'm just going to paste in like so. Now if I go ahead and save that, we should be able to see the button right there. There we go. So now we have our button. What is this error? HTML okay, that was just I think a hydration error or something. So you can see that we have our button right there. Now the trigger is working, but the reason why it's not showing anything is because we are not showing the content anywhere. So the next component that we need to render is the dialog content. Once again, from ./UI dialog, and the dialog content, in this case, I want to give it a class name of border. And not before I give it a class name, let me show you how it looks by default so that you understand why I'm giving it a class name. Inside the dialog content, we are going to have the dialog header, auto import it. What I'm doing right there is, once it gives me the option to auto import it, I'm pressing enter or tab. Okay, so the dialog header, and the dialog header, inside here we're going to have a div, and inside this div we're going to have a dialog title. Right, see that it gives me the drop down. I'm just selecting the one from UI dialog, enter. So dialog title, and then the text here is going to say you are about to log out. And then below this title, we're going to have a dialog description. So dialog description, like so. And this is going to say click the log out button to log out, or click cancel to continue browsing. So, and then let's see, what else do we need to do? We need to go outside of this div, and then we're going to create another div, and then this div is going to be the close button, which is basically the cancel button. So dialog close, and the dialog close is a button, and we want to render a button inside it. So we're going to get an error. So what we need to do is we need to pass in a prop here called asChild, so that it passes down the properties into this button so that you don't get that error. And then this is going to have a variant of secondary, so it's going to be the white button. And then this is going to say cancel. And then outside of the dialog close, we are going to render out another button here, which is going to have the asChild prop once again. And then the variant for this is going to be destructive, so it's going to be a red button, so destructive. And this is going to be rendering the logout link, which is coming from kind out NextJs. So logout link, remember we had the register link and the login link. Now this is the logout link. And then when I close this, we're going to say log out, and then I want this to exclusively log out into the home page. So it has a prop that is called post logout redirect URL right there. So when I log out, I want to go back into the / page, which is our home page. Now that is looking fantastic. So let's go ahead and save that, and then let's try out our model. So click on this, and you can see that this is how our model looks like by default, which is quite ugly. So let's go ahead and style it out. I mean, you can have it as white if you want, basically just change the color of the header here, but I don't want to do that. So what I'm going to do is, inside the dialog content right here, I'm going to give it a border, and a border dash neutral, what is it, neutral dash 800, and then I'm going to give it a bg neutral dash 800. Let's save that. Let's see. Okay, so bg neutral 900, bg neutral 900, so that it's just a bit darker, so that you can see the slight border right there. Barely visible, but it is there. Now once we do that, I'm going to go into the dialog header and give it a class name here of space -y-6, just so that it pushes away the content within, as you can see right there. So it pushes away this div from this second div. And then inside the dialog title, I'm going to give this a class name of margin bottom of 2, so that it pushes away from the description, which is going to push it away. And then once we do that, I'm going to go inside this div that has the two buttons, so the dialog close and then the button that has the logout link. I'm going to go inside this div. I'm going to give them a class name of flex wrap items center justify end. Okay, just justify end, and then gap on the x-axis of 4, just to separate out the buttons so that now they come here. And there we go. So look at this. When I click on the cancel, it closes the model, right? And then the reason why that happens is because of the dialog close. So the dialog close is a component from TsbSankara which closes the dialog. And then on the button right here, so if I were to click on the logout button, it's going to log me out. But I don't want to go through the hassle of logging in again. So go ahead and test it out if you want, but I'm not going to do that right here. You can see that we have two close buttons. We have the cancel and we have this one right there as well. Fantastic. I think that is it for our header. I think that is it. You can see it even shows my name right there. Fantastic. Now, once we do that, let's go ahead and say this. We are going to go ahead and navigate into our create event page so that we can begin to build out this page next. So next, let's go ahead and build our create event page. So let's close all that, Control B, and then let's navigate into app and into logged in and into create event and into page.js right there. And then now what I'm going to do is we're going to do the following. We're going to give this a class name of mxauto, margin top of 10, max width -2xl, and then space -y-4. And then inside here, we're going to have an h2. So this h2 is going to have a class of margin bottom of 4 and text-4xl, text-xl, and then font-bold. And then this is just going to say create event. Now save that, and you should see right here. It should come right here. Okay, it comes there because in our layout, we need to fix something in our layout. So this layout right here, so the layout that is inside the logged in, what we need to do is we need, let's say we need this children to have a class of padding top of 20 so that it pushes away from this part and then comes down. There we go. Fantastic. And then we can go back into our page.js to begin creating our form. Now for this form, I'm going to have a div, and then we're going to use the next 15 form component like so. So the way you import it is we're going to say import form from next/form. And then when we submit the form, so on submit, we're going to have a function that is called handle create event. And let's go ahead and create that function. So const handle create event is going to be an arrow function that takes in the synthetic event of e, and it's going to say e.prevent default. So this is basically going to be the function for now, because this function is going to be calling Convex. So we have not yet set up Convex fully, but this is going to suffice because we don't want the page to keep on reloading when we are testing out the form. Now once we do that, the form is going to have a class name here of grid, so that we can give it a gap of 4 all around for every element that is going to be inside. And then inside this form, we're going to have a div that has a class of grid and a gap of 4. And on small screens, then the grid columns are going to be 2. And then inside this div, we're going to have an article. And inside this article, we're going to have a label component, which we installed from TsbSankara. Make sure that you import components UI label. So the label here is going to have an HTML4 attribute, and this one is going to be the event name. And then it's going to have a class name of margin bottom of 2, and it's going to be an inline block, and then it's going to have font semi-bold. So, and then the text is going to say event name. So event name, And then below the label, we're going to have an input, which is coming from components UI input, which is a self-closing component. And then the input type here is going to be a type of text. The ID is going to be the event name so that it links to this label. And then the placeholder, placeholder is going to say event name. And then it's going to be a required input. And then we're going to give it a minimum length. So the minimum length for the name is going to be 3. And then the max length for the name is going to be 64. Now we're going to turn this input into a controlled input using NextJS useStateHook, or not NextJS really, but React useStateHook. So let's go ahead and do that right away. So const name and set name is equal to useState, and this is going to be imported from React, and by default it's just going to be an empty string, so that now we can turn this into a controlled input. We can give it a value of name, and on change we're going to say access our synthetic event of e, and then say set name into e.target.value. So basically set it into whatever is typed inside the input. Now I'm going to go ahead and copy out this article. So I'm going to copy this article down, but still within the div. Now I'm going to save that so that you can see why we added the grid right here. And when I save that, you're going to see that we have an error that says we are importing, we need to mark this as use client. Anytime that you're using a hook in NextJS, server components, you need to mark the file as use client. So now we're going to see that our application is going to look very, very nice in 3, 2, 1, and show. I almost got it. Okay, so we get to errors here, don't mind that now. So we already know that this is our event name, and this is going to be the event date. So for this second input, or rather for the second label, we're going to say this is the event date, and this one is not going to have an input, so we can safely remove all this. Instead, we're going to be using the popover component as well as the calendar component from shardcn. So event date, this should also say event date. And then below this label, we're going to have a popover component. So popover from components UI popover. And then the popover is going to have a popover trigger. So popover trigger from components UI. Always make sure. And then this is a button, so we need to pass in as child that we can have a button inside here. And the button is going to have a variant, which is going to be dynamic, which we're going to add in a moment. But then the class name here is going to be using curly brackets cn, which is how you can add dynamic class names. So cn, and then we're going to say these are class names of width-full, and then justify-start, border neutral, -800, text, left, font, normal. And then we're going to add a comma here and say that when there's no date, which is a state value that we have not created, so don't worry. So when there's no date, when that is true, then we simply want the text to be text muted foreground. Can't spell foreground. Okay. Now the value for this, the variant rather, is going to be a dynamic template string like so. And then we're going to say that when date is true, then we want the variant to be the secondary color. And then when it is not true, they want it to be the default, like so. Now let's go ahead and create this state value. And I think let me just go ahead and create all the state values so that you don't have to keep on coming up and down every single time. So you're going to have about 5 state values, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this, close that. So this second one is going to be the date, and then set date, and this one is going to be an empty string like so. Next is going to be description and set description. So description and set description. Next is going to be the location and set location. So location. And then next is going to be organizer. and set organizer, like so, and it's also going to be an empty string once again. So that's looking okay. Now we can continue to build out this form. So now this is working. So if I go ahead and save this, then we should be able to see something on the screen once it reloads. So it says in a, let this reload. Okay. And you know what? We need to add something inside this button. I think that's the issue. So inside the button, we're going to have a calendar icon. So calendar icon. Which one should I use? This one or this one? Let me use the calendar like so. And then this is going to have a class name of margin right of 2, and then height of 4, and then a width of 4, like so. And then after that, we're going to go ahead and check for if date exists. Then we want to go ahead and format the date. So format the date that is passed in the form of the DO, so month, and then year. Now this is coming from date FNS, which we need to install. Otherwise, we're going to get an error. So what am I doing wrong? There's something wrong somewhere. There's something wrong somewhere. What did I do? Undo. Oh, you know what? I know the issue. So this is a tertiary operator, so it needs a closing the what's it called? The full colon. So if it is not true, then we're going to have a span here that says pick a date. Okay. Now Control J to open up your terminal, and then inside the installs tab right here, the terminal, we're going to say pnpm add date-fns, and then let's wait for that to install. And actually not, as this is installing, let's just go ahead and continue building this out. So after the pop over trigger, we're going to have pop over content like so, and we're going to give this a class name of width-auto and padding all round of 8. Oh, sorry, padding all round of 0. What am I doing? Padding all round of 0. And then inside here, we're going to be rendering a calendar. So calendar. So the calendar here is going to take a mode, which is, we're going to give it a mode of single. When we select it, so selected is equal to, it's going to be dependent on the date state value. And then on select, meaning when you change the date, we want to change set date as well. And then we're going to say initial focus, and then close that out because it is a self-closing. And let's see, this should have finished. Fantastic. Right here, control spacebar, we should import it from date FNS like so. Fantastic. And then now we can safely save that, and then let's hope nothing breaks on the screen. Okay, so we're getting an error here, but this is the dialog trigger. Come on, is it the dialog trigger? I think the dialog trigger has an issue, but why didn't it detect at that time? So dialog trigger needs to be as child, so as child right there for the dialog trigger, and then let it reload once again. And button is not defined in the pop over, so right here we need just say control spacebar, and then once again components UI button, and then let it reload again. And oh my god, control spacebar right here, enter, and then now we should see something on the screen. And there we go. Look at that. Fantastic. Now when I say pick a date right there, it gives me, oops, where that's, oh, you know what? I'm rendering the wrong component. Let's take a look at shadcn calendar. Shadcn. I think I'm rendering a wrong component. Wait, it's not the wrong component. Because it should give me this drop down, but what am I importing? Calendar icon from Lucid React, and then calendar from, okay, I see. Okay, I see. So this should say calendar icon from Lucid React. And then the calendar that I want to show, where is it? Oh, now I need to import it. So I now need to import it because it was using the icon instead of the calendar component. So the calendar component, did I not install it? Components UI, calendar right there. So the calendar component, okay, let me just go ahead and copy this to get it. Components UI calendar, and then just paste it right here. Save that, and then now it should give me the calendar. Once it reloads, reload, calendar has already been declared. Where? Oh, remove that. It happens to the best of us. Okay, now let that reload again. And there we go. So that now I can pick a date and we have our nice looking calendar right there. Fantastic. So that now look at this. Okay, once it reloads, reload, because this is the previous error. So it's still showing the previous error. So once it reloads like that, then I can say pick a date, and you can see that now when we pick a date, it selects that particular date and then it updates it right there. Fantastic. And what we're doing there is, if you saw, we are saying that on the button right here. So when we pick a date, then the variant that we're getting the button is the secondary. And if we don't pick a date, then it's just the default, which is looking gray like that. Now, something I do want to do is I want to change the border styles of the input. So I'm going to go into my input.jsx, and then instead of this having the border input, I'm going to say border neutral -800, so that it's going to have the 800 border neutral like so. And then when we focus on it, see that when we focus on it, focus visible, I want to change this ring to ring neutral dash, I think I used 700, I can't remember well. Let me see. 700, let's say 600, I think, so that it's just a bit lighter. I think that's okay. So when you focus on it, then it gets just that bit lighter. Okay, next we are building the event description. So right after this div, we're going to create another div. This div is going to have a label, and the HTML for this label is going to say event description, and then close it out. It's going to have a class name of margin bottom of 2, inline block, font semi-bold, and then the text is going to say event description, and then below the label we're going to have a text area. So text area component from components UI text area. The ID is going to say event description so that it links to the label, and then the placeholder is going to say enter event description, and then it's going to have 8 rows. So rows is equal to 8 because the default one is a bit too small for me, so 8 rows is going to increase it, set it to required, and then the value for this is going to be description, which is the state value that we've just created, and then on change we're going to say e is equal to set description into e.target value like so, and then we're going to give it a min length, so min length of 5. Is it 5? Let's just use 5, it's okay. And then max length is going to be 500 characters, so 500 like so. Close it out, save that, and I think let's bring this to downwards just to keep in line with the structure that we had on top. Right, so we have that as a text area. Let's check it out. You can see that that is our text area, looking fantastic. And then let's check it out. I want to change the border as well. So inside the text area, I'm going to give it, instead of border input, I'm going to say border neutral -800. And then for the focus visible right here, I'm going to say border neutral -600, so that it looks like that as well. Now, the reason why these are aligned like so is because of the grid that we have on the form. So if you check out the form has a grid gap of 4, so it separates it out, just the elements inside the form. and in this case it's the divs. And then for every div that we have inside here, we are setting them to have a grid gap of 4, which is this gap. And then on small screens, we are setting them to be 2 side by side. So because the event description, I don't want it to have rather another element on the side, so I set it as its own. That's why we have a div inside here which only has the text area, but this first div has 2 articles, so 1, 2. Okay, and then next we're going to build our event location. So it's going to be easier if I just copy this first div. You know what? Let me just copy the article. So copy the article, and then let's go below this div of the event description. We're going to create another div that has the same class names of grid gap-4 and on small screens grid columns-2, and then paste in that article. But this is going to say event location, and then this is going to say Control D, so event location. Okay, required min length 364, that's okay. And then this is now going to say location, and then this is going to say set location. Okay, and then below this article we're going to paste another article. This is going to say organizer, so event organizer. So event, once again, Control D, organizer, and then this is going to say organizer, and then set organizer. Fantastic. Let's save that, and we should have the rest of them right here. So event location, event organizer, and then finally we can have our submit button. So right after this div, we're going to have a button here, and the button is going to say create new event, and then we're going to give it an on click here. So on click, we're going to give it the same function as the form. So handle create event is going to have a type of submit, so it's going to be our submit button, and then the variant here is going to be secondary, and then the size for the button is going to be large to make it just a bit bigger than the rest of the buttons. And there we go. So create new event. Fantastic. So we have our form working. Now what we're going to do in the next video is we need to work on the database. So the form submission to the database, which is basically implementing this function right here. Okay, so see you in the next video. So before we can begin to implement this function right here, what we need to do is we need to set up communication with our Convex backend. Now, the way we do that is we jump into the Convex folder right here. Now, if you don't have this Convex folder, then it means you did not install Convex and you did not run pnpx convex dev, which is this second terminal that we have. Because when you do that, it creates this Convex folder for you. Now, inside this Convex folder, we're going to create a new file that is called events.js. Now, this is basically the same name as we're going to have in our database. So our database is going to have, our backend is going to have a database that is called events, which is going to contain all the events in our database. Now, the first thing that I want to do, or the first function I want to create inside here, is a function to get all the events that we have in our database. So I'm going to say export const get is equal to query, and this query is coming from what's it called, from Convex, but it's not giving me the option to auto import it. Okay, so let me just import it manually. So I'm going to say import query from /generated/server. So, and the query inside here is going to have some arguments, but this is going to be empty, and then it's going to have the handler function. So handler function, which is an asynchronous function that takes in the context, and then inside here we're going to say return await context.db.query. So we are querying our database. This should say await, so await context.db.query, and you want to query a database that is called events, which is empty because we don't have that database inside here. We don't have any table that is called events, right? So we're querying that, and then we want to order them. So order them in descending order, meaning order them by the last one that was added into the database, and then dot collect. So get all of them like so. And then when we save that, that is our query, our query function. And this, we're going to particularly use this when we are on the home page to get all the events. But the function that we are interested in right now is the create event function, which is going to use a mutation. So export const create event is equal to mutation, now no longer query, which is also coming from /_generated /server. Now inside the mutation, it's going to take in some arguments, and the arguments inside here are basically what they want to post into the database. In this case, we want the event name, which is going to be coming from v, which is convex values. So it is basically typing them, so it's going to be a type of string like so. And then the event date is also going to be v.string. And then we have the event description, so description, which is a type of v.string. And then we have event location, v.string. And then we have event organizer, which is v.string once again. And then once we do that, we need to pass in our handler function. And if you can hear some noise from outside, I do apologize. It is now 10 a.m. and the children are awake. So the async function inside here is going to take in the context as well as the arguments which we have just described above. And then this is going to be an arrow function. And we're going to say this const event, so basically creating a new event, is equal to, and we're going to be creating an object, so basically tying them. And I'm going to say that the key of name is going to be equal to the arguments dot name. So basically what you have above. So let me just copy that down because it's going to be easier. So this is going to be the event date, and then double click and then Control D. This is going to be the description, and then double click Control D. This is going to be the location, and then finally the organizer, and then remove that last one. And then once we do that, we're going to say, oops, add the proper semicolon. So once we do that, we're going to say const new event. So the new event that we've created is equal to await context.db.insert. So add into the database, and the database is called events. And what we are adding is the event object that we've just created above. And then below this, we can simply say return await context.db.get new event. So basically return the new event like so. And then just because it's going to be easier, let's also create the delete function, because the delete function is very easy. And then that will be the end of this file, so that you don't have to jump back and forth between files. So export const delete event, so that is the function name that I'm giving it, is going to be a mutation as well. And then I'm going to say the arguments here, we're going to be deleting them by the ID, which is v.id in the database that is called events. Now, when you create a new entry into your Convex database, it automatically assigns it a unique ID, which is unique across your entire project. So you don't have to worry about this. So once we do that, we need to pass in our handler, and then the handler is going to be an asynchronous function that takes in the context and the arguments, and it is an arrow function, and we're going to say await context.db.delete, and deleting the entry which has the similar arguments.id. Fantastic. Save that, and that is our delete function. So now all we need to do is jump back into our create event page and then implement this part much better. So in order to do that, we need to go ahead and use a hook which is called use mutation, which is coming from Convex. So I'm going to create a variable here called mutation, and I'm going to set it equal to use mutation, and you can see it's giving me the option to import it from Convex React. So I'm going to say enter. So import use mutation from Convex React. And then once we do that, we want to go ahead and pass in API, which is coming from /convex generated API. Okay, make sure that you import it from the correct path. And I just want to mention this, that if you're using the source folder, then the convex folder is going to be located outside of the source folder. So you are not going to be able to use the @/ you're always going to use ../, and then so on and so forth. So make sure that you're targeting the correct file. So API, and the database that we have is events, and we want to call the create event function, which we have just created. Now inside our handle create event function, we're going to call the mutation, and the mutation is going to be an object. And basically, remember how we mapped the name here, right? So we're saying the name is going to be the name that we type in, and so on and so forth. Now in JavaScript, when you do this, you can simply eliminate the value here, because JavaScript is intelligent enough to understand that you are targeting the name. So you would have to do this: name is equal to name, and then date is going to be the date, and then the description is going to be the description, and then the location is going to be the location, and then the organizer is going to be the organizer. So basically you're saying that the name in the database is going to be coming from the name that you type in, the date, description. But as you can see, you don't really need to do all this. So what you can do is simply add multiple cursors here and then remove all that. You don't need to do all that at all. You can simply pass in the name, and it is intelligent enough to understand that you are mapping the database to what you have in your application. Now the date here is going to give us an issue, but let's let it give us that issue first of all, so that you understand what I'm talking about. Now once we create the new entry to the database, what we want to do is this: we want to show a toast notification that says new event has been created. Now the toast here is coming from Sona, so import it from component UI Sona. Did I import it? Okay, there we go. So import toast from Sona, but it's not going to work because we need to go into our app layout, and then we need to add right on top of this, we can add a component that is called toaster, like so. So we need to add the toaster component, and then of course import it from components UI toaster, like so. Sona rather, not toaster. And then when you close it out, let's also add a description here. So description that says you have successfully created a new event. And then now once we do that, I want to go ahead and navigate back to the home page. So I'm going to say router.push, and we want to navigate into the all events page, which is our home page in this case. Now router is coming from use router, which is coming from next navigation. So let's go ahead and get it. So const router is equal to use router from next navigation. Make sure that it is from next navigation, because use router is also a hook that exists in next router, but we are not using that. Okay, now let's see, anything else we need to do? Okay, we need to test out that the date is giving us an issue. So save that and then reload it to be on the safe side, and then let's see. So let's go ahead and try to create a new event. So test event, the date here, let's pick a date and let's paste in something. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Event location, Kenya, organizer, Kenya. Now when I create new event, it's going to give us an error. So it says the toast notification shows up that new event has been created, so that's okay, but it gives us an error because it says the date is not a supported convex type. So what we need to do right here is we need to format the date. We need to format the date into a form that Convex is going to be able to read, which is basically the same format that we used in, where did we do it? I can't remember where we used the format, but we have used it before already because we installed date FNS. So just make sure that you import format. Oops. Just make sure that you import format. Where is it? From date FNS. Now, let me go ahead and refactor these inputs, or the inputs rather. So calendar icon, this, oh my god, so many. Use mutation, it's a hook, so you can come on top. This is convex, okay. So this is also a component. You can come here, separate that out, separate this out. This can come here, separate that out. Actually, these two are high level inputs, so they can come on top right there. Fantastic. Okay, not the best looking inputs, but you know, okay. So once we do that, then we should be able to now not get that error. So let's try it out once again. So create event. Oh, did you see that? When we created the new event, it took us back to the all events page. And now it is getting too loud to record. So it's getting too loud to record. I do apologize if you can hear a lot of noise from outside, but this is the only time that I have to record, so please bear with me. We're going to get better recording equipment. So event name, let's go ahead and test it out. Event date, paste that in, paste that in, paste that in, doesn't really matter. Create new event, and look at that. We now no longer have that error and new event has been created. So now what we need to do is work on our homepage to display our events. So let's go ahead and do that next. So now we're going to jump into our all events folder right here, and then into our page.js, and we can begin to work on our page right here. Now, the first thing that we need to do is mark this as use client, because we're going to be using some hooks inside here, such as the use mutation that we created. And let's go ahead and do this. First of all, we need to go ahead and get all the events that we have in our database. So I'm going to say const events is equal to use query from Convex React, and we're going to say api.events, which is our database dot get. Now API, we need to also import it from Convex generated API so that we get the correct database dot get. Now the reason why we are using use query here is because if you check your Convex folder and into the events.js, whenever we want to get items from the database, we use the query, and whenever we want to get something into the database, then we use the mutation. So that's why you're using use query here. You're also going to see that in this file is where we're going to also be implementing the delete function, and in that case we're going to use the use mutation hook. Now we have the events here, so let's go ahead and first of all check for whether events exist. So if there are no events, then what we simply want to do is return, and we're going to return a div here that has a class name of mx auto, and then margin top of 10, and then max width -4xl, and then inside this div we're going to render out a loader. So loader2 is the name of the icon, so loader2, and it's going to have a class name here of mx auto block size -9, animate spin, so it's going to be spinning, and then text neutral -400, like so. So if there are no events, then we're going to show a loading spinner, and then if there are events, then we're going to map over them inside here. So this first div is going to have a class name here of container mx auto, and then padding on the x of 2, and then padding on the y of 10. And then inside this div we're going to have another div that has a class of mx auto and grid, and it's going to say max width -xl, and then a gap of 4. And then inside this div we're going to map over our events. So I'm going to say events (dot), which is the optional chaining. So events dot map, and then we're going to say that for every event that we get back, then we want to render out a card component from shardcn. So import it from components UI card, like so. It's going to have a key of event dot underscore id. Now event dot underscore id is the unique ID that we get from our Convex database. So the card is going to be like so. It's going to have a class name here of group, and you're going to see how group is going to be coming into practice. And then it's going to have a class name of relative, because we are going to be positioning the delete button absolute depending on the card. And then max width, max, what am I typing? Max -width -xl, like so. And then close out the card. And then the card is going to have another component called card header. Import it. And card header is going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class name of flex-column, and then flex wrap, and then items start, and then justify between, and then space -y-1. And then inside this div, we're going to have a card description. So card description coming from components UI card. And the card description here, the first one is going to say created on, and this is coming from our database. We're going to call the format function from datefns, and then pass in the event dot underscore creation time. Now this is coming from Convex once again, and then we want to go ahead and pass in the terms of DO, month, and then year. So the date, month, and the year. And then let's see, below the card description, we're going to have a card title, and the card title here is going to have a class name of break words, so that if you have an extremely long event name, then it's going to automatically break them so that it doesn't cause an overflow. And then it's going to have a class of leading 7 to increase the line height, and then this is going to say event.name. Now I think up to there we should be able to see the event name on the screen. So let's save that, and then let's wait for this to reload, because we already added an event when we created the event, right? When we were demoing the event part. So card title is not defined. I forgot to import it. So Control spacebar, enter, and then reload. So loading, that is our loading spinner, and there we go. So we have created on 9th of December 2024, and then the name is test event. And you can go ahead if you want to add multiple. So let's say another event name here. Let's pick a date, let's say 26th of December. Let's go into random text generator so that we can have a huge amount of text to work with. So get that, let's just get these two paragraphs and then paste them in. Event location Kenya, organizer Google. Create new event, we get our toast notification, and then another event name. So now what we need to work on is we want this to be displaying differently, and then we also want to display the event description. So first of all, let's go ahead and give this the cards a better background color. I don't like this white so much. So let's go ahead into the components right here, and then UI, and then button. Let's modify it. So BG here is going to be BG neutral -900. Now 900 is transparent because this is also 900. Let's see. Why isn't this reloading? It should now show the, what's wrong? Oh, wait a minute. I'm in the wrong file. It should be in the card.jsx, so that we can change this from BG card into BG neutral -800. I think 800 is the one I used. That should be it. And then we need to change the border here, so it's going to have a border neutral -700. And there we go. Yeah, there we go. Fantastic. And then of course we need to change the text here, so it's going to be text neutral -100, so that the text is going to be lighter so that you can actually read it. There we go. Fantastic. Now let's go ahead and display the other content that we have. So inside the card title, or rather below the card title, we're going to have 3 card descriptions. So card description, like so, copy it down 3 more times. This first one is going to say organized by, and then we're going to give it the event dot organizer. So this is event organizer, and then the next one is going to be location, which is going to say event dot location, and then the next one is going to be event date, which is going to say event dot date, and save that. And actually what I should have demonstrated is when we created a new event, and if you took a look at your Convex, at your backend, you would see that you now have a table that is called events, which has all the events that we have just created right now, right? And it is, the last one was at 10:27. So let's see, what was I doing? We were here. So we were styling this out. And I think, let me see, if we go into the card.jsx and we give the BG an opacity of 50, I think it will be the same as the header right here. Yeah, I think that looks better. I think that looks actually better, so that it keeps in line with the overall UI that we have. Now, outside of the card header, which we have right here, we're going to have card content. So card content like so, auto import it. And the card content is going to have a class name of space-y-4 to separate out all the elements inside. And then we're going to have a div first of all, and this div is going to have an h4 with a class name here that says text small and font dash bold, and the text is going to say about the event. And then below this we're going to have a card description, and the card description here is going to say event description, and it's going to have class names here. So class name of text small leading 6 text neutral dash 600. And then let's see, below this div we are now going to have our delete button, which is going to be a dialog component. But first of all, let's just save that to see that we have the event description in 3, 2, 1. There we go, we have that. And okay, there we go, it was reloading. I was wondering why it's white. Okay, I see something. Let's go back into card.jsx. Let's set this back to 100. Let's not have the opacity, because I think it also makes the text to be a bit, really, or maybe it doesn't affect it. Perhaps it doesn't affect it. Anyway, you can change that up to look however you want it to look, but you can see that this is now the event description, and so on and so forth. And now we are going to add our delete button. Now the delete button is going to be a dialog component, so that when you click on it, it opens up the model. So the way we do that is right below this div, we're going to have a dialog, just like we did. And make sure that you don't use the Radix UI, you use the components UI, because the dialog component is based off of the package from Radix UI. So the dialog is going to have a dialog trigger. So dialog trigger, not title, trigger, like so. And we're going to give it an as child prop, so that we're going to give it a button inside here. And the button text is going to have the trash2 icon. So trash2, like so. Or let me use trash. I think trash icon, yeah, is the one that is the outline. So delete the second one from trash2. And then this button is going to say, it's going to have a variant here of destructive, so that it is the red background. We're going to have a size of small, and it's going to have a class name here of absolute. So remember that the button is absolute, but the card is relative. So the button is going to be positioned relative to the card. So absolute, and then we're going to give it a minus right of 12 and minus top of 4, and then margin left of auto to bring it to the right, and then block, and then opacity dash 0, opacity dash 0, and then group hover is going to say opacity dash 100. Now group hover means when you hover over the parent element of that particular one, and remember that the parent element is the card, which we gave the class name of group. So when you hover over the card, we should see it. Once I save it, we should be able to see it somewhere here. So hover, 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 come on, reload, 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 reload. In 3, 2, 1, load. It should probably be faster for you anyway. So button is not defined, of course. So control spacebar, auto import it, enter, save it. There you go. And look at that. So we have our trash icon right there. So when I hover over the card, then the trash icon appears. And this second one also has its own trash icon. Okay, so that's looking okay. Now what we need to do is we need to add the dialog content. So what happens when I click on this? It should open up a model. So below the dialog trigger, I'm going to add the dialog content from components UI dialog, and just make sure that you auto import it. And the dialog content is going to have class names here of border, and then border dash neutral dash 800 pg neutral dash 900, just like the other one. And then inside here we're going to have dialog header. So dialog header, and just make sure that auto import it. Dialog header is going to have dialog title, and dialog title is going to be, are you absolutely sure? Question mark, question mark. So are you absolutely sure? And then below this we're going to have dialog description. So dialog description, and then this is going to say you are about to delete an event entry. This action cannot be undone and will permanently delete this entry from the servers or from the database. You can do that. And then that is the event description, or that the dialog description, and then the dialog header closes here. And then let's see, the dialog header closes. So let's have a div here. So this div is going to have a class name here of flex items dash center justify dash end, just like for the buttons, and then it's going to have a gap on the x-axis of 4. And then inside here we're going to have a dialog close. So dialog close, which is going to be as child, so it's going to have an as child prop. And then inside here we're going to have a button, the button component with a variant of, say, secondary. Yes, because this is the cancel button, so the button says cancel. And then outside of this dialog close we're going to have another button with the variant of destructive, and then the size for this is going to be small. I forgot to give this a size, so I mean it doesn't really need to have a size of small, I think, because we haven't been using the size of small for any other button, so let's not use it now. And then the class name here is going to be flex item center justify center gap on the x-axis of 2, and then transition. And the reason why I'm giving class names to this button is because this button has an icon that is called trash, so the trash icon, and then the text here says delete. And then what we want here when we click on this button is we want to call a function here which we already implemented but we have not yet imported. So let's just have it as an empty thing right there, so that now when I save this we should be able to see our dialog show up. So once it reloads, reload, dialog title is not defined. Of course it's not defined, so control spacebar and then enter, save that, and let's try it out. So when I click on the delete button, it should now, yeah, there we go. So the delete function is not yet working, so if I click on it nothing happens, but the cancel one is going to remove the model as well as this X icon on the top right. Okay, so let's go ahead and handle the delete function next. So the delete function, what we're going to do is when you click on this, we're going to be calling a function called handle delete event, which is going to take in the event._id. And remember, the underscore ID is unique across your entire database. So let me move the on click on top like so, just on top of the class names. And then let's go ahead and create this function. So right on top, right below the events, what we need to first of all do is we need to get our mutation. So I'm going to call it mutation is equal to use mutation hook from Convex React, and then we're using the API.events.delete event because that is the function that we created. And then we're going to say const handle delete event is going to be an arrow function which is going to have a parameter here that is the ID. So let me call it underscore ID. And then I'm going to say the mutation is going to be taking the ID which is coming from underscore ID, which is our parameter. So when that happens, we want to show a toast notification. So import toast from Sona like so. So the toast notification is going to say event deleted So event deleted, and then we're going to add a description here that says you have successfully deleted the event construction going on. Okay, and then once we do that, let's see, I think that's all. Save that. Let's go ahead and wait for this to reload, and then let's try it out. Hopefully nothing breaks. Loading. Okay, so if I delete this second event, I click on that button and then I say delete, it shows me the toast notification, and then it deletes the event. And then if you check your database, now you only have one event. Look at that, looking fantastic. Okay, is there anything else left to implement for this? I don't know whether there is. I think everything is filled in right now, right? I think everything is filled in. Okay, so what we're going to do next is we're just going to deploy it to Vercel. And then we can now shut down our server. So shut this down. Oh, I forgot to mention something. Anytime that you are running Convex and you are getting an error, always check that your Convex was running in the background. Because if it was not, then you're always going to get an error from Convex. So shut that down as well. Shut this down. Clear that, and then clear that as well. So we've created a nice looking application using Kind and Convex, and this is the home page. So we have the login and sign up pages where you can log in and sign up to your application, and you can see all the events. So I hope you learned something new and you enjoyed the project, and I will see you in the next one.